material. So,
okay.
and the existence of ether, science of physics, is not an accepted theory. Neither do I. I don't agree with this theory. It's not scientific. The problem is you cannot have magic into science.
I agree.
So
Oh, but Witsit believes it.
that speed of light measuring test, whatever it was made on the assumption of the existence of ether, and that's the only moment and time in the science of physics when these scientists they accepted the existence of ether just because it it gives them the speed of light, this magic constant. But if you try to use in other fields like magnetism, like the study of electromagnetism, whatever, microchip design and stuff like this. If you choose to apply this theory of ether, yeah, they will not accept any research, any investigation, anything, because physicists will tell you ether is magic, is tooth fairy. That's
Okay,
what they will
so
tell you.
yes.
Yeah,
So we
but
can just throw that test out, and we've made
they
better
do
tests.
accept it when they actually measure the speed of light. So speed of light has to be real because ether. Now the problem is, what if light does not have a speed and it actually has a rate of induction? Yeah, because it's an electromagnetic wave. It inducts.
To CR, can you turn your
Okay.
stream on, dude?
Yeah, so like exposing metal to an electromagnetic induction coil will make that metal glow red hot in 3 seconds through electromagnetic induction. Yeah, you can have a very high input of energy into something.
Can you turn your stream off, please, dude?
I don't even know what you're getting at.
Can you turn your
Yeah,
stream
I'm saying that electromagnetic induction doesn't have a speed.
Why are we even talking about this now?
Yeah.
Sure, whatever. I don't know.
Well, these
I'm
are
not sure what
things
any of
we
this has to
use
do with like the
in
shape of the
our
Earth, but
industry. This is
sure,
real
whatever.
technology that we make use of. It's not just theories like relativity. How can we use relativity? You know, let me go up in the sky, and when I come here down, the whole world is 1,000 older than me. Yeah. So when you believe in the theory of relativity, you actually believe that your feet are older than your head.
Yeah,
Man's got
true.
That's really an idiocracy to believe. So
No, it isn't.
yeah, it is.
no.
I mean, you can measure this with clocks.
All right, again,
Put
third
a clock on the ISS,
You
a clock
can
on the
measure
ground,
the age of your.
leave them there
You
for
can measure the age
10
of your
years, come back
feet
and they'll be
in
slightly out of sync.
comparison to your
third
head.
time of asking. Can you turn your stream off, please? Third time of
Yeah,
asking.
okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry. Sorry today.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate that.
I didn't hear you when you asked it.
No, that's okay. They've been talking for a while. No problem. Do apologise. You've been pinged a few times in the message room as well.
Oh, I didn't get any notification, sorry. Okay. Okay, carry on, sorry.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that.
So the big problem is the Earth's curvature.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. When you hold a basketball in your hand,
Okay.
like they use an original one, standard one from NBA. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. I'm
yeah.
imagining a basketball.
Yeah, you hold it in your hand, and does that basketball appear to be round, or it really is round 360 degrees?
Both.
It can't be both.
Yes, it can. It appears to be round because it is round.
No, you cannot say it appears to be round when it actually physically is round. When you hold it
Yes,
in
that's what
your
appears
hand,
means.
you feel it, yeah, you turn it on all sides, you verify it, and you see it's round on all sides. So it's spherical, it's a sphere, it's a confirmed spherical object, tested, verified, yeah. So it doesn't
Yeah.
appear. Something that
No, yes, it is
appears
appear.
to be round
Appearance is our perception or something.
no. A thing, yeah, it's a matter of perception. So it's when you look at an object in the distance and it looks to have a spherical shape, but when when you get closer to it, you can see it's actually a sticker, yeah, painted in such a manner that it looks like a 3D sphere, yeah. So it's a drawing, it's not actually a sphere. Or it could be half of a sphere, yeah? And you are facing that 180 degrees of the half of the sphere, but when you take it in your hand and you turn it, you see it's not a sphere, it's only half of a sphere. So a basketball, when you hold it in your hand, yeah, it doesn't appear to be spherical. It is physically a sphere.
It does appear to be spherical because it is spherical. Things can appear to be one way because they are one way, or they can appear to be one way because of some mirage, some optical illusion.
Oh shit!
Houston, we
brings
have a
good.
problem.
That brings a good point up. What would it take to prove the shape of the Earth? Would we have to all go into space together and see it?
No, no, no. If you really want to prove to me the shape of the Earth, buy me 2 linear encoders, 200 meters long from Renishaw, yeah? And we can use those ultra precision measuring linear encoders to demonstrate for a fact that the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you don't have to see it. You can just use these tools.
I'm wondering where this basketball thing goes.
Yeah, I was wondering where anything fucking goes.
Yeah, the basketball. So now
Faster.
that basketball doesn't appear when it's in your hand and you verified it.
No, yes, it
Yeah,
does.
it's not an appearance. It's actually a confirmation that it's a spherical object. And
Okay,
even
you're
if
not
you
using the right definition of the word
if you
appearance here.
want, Didn't I say that something that appears to be a thing, but it's not that thing
So
that you see
what you should be
in
asking is
physicality?
the basketball round, or does it just appear to be round but is actually shaped like something else?
Well, my question was
Does it appear to be
simple.
round because it
Does
is
the
round, or does it appear
basketball
to be round
look?
because of some illusion?
Yeah,
It
you
appears to be
said
round because it is round. That's what I'm
you
going to say.
said, well, the basketball is round because it looks round.
No, I
But I
say it
asked
looks round
you,
because it is round.
is the basketball round because you feel it and observe it and verified it, yeah? If it's round,
Yeah.
you turn it on all sides. So you verified it. So it's a 3D object, spherical object, yeah?
Yes.
In that moment, that basketball is not an object that appears to be round.
Yes, it is.
No, objects that
Again, you're not
appear to be
using the right
round are
definition of the word appear
objects
here. I get what
you
I
have
get what
not
you're getting at, but
verified.
the way you're using words does not make sense.
Mm. Yeah,
Let's just
but
say the basketball is round. Okay.
in your globe model, yeah, um, you also have the horizon,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and the horizon is that line of obstruction where the curvature of the globe doesn't allow you to see any further because it's behind that curvature, the hill, you know?
Yeah. Let's go with that for now.
Yeah. Is it or is it not?
It is.
Yeah, good. Now, can you tell me the definition of horizon?
Definition of horizon.
Yes.
Let's Google it.
Yeah. Please.
No,
Thank
not horizontal.
Horizon.
The circular boundary of the part of the Earth's surface visible from a particular point, ignoring irregularities and obstructions. Or the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. Oh, I get why you're using the word appear now.
So, uh-huh.
I think we're using a bit of
So
weasel language here.
the horizon is an apparent location. It's not actually a geometrical physical location.
Yeah, I suppose yeah, you could say that.
Uh,
It's kind of a, I won't say phenomena, but
what phenomena
there
is it?
isn't exactly one point where the horizon is. It's just kind of like a not imaginary line. But yeah,
It's not an
it's like the sky. The
imaginary.
sky isn't a physical object. The sky is just the thing that you see when you look up. Yes.
So the sky is physical object.
No, the sky
You
is
have
not a
any
physical object.
evidence for that? Oh, so okay. Let's get back to the horizon. I don't want to jump back to the sky. So it's an apparent location where the sky meets the ground. Yeah, these two surfaces converge. But they are not actually intersecting the sky with the ground, correct?
Correct.
It only looks like they do that.
Well, it doesn't really look like they do. It's just the line between the edge of the Earth and the sky. That's the horizon.
Yeah. So now you can't see further beyond the horizon because the curvature of the Earth obstructs you. You know, the ground is going down. Yeah. Always
Yes,
down.
it's curving
exponentially.
downwards.
Yeah, it's
behind the
curving
horizon.
exponentially with distance. Yeah.
Yes.
So with a rate of 8 inch per mile squared.
Yeah.
That's the
I'll
arc
assume that math
curvature.
works out. I don't know. I'm not going to verify, but
Yeah,
yes.
this is the arc curvature given by a sphere with a radius of 3,959 kilometers. So that will be
Yes, sure.
the arc curvature drop rate on a sphere so big. Now, if an observer is 1 foot tall, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
let's say it's a guy who's laying down on his belly, yeah, and he lifts his head up and he looks to the horizon. So his eyes are at a height from the ground of 1 foot, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So at what distance will be the horizon line for him? At what distance things will start to disappear from the bottom up?
I don't know the number, but
According
it's going to
to that,
be less than if he was stood
according
up.
to that curvature rate that we
I
previously
don't know. I'm not
discussed.
going to do the math.
Yeah, it's very easy. It's 1.225 miles. We
Okay.
already did it. So a guy sitting at the beach, yeah,
Yeah.
um, in a sunny day, good weather, good visibility, and uh, low wind, so you don't have high waves. You know, it's
Mm-hmm.
only very small waves at the ocean. Um, this guy lays down on the beach on his belly, lifts his head up, and the horizon line, according to that arc curvature, will be at 1.225 miles away. So everything going beyond that distance will start to disappear from the bottom up. All the boats or swimmers, you know, he will not be able to see them anymore because they are going behind that curvature, yeah, of that bulge of the globe.
Uh-huh.
So, but we actually see when we go to the ocean, yeah, we can see there is a guy in California. He took a camera, yeah, a Nikon P900, and he put it on the beach at 1 foot height, yeah, and he filmed the horizon on the ocean. And he zooms in. This camera has a 80x zoom in or 86, whatever. It's one of
Can you share
the
the video?
highest zoom cameras. And he, with his naked eyes, there are 2 oil platforms on the ocean there in California. One is at a distance of about 6 miles, and the other is at about 9 miles away from the shore. With the naked eye, the platforms were not visible or almost not visible. You know, you would have to look you will need very good eye vision and to look very careful to see them. But when he zooms in with the camera, uh, he observes both platforms from the bottom, all the way from the bottom up, and the horizon line is visible to be in that image, being behind the last platform, the platform which is the furthest, like 9 miles. So the horizon line, we can safely say, was at 10 miles or 11 miles. So according to your globe geometry math, yeah, those platforms were supposed to be hidden by the Earth's curvature.
Well, then his measurements were wrong.
These are not measurements, they are direct observations.
Yeah, you need to measure it.
To measure what?
If the height and the curve of the Earth, whatever, says that the floor of these oil rigs or whatever it was you said shouldn't be visible, then they shouldn't be visible. If you can see them, then
Well,
your measurements are wrong.
listen, the location of the oil rigs is known with very good, accurate precision. Yeah, these people, they use the best technologies, GPS systems, yeah, to know exactly their position, location on the ocean or on the ground. Yeah,
Oh my god.
because
Oh my
it's an
god.
oil platform.
Dude, why
So
doesn't
you're
it
saying,
happen every day?
what dude? What dude?
Why
Are you
doesn't it
saying
happen
that
every day?
those people, they have no clue what distance they are from the shore? What? What dude?
Well, this guy was clearly either he measured his height wrong of the camera. Maybe he didn't measure it at sea level.
Oh, really? 1 foot 33 centimeters.
He forgot to mention that
is
there are
measured
days
wrong.
where you can't see the bottom of the oil rig. You forgot to mention that.
Oh, are you telling porkies?
Yeah, there are days where you can't see the bottom of it. It's bottom up.
Yes, I agree. There are days
Yo,
with
Booney, check your
higher
messages.
refraction
Booney, check your
index.
messages.
Just skip all that though, right? Don't mention that. Talk for like 15 minutes very slow, but don't mention that.
I mean, okay, so let's say, well, let's say this. Actually, let's not say it's true. But well, it doesn't matter because if you go out further, things will disappear over the horizon. So how do you explain that?
Well, you can't explain why the horizon was supposed to be at 1.2 miles away.
I can.
Yeah.
The measurements are wrong.
You can't
There's some
explain
other
that.
factor that you're not accounting for here.
Actually, the horizon was visible at a much further distance. And when you go to the ocean and you have a camera, Nikon P900, you can do this test. Find out at what distance you can see the horizon with your naked eyes, yeah, and then use the camera to zoom in and see how much further away the camera can see in comparison to your eyes. You will
What?
have two different horizon locations. The camera, when it's zooming in at full maximization, will see a horizon much, much further than what you can see with your naked eyes. So you will have two different horizon locations observed in a straight line from the same line of sight.
Yeah, the horizon isn't changing. You're just getting a better view of it because a camera can capture it better than your naked eye can.
No, when you make observation with a Nikon camera, it extends the distance to where the horizon is.
Wrong.
Not wrong.
Okay.
This is fact. even binoculars and telescopes, they can enhance vision and see greater distances than the naked eye.
Let's station a camera eye level, and
I
the bottom
personally
of the
believe
boat.
the Earth is square. It's not flat nor round. It's a square. Change my mind.
Well, you're gay.
No,
Squares are
Station a
flat, bro.
camera eye
I
level.
love a woman, the woman of my life.
Oh,
Anyway.
so you can't follow. All right.
So yeah, it's a square.
If you
Squares are
station the
flat.
camera 2 feet above the ground and you make it level, and a boat's sailing off into the distance, it goes from 1 mile away to 2 miles away to 3 miles away, why doesn't it continue to change angular size? Instead, what we see, what's observed, is that it goes below eye level. How do you explain that on a flat Earth? Why would anything go below eye level when the further away it gets, it should continue to rise towards eye level and change angular size? But instead, what we
Flat
see is the
earthers just
boat
say
goes
they do
below
say
eye
it's the
level.
heat. They say it's
The
Can
the
we
boat
heat.
not
literally
ask him any
drops
more
below the
questions,
curvature
please?
of the Earth. That's what we see.
You're saying that when the boat is sailing away from the observer, the boat is not getting smaller? Or what are you saying?
Correct.
That's bullshit. Things
I
that
can show you tons of
go
pictures of this. This
further
is what
away,
everybody observes.
the smaller they appear.
I can send you bazillions of pictures of this. This is what everyone observes.
Bullshit.
Oh, you've never seen a boat obstructed bottom up? Really? Like, seriously,
No,
dude?
it's saying that he doesn't get smaller,
Right.
I know
which is
what
not.
causes this obstruction bottom up. That is light refraction of light.
Why would something that should be continuing to rise towards eye level, why is it dropping
Yeah,
if it's when it gets further? Why isn't it
listen,
continue to rise?
listen. One day, when you make an observation of a boat sailing away on the sea or ocean, you will see it, let's say, up to 5 miles away, and then it will start to disappear bottom up, yeah, in your eyesight. Next day, when you do the same thing, the boat will start to disappear bottom up at a distance of approximately 2 or 3 miles, because in that day you have a higher refraction index of the air, yeah, weather conditions, different weather conditions. So our visibility, distance that we can see, how far we can see, is given by the air refraction index at the time and day of the observation.
Why would refraction put something that should be rising up below eye level? Why?
What?
I'm going to stream something here because this explains it. I understand the question. Are we all watching? This is important.
Does it talk at a decent pace?
Even better. It's faster.
Oh, thank God.
Faster.
So let's say we've got a boat here.
Not insanely
Okay.
slow.
So this is over here. This is like an observer. This is like its angle of which it can view. This blue line is like the center. So when it's close, you should be able to see like the flag here. But if I take this, it's over here, it should rise above. So if you photograph something when it's close, it should be below your eye line, below the center, and as it goes further away, it should go up above it. But that doesn't happen. Why doesn't that happen?
Exactly.
But if we have a curve, like this.
Hold on a second. That's not curving at the rate of Earth's radius. Oh, you're doing it wrong. Ah.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
it's
it's
close
curving
enough.
down?
Yeah.
Okay, so put put someone on the other side there, on the right-hand side.
I'm going to put a boat there. Copy this boat again.
Sure.
I've got the boat here. Oh, you can't fucking
Put
rotate,
it-
can you?
Put it
And
farther.
then we've got a boat over here.
Right. Okay. Now, could you connect the furthest boat on the right to the
This one?
person? Yeah.
Nope. Could you connect it? I mean, you can see it. This blue
No,
line.
no. Through the Earth there.
Oh, like this.
Yeah. See, so
Let's
what you
make
have
this
now-
line green. This is it going through the Earth. So this
Sure,
is
so-
this green line. Everything below this green line you can't see.
Well, no. Please connect the person and that boat with the green line.
Like this.
No, from the bottom of the person. Yeah, right. Just like that. So now you have a hump. You don't have a
Mhm.
drop. Right. So it's
You
not
want a
drop, is it?
0-foot observer?
Yeah, I
you
mean, if
wouldn't
this
see the boat
observer
if you're like
was,
if you're directly like above the ground, like 1 foot above the ground, you probably won't see it. That's right.
you wouldn't see anything.
But you have a hump now. You don't have a drop.
I mean, hump or drop. What does that mean? It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's just obstruction.
So up is the same thing as down?
You're trying to see through a hill.
Well, up is
But-
dependent on where you are on the Earth.
Well, it's supposed to curve down from your position, correct? But now we have it curving up.
I mean, it curves in both ways. If I do purple, up over here is in this direction, and up over here is in like this direction.
Okay, so do you have a hump or a drop? What's causing the obstruction? Is Earth curving up?
The
or is it
Earth being in the
curving
way.
down? Is
It curves
curving
down
up?
from relative to where you're viewing it from.
So it's just perspective, right? It's not really curving. Because if it did really curve, you know what would happen to the water?
Yes, it's really
The
curving.
line of sight.
What would happen to the water if the Earth was really curving down?
I mean,
Can you
nothing.
answer that?
I mean,
It
down
would
Nothing.
appear. it would
down
appear
changes
below
depending
eye
on where you're.
Have
Where
you
you
ever heard of a river?
I've heard of rivers.
Right. So the water would flow, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
water flows in rivers.
Right. That's when the Earth really curves down, right? Like really, not this perspective up is down thing. Correct?
What do you mean when it really curves?
Well, when the Earth,
I mean, it's curved.
yeah, when it curves down or up, the water will flow from high to low.
Yes, gravity pulls water down to Earth.
Right. Gravity is why water falls off balls and flows downhill.
Mhm.
Right.
That's not what I said.
Right. So you just said that it's not really curving down or up, it's perspective, right? It's relative to your position, correct? Not actual. Because if it was actual, then the water would flow, wouldn't it?
No, because you're misunderstanding
Really?
how gravity pulls things towards the center of mass, the center
Right.
of the Earth.
Gravity is why the water flows downhill, correct?
Yes,
Right.
it flows from a
So-
high place to a low place.
Right. So it's not really going high to low because the water's not curving, and it's not going up because that's just relative to where you are, right? So if it's
Yeah,
not curving
relative.
up or
If you
down, then-
pour water off the top of a mountain, it's going to flow down relative to that mountain.
relative to horizontal.
If you were on the other side of the planet, technically that water would be flowing upwards, I guess.
Really?
Yeah, because up and down is just a matter of, well,
Perspective.
relative to where you are. Not
Right?
perspective. Not, I wouldn't say perspective, but it's relative to your
So-
position.
So it's relative. So it's not really curving up or down, is it? Because it's just relative.
No, I know it's really curving.
Well, the water would flow if it was really curving, like you said before, right?
The horizon
No.
would be at eye level if it was really flat, and it's not.
Well, I'm just trying to look for
Let's-
some consistency here.
Let's start a new picture. Okay,
There's
so we've
too
got a
many
bottle here. This is
contradictions
the Earth. Okay,
here. Is it?
this red bit is the center of gravity of the Earth.
Okay.
I'm gonna fucking move this thing. Okay. So from here, gravity points in this direction. From here, gravity points in this direction. Okay.
Okay.
Are you following me so far?
Yeah, I got you.
So if you pour a bucket of water up here, it's going to flow in this direction. And if there
So
was
water-
nothing in the way here,
Uh-huh.
it would fill this part of the earth.
So
Similarly,
what happens?
pour a bucket of
but
water
what
over here,
happens-
it would flow in this direction. Because the center of mass is here, so this is what everything is attracted to.
So then water would just stay where it is. It wouldn't flow high to low, would it? It would constantly be pulled straight down. It wouldn't flow.
Exactly. That's what we say.
Yeah.
So water doesn't flow high to low, right?
No, water does flow high to low.
Right.
If you have a mountain, you pour water off the
Right.
mountain, it flows all the way down.
Yeah, because it's actually curving down. When it's not curving, the water doesn't flow, correct?
When it's not curving, the water doesn't flow.
That's right.
Um,
No curve, no flow.
what?
Yep.
What?
Come on.
I think you're like confusing like the greater shape of the Earth with like a
No,
smaller
I'm not.
curve.
I'm just speaking from reality.
Here's some
Yeah.
reality. If I station somebody and they have a level line of sight, if the earth were flat, the ground would rise to eye level.
So if you had a horizontal line of sight, you're saying that the earth would pump up in front of you?
I'm saying that you would see so far into the distance that it would just continue to rise to eye level and then eventually get there. Like the horizon
Okay.
would be in the center of your vision. It would be at level.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not
Well,
what we see.
I just talk about what I can prove, not ifs or anything.
But we could prove that's not the case.
Yeah, well, I can prove that water flows high to low when there's a curve of the earth, like
Yeah,
a hill
that doesn't
or a
debunk the
mountain.
globe.
But well,
The globe
if there's
can do
curve,
that.
then
I mean,
the water
water, like anything else, falls towards the center of gravity,
Okay.
which is at the center of the Earth.
Flat
Yeah,
Earth
you could-
doesn't have a center of gravity, so what causes downward acceleration?
You could
This,
explain
if you go
why
back to
things
me,
fall however you
this
want.
curve here
It doesn't really matter.
is not the same kind of curve as this curve around here.
Okay, great.
They're both curves.
Curves which way?
Well, again, that's dependent on where on the Earth you are.
Right. It's relative. It's not really up or down. It's just kind of up in the air.
One question,
No,
please.
Uh-huh.
You're fucking with me.
No, I'm
Okay,
serious,
can I?
dude. Go ahead.
Thank you. So you draw those radiuses on that circle as the down vector, the gravity down vector. They coincide with the radius of that circle, correct?
They coincide with the radius of the circle. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Yeah, so according to the location you move on that circle, yeah, your down vector will always be the radius of the circle from the center to that location where you are.
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
If you
From
drop
you
a
up here,
plumb bob
Then you
anywhere on
down
Earth,
radius is this
draw
way.
a radius.
the
Listen,
vertical
From here,
draw a
down radius is that way.
radius on that circle.
Radius, like this.
Yeah,
yeah, the distance from the edge of the circle to the center is the radius. Yep.
Yes, yes.
I told him to draw a radius and he draws a tiny circle.
What do you mean this?
He wants you to draw a line from the
Right.
center. Yeah.
That's
wants a
a
radius, yeah.
radius. Good.
Yes.
Now,
Okay.
in the center of the circle, you have the beginning of the radius. At the edge of the circle, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you have the end of the radius. Now, when a person is in that location, his down vector is pointing exactly towards the center of that circle, correct?
Correct.
Good, good. I'm glad we established this. Now, a person in a different location on that circle, his down vector will be the radius from his location to the center of the circle. Can you draw another one? Like at a 30-degree? Yeah, that's good. Perfect.
There we go.
So, good. Now, these two radiuses, are they parallel to each other or they intersect?
They
They're not
intersect.
parallel.
In the center, yeah, they intersect, correct?
Correct.
No two
Good.
radiuses can be
So,
parallel.
so those radiuses, they are not parallel to each other.
No.
Good, good. I'm glad you understand this. Now,
Almost
can
got
you
it.
show me two plumb lines, yeah, at distances of 10, 100, 1 kilometers apart from each other? Can you measure that they are not parallel and they actually do have an angle between them, just like these two radiuses show? The case of the gravity down vectors, they will always converge to the center of the sphere. So every person down vector is actually unique. Yeah. So my down vector in my location in Germany cannot be parallel to your down vector in USA where you are, or wherever, what country you are, or location. So our two down vectors, they cannot be parallel to each other.
Uh, you talk so slow, it's so hard to like get a grasp of what you're saying. Yes, our down vectors in Germany, in the US, are not going to be parallel. In fact,
Good.
none of them can be parallel.
Where's the
because
evidence of two
Good.
verticals 100 kilometers apart and they are
So
parallel?
on
And where
the
they are
surface of
perpendicular
that,
to the same horizontal?
yeah,
Where's that?
on the surface of that circle, we imagine it's a sphere, yeah, the globe Earth, yeah.
Yes, this is a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional
Yeah,
object.
yeah. So the down vectors of two locations, they can never be parallel to each other because they intersect in the center of that sphere. So we have instruments, ultra precision measuring instruments like linear encoders, and we have ultra precision cobalt wire, yeah, which is its thickness is constant overall. It's ultra precision wire, yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
it's used to make a plumb line, yeah, to and when you install this into a building, yeah,
Yeah.
and you measure the distance between them at the bottom and at the top, close to the ceiling where they are hanging from, yeah, we find out that these two plumb lines were installed at a 200 meters apart inside the building, and we measured them with linear encoders, optical linear encoders. Now, this is a measuring precision instrument uh, within nanometer precision. So they measure with nanometer precision. They measure distance of 200 meters with nanometer precision. And they found out that these two plumb lines, 200 meters apart from each other, they are perfectly parallel because we measured the distance between them at the bottom and at the top of them. So how do you explain that plumb lines are perfectly parallel to each other, no matter how many of them you install
Let's get a
in the
data set.
world? They will
I want
all
to see this.
they will all be parallel among each other.
I need to see that. I want to see
Well,
this
yeah.
test.
The explanation there is that like
Yeah,
200
this is
meters is
a
on
measurement.
a planet with a
very,
radius of 6,000 kilometers. 200 meters is almost nothing, and these instruments are just not precise enough to measure that.
what do you mean not precise? Do
The
you
odds
know
of
what a nanometer is?
two plumb bobs being perfectly parallel, 200 meters apart.
Yes,
Can I please
yes.
see the data? Like, where is this test?
Yeah, at Renishaw. Call Renishaw. It's a linear encoder manufacturer, and they
It's a claim
installed
with no
these linear
evidence.
encoders for the CNC 3D printer of Airbus, which is using this printer to print airplane large carbon fiber structures with nanometer precision. They are printing carbon fibers, yeah, with nanometer precision.
Plus, just logically, I mean, all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel, right? So if you have a horizontal, all perpendiculars
Yeah,
to that
so
will be parallel.
look, on a distance of 200 meters on a globe, Earth, you would have an arc curvature of approximately 16 millimeters. Now, the floor of this building has been built super flat. It's not curved. I know. But when you are hanging plumb lines, those conform with the down vector on the surface of the globe. And on this distance, if you have this arc curvature, you can very easily find what should be the angle between those two plumb lines, yeah? Those radiuses converging to the center of the sphere. And it will be couple seconds, yeah?
Oh my god, I want to
With
see this
we
so
are
bad.
using actually,
Yeah, this
the difference, listen,
something
the
isn't adding up here.
difference in distance between
Can you
the
just show us?
bottom of the plumb lines,
Yeah,
Did
give
somebody
me a
tell
link.
you
Show me
this,
at the
or
something.
did you
bottom
see
it
it?
will be
Do you have any
200
proof?
meters, and at the top of them should be 210, 220 200 meters and
How are you
20
going to
millimeters.
support this claim?
Yeah, because I remember a similar experiment where people were hanging plumb lines like 500 meters apart, and they did measure a distance. Their down vectors did converge.
Yeah, what measuring instrument did they use? What precision grade?
Yeah, what
Very,
do you do
very
about
hyper
diverging plumb lines?
precise measurements.
Like, do you believe
What
that
is
there's
very
diverging plumb lines?
Listen, I'm talking about measuring instrument with that's capable of measuring nanometers with nanometric precision.
Same.
What's that device instrument?
Where's the test? Where's
I
the
don't know the name of
evidence
the instrument, but yeah,
photos,
it's like
data
some
set?
super precise nanometer measuring device. And yeah, it measured these plumb lines, and their down vectors did converge.
There are no other measuring instruments other than linear encoders, optical linear
Yeah,
encoders.
sure. It was a linear
that can
encoder
measure,
then. Whatever
measure
it was.
with with nanometer precision. So
Yeah,
those are the
it was measuring with
only
nanometer precision.
those are the only technological devices capable to measure such long distances with such precision grade.
Yeah, and the one I'm
So
talking about did
not
measure the down
even
vectors as
those
converging.
laser rangefinders, yeah, they cannot be this precise.
Man, I've been asking around. Show me the test where two plumb bobs that are vertical are perpendicular to the same horizontal plane. I want to see the data set. Nobody's showing it to me. It's just an empty claim.
Yeah, call Renishaw.
No.
Give me a link.
Why
What's
don't
Rainy
you
Show?
have the evidence on deck? Like,
Yeah,
this should be in your flatters folder.
Search on Google Renishaw linear encoders manufacturer, and you will find the brand Renishaw. It's a U.S. Company that specializes in making ultra precision measuring
If I type in
instruments.
Ranty's show on YouTube, I'm not gonna find it. Like, what are you telling me?
Yeah, you can find on Google Rennie Show website.
Like, I've been asking people for this, and now you're about to give it to me, right?
Can you
Like,
post a link in
finally.
the chat?
Company, it's
Anything.
a
Come on,
US
anything.
company.
Well, do you know how to establish a horizontal?
How to establish a horizontal?
Yeah,
No, I don't know what that means.
really. Have you ever heard of a level?
I've heard of a level. I have a spirit level.
Right. So that's when the bubble's in the middle, that's horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So all perpendiculars to that will be parallel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
there you go.
I use also water levels in CNC machining machines installations. We need to use these levels so that the table of the milling machine or grinding or whatever is perfectly level. And also when we install the linear bearings, yeah, ultra precision linear bearing and ball screw bearings for linear precision positioning systems, yeah, we also use water levels, water bubble levels.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, a water level will establish a horizontal plane
Yeah.
of reference.
Yeah, and
Well, it won't be perfectly
if
horizontal.
we will not,
Absolutely will.
It won't.
listen, if
Yes, it
you
will.
install, when
It
you
won't because
install
at one end it was pulling in one vector. Its down vector is in one angle, and at the other end its down vector is another angle, and there'll be a very slight curve.
No, it won't, because do you know what happens to the water when it's not horizontal?
It flows down.
That's
finds its
right.
level. Is that what you're getting at? Yeah.
Spills
But
out.
its level is
There you
not
go.
perfectly level. There's a curve because
It's
of
a straight
the center of
line.
the Earth.
It's 2
It's not
points in
straight.
space, dude. It's 2 points in space, point to point. That's a straight horizontal line.
Yeah, and it's
If either side
flowing
is
down
higher than the
to
other,
one point in
then the water-
space, which is at the center of the Earth,
Yeah, you could make up
which will
whatever
make a
you want.
curve.
I'm just
It's
talking
not making
about.
it up.
I'm just talking about the water. If either side of that water level is higher than the other, then the water spills out. You can't get around that.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's not going to be. You're talking about like a cup is a few inches across.
No,
On
you
a
could
planet
no.
with a radius of 6,000 kilometers, this is almost nothing. It's going to be almost to your eye, it's going to be imperceivable, that curve.
No, I'm not talking about sight. I'm talking about a water level. Do you know what a water level is?
Yes, I know what a water level is.
Okay, it's a tube, right? It's a long ass hose that you fill with water, and you could stretch it as far as you want. And when both sides are equal, that's a horizontal plane.
Yeah, if it's equal.
Right.
But on the Earth, water is not going to be perfectly horizontal.
But that's what they use to establish horizontals on Earth, isn't it?
Yes. They're not perfectly
Okay.
precise. Nothing is.
Yes, they are, dude.
No,
Do
they're
you know
not.
how to tell? The water spills
How can you
out if
tell?
it's not.
Yeah, you're talking about if you tip something over, water's going to spill out.
That's right, if it's not
But
horizontal.
the level of the water, once it's settled in a cup, it's not going to be perfectly horizontal. There's going to be a
Yes,
slight
it
curve.
is. From one end
Nuh-uh.
to the other is a straight line.
Nuh-uh. Nope.
No, this
Yes.
water
Nope.
level, listen, this water level can also be measured with picometer precision. And what the surface of the water is level within picometer precision. Flat, straight. No matter how big the water surface is. It will always be
Yep.
super flat, except when you have a water droplet.
Oh, it's going to be very flat. It's not going to be perfectly flat.
The phenomena of surface tension and stuff like that. Yeah, that makes a water bead. Yeah, to hold its spherical shape. So that's the only case when you see water as having a round curvature shape, curved shape. But when you have large bodies of water at its surface, it will always be flat.
But it isn't.
It is.
If
Nope.
it's not, then the water flows. You got yourself a river.
Yes.
Yeah, because there's a difference between to the center of the Earth's gravity.
So if I make a table, a flat table, I put it on the surface of the globe Earth, So in the center of the table, the down vector is perpendicular to the surface of the table. Now, at the ends of the table, because the table is flat, the down vector will be inwards at an angle. So
Down
if you
vector will
put
be
a
inwards at an angle.
droplet of water on the corner, close to the corner of the table, that droplet of water will have to flow to the center of the table, because your down vectors are converging to the center of the ball. But we don't see this happening.
I mean, you're talking about. There's so many other things to factor in here, like surface tension, wind resistance, air resistance,
listen.
and it's an incredible. A table is going to have an imperfect surface, and
No, I'm talking about super straight table, like
okay.
glass table, polished.
No, even glass, it's not going to be perfect. Every single
perfect
device
materials
that mankind has made has a tolerance.
Maybe we can tell him it's not perfect, but it's not curved.
Yeah, but look, if I make a glass table which has a concavity, it's a round table, but it's concave. And from the center to the outer edge, the concavity height is of let's say 0.2 of a millimeter. So 0.2 millimeters. That's the concavity of this table. It's a very, very small concavity. On a table with a radius of 1. So now when you put a droplet of water or a steel ball at the edge of the table, both of them will go to the center of the table. They will go down.
It'll roll.
They will
You've made a bowl, and it'll roll
to
towards the middle of that bowl.
Yes, it will roll to the middle of the table because the table is concave, and
Correct.
it will roll to the lowest position.
Yes, the lowest point. Yes.
Yeah, and the same will do also the liquids, oil, alcohol, whatever you pour on that table,
Yes.
will leak to the center of the table. Now, So to have this happening, you need to have a concave table. But when you actually build, yeah, a
Mm-hmm.
very flat table, yeah, and you put the steel ball on the table, it will stand still exactly where you put it when the table is precision leveled.
Yes, because there's also friction
Yeah,
that is overcoming gravity there. If you made
listen,
like a
listen.
perfectly flat table
Don't take me with
in a
friction.
perfect vacuum that had
Listen,
absolutely no
listen.
friction whatsoever, and you dropped a ball on it that had
There
absolutely
is no
no
such
friction
thing
whatsoever,
of
it
Can
would
I
friction.
roll to the
Yeah.
center of that table.
can I tell you
Okay.
something about
Let's make
natural?
a table. Let's make this table inside superfluid liquid helium where
Oh my God,
friction
no!
is zero.
I
That's
don't
a
think anything in the universe
frictionless
has zero
medium.
friction.
Yeah. You
No,
will.
nothing
What?
does. Nothing that man can create has no friction.
Quantum vortices,
I don't even know what that is.
because you're illiterate in science.
Sure.
That's why you
Quantum
don't know.
volt.
Quantum vortices.
How do you spell that? Quantum vortice.
Yeah, vortex.
Quantized flux circulation of some physical quantity.
I mean, you are English and you don't even know to spell the words of your language. What the hell?
I'll be honest, I've never heard of quantum vortices before. This is new to me.
VORTICES.
Yeah, I've got it.
Can I
Yeah,
say something
so
about natural table?
go ahead, Sasha.
A whirling
There
mat.
is an
Oh,
there is a natural table. It's called Salt Lake in Bolivia, 4,000 square miles, and that table changed only 1 meter elevation.
Yes. It
wait,
has
how
a
big did you say this
concavity
table
of
was?
1 meter.
That table it's 4,000 square miles.
4,000 square miles.
Yeah, it's something
Yeah.
like 60 per 70, let's say, miles.
A 70-mile table.
It's per 60.
Yeah,
That means
60 miles by
do
70
you know,
miles.
yeah, that's
It's a
4,000
huge
square miles.
area. Yeah.
And that's changing elevation 1 meter. And you have perfect mirror there.
Yeah, when it rains,
Reflection.
it forms one of the biggest and perfect mirrors in the world.
If it's concave, it will be concave mirror. Then you have Kansas,
If the
then you
Earth,
have
if the
Holland,
Earth,
then you have all
if the
tables.
Earth was a globe, it would have been a concave mirror. But it's not a concave mirror. It's actually a super flat mirror, which is verifiable because everything that reflects in it, what is observed as a reflection in that mirror, is the image is not distorted at all.
And on the globe, how much you will change elevation in 60 miles?
Yeah.
How much would you change elevation 60 miles?
In 10 you will change 66
the
foot. I don't
curvature
know.
drop.
In 60 miles, I didn't put in calculation. It's between. It's a lot. On 10 it's 66 foot. That means 20 meters.
Yeah, it's more than half a mile. The arc curvature should be more than half a mile.
Maybe not like that, but doesn't matter. It's a lot.
About half mile at 50 miles,
No,
60 miles.
but listen, this Gerbi, they are saying that change elevation 1 meter, but on 10 miles
Yeah.
it is 20 meters.
Yes, of course.
Because of light?
No, the curvature drop goes exponentially according to their arc curvature.
No, now
Uh-huh.
let's say why is that happening? Because of light?
Yeah, light, because the bending of light, it straightens the reality.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because
It makes
they
the
always want
world.
to speak about black swan and speaking in one
Yeah.
direction. Okay, you have now here every direction what you want.
Mhm.
Or doesn't matter 20, 40, 30, but it's if you're in center, it's 60 miles everywhere.
I mean, the thing here is like, in order for you to attempt to prove that the Earth is flat, you're having to bring up these just
In order to me
incredibly
to
obscure.
in order to me to prove the Earth is flat, I need to in order to me to prove that Earth is a globe, I need to curve that Bolivia.
Yeah.
No,
And in
look,
order
what I'm getting,
for
no,
you
No.
to
hold on.
Are you
prove
saying
that the
no?
What?
Earth is
Are you
a globe,
are you saying no?
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. But what I'm
Why
saying is,
why is that
in order for
why is that
you to
why is that
attempt to
surface
prove
is
that the
flat?
Earth is flat,
Why is
you're
that
having to bring
surface
up these
flat?
incredibly
Why that
obscure,
surface
supposed
is
scientific
flat?
experiments, which
Why
you
no,
have
that
you
absolutely
have
surface
to
is
no
flat?
bring,
way of
listen,
verifying. All
you
I
have
have to
to
do to prove
bring
it's
this
round is observe a boat going
extraordinary
over
No,
the
evidence
horizon.
no.
because
Are you
you make
saying
the
that is not
extraordinary
verified?
evidence that the world is a globe. That's an extraordinary claim and requires extraordinary evidence. And if you are American, then you have the Boeing company, yeah, the airplane manufacturer, the most famous airplane manufacturer in USA, and they also have giant 3D printer that is using ultra precision linear encoders, yeah, and
Hmm.
they are printing large carbon fiber structures. So you need to go and verify how the method they calibrated that CNC machine, yeah, giant CNC machine. And you will see that they used plumb lines, yeah,
Hmm.
to establish the distance of the track at the bottom and at the top, yeah. So when that machine is moving on its tracks, yeah, the printing head has a height of about 4 to 5 meters high, and when the bottom part side of the head, printing head, starts moving, yeah, also the top of it has to start moving at the same acceleration, speed, and distance. Because if it's tilting, yeah, then you have printing errors. You cannot print within nanometer precision grades. It would be laying the carbon fibers incorrectly, and that would mean for the airplane a weak structural resistance. Do you get that?
I didn't understand a word
So
of what you said there.
they used plumb lines to make
Uh-huh.
sure that machine is perfectly calibrated. Yeah.
Hmm.
So when the bottom part moves 10 millimeters on the track, the top part of it also moves 10 millimeters within nanometer precision over a distance of approximately 200 meters inside that building of Airbus and Boeing. So stop
Well, I just don't
bullshitting
believe you
us.
because you haven't provided
No,
any evidence of this.
I'm not asking you to believe. I'm asking you to actually fucking go to Boeing, yeah, and ask
Just
the
go to Boeing, bro,
experts
and ask.
there, which are working
No, type
with these
Well,
Bolivia South
here's
instruments.
Lake.
well,
Again, you want
here's what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to go to the beach and look out into the ocean, and you can see boats go over the horizon.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
And they are
100%.
going
I've seen
over.
it myself.
Okay, question. They are going over the horizon or over the curvature?
Are you a Bill
both.
Nye fan?
The horizon is caused by the curvature.
Okay, great. Can I post one picture there in the live stream?
You can
text?
post whatever picture you want.
Okay. Just a second.
Okay.
Give me a second, please. There we go. Where is
Okay.
the horizon?
Let me have a look at 1 second. Is this the picture with the oil rigs you posted?
No, I posted the sea. I don't care about oil rigs.
Okay. Well, the horizon is there behind the oil rigs.
Okay.
You can
Can
see it
you
where
read now?
the yellowy bit meets the blue bit.
Yeah.
That's the
behind
horizon.
behind oil rigs.
Yes.
Okay. Can you read now the text about the picture?
Yeah, I've seen this before. I don't believe it.
You don't believe it.
No.
What you don't believe?
I don't believe that these measurements are accurate.
What is not accurate? Tell me these measurements.
Either the distance of the oil rig to the shore, the height of the observer.
Okay, even distance to the oil rig.
Yeah.
Why?
Any of it could be wrong.
It's public information.
Why distance to the oil rig it's wrong?
Because according to the
It's
shape
not
of the Earth.
wrong because that
You can't see
distance
it.
is public information.
Okay.
Yes.
That means that people who build that oil rig, they don't know what is the distance to the shore.
I don't know.
Yeah, they
I don't
have
trust
no
it.
clue where they are.
You've just posted a picture with some numbers on it. There's absolutely no hard evidence here.
Yeah,
but you can see the horizon disappearing. You can see that there's a point where you cannot see any more of the Earth in that photo.
Yeah, good.
Do you know why you can't see anymore? Because the Earth is curving downwards.
Oh, great. Do you see the water behind the oil rig?
Yes, I see the water behind the oil rig.
Is that the real water, ocean?
I'm assuming it. Yes, I'm assuming that's the real water.
It is. I'm seeing also. Yeah. Does that ocean should to make the curvature?
Does that also make the curvature?
I'm asking, does that physical thing, that ocean, what we see behind, should to make curvature? It start to drop.
Yes, it'll start to drop.
Where it should start to drop?
Well, it'll start to drop like an inch in front of you.
Yeah. And where is for that height, where is the distance on the globe? Where is starting to curve?
What?
Oh, for example, this
are you asking how far you should be able to see?
This oil rig is on 500 yards. First one. The second one is on 700 yards. You know, and the observation height is 2 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the real data.
Okay. So
the people, when they're saying this is the 1 foot observation, what you can see the guy is making, putting on the ground, on the beach, explaining the video, making not one videos, making more videos with going up, changing elevation. Okay, that doesn't matter. Then the distance that oil rigs are, we know, because you can put every distance on the Google and you will get exact right distance. For example, from your street to another street. Okay, right. Because of all these things, what I told you now, don't believe that. I'm telling you now. This first oil rig was on 500 yards. That's the real truth. The second one was on 700 yards, and the observer height is 2 kilometers. What is the truth?
The truth is, he's a clown.
What do you mean the truth?
The truth is this. How about this? You go to the beach. You take the camera. You put the camera on the 1 foot observer height, and you observe something in distance. And then you make a conclusion, say, look at this. Every time when I do this, every time in every location, it's on 1.22 miles. There
it's not.
people are wrong. I have a, and then you make a channel, video channel. Then you make that 1,000 observations with 1.22 miles, and then you man, you will be famous. You will debunk all this bullshit all flat earth here.
Yes.
If you don't believe
Didn't
that
someone
that is
post a
1
photo
foot,
of
if you
disproving this?
don't
Oh, yeah, here it
believe
is.
if you don't believe that that's 1 foot height, man, you don't. You need to do yourself that.
I don't.
No, you don't, of course. Because of
Because
that, I told you.
either the measurement's wrong, or maybe I don't know. Maybe like the tide is coming in. There's something wrong about that. But then, look, how do you explain this photo?
I will tell you the better advice. If you don't want to believe, if you want to believe in globe forever, to never ever do that.
Well, all he has to do, Sasha, is chant "Boats go over curve." Boats go over curve.
But listen,
Problem
this I
solved.
told
I mean, how?
listen, this I told him what he can do, and he said, "I will
How?
not do that." That means,
Yeah,
okay, great. If you want to believe in ball, don't do that ever.
Yeah, he's proudly got his head shoved right into the sand for some reason. Yeah, buddy, maybe you should enroll in a Drawing 101 course before you're so certain of what can and can't happen in the distance.
Okay, all
Relax.
right. Look, I'm
Relax.
I'm going
Relax,
to.
pal.
I'm relaxed. Okay, I'm chilled. Okay.
Relax, pal.
Okay.
We don't live on
Okay.
a water ball. No one's played golf on the moon. No one's ridden dune buggies on the moon. No black hole is gonna suck us up. Relax.
Okay. Cool story. Okay, so now I'm going to post a photo in the chat.
No, sir.
Okay.
The black hole is an uncool story.
I've posted a photo. Please explain to me why you cannot see the bottom of this boat.
A question argument.
Refraction.
You see the difference, sir?
Refraction.
Refraction index of the air.
The refraction index of the Earth.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
it limits the distance to how far you can see.
Yeah, hold on. Is that the curvature of the Earth?
That's the horizon, and that's a boat over the horizon.
Okay, yeah, that's the horizon. Is that the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your distance from that?
Well, it depends on your height.
Well, no, it depends on your
about
distance. It
3
depends on
miles.
your distance and your height. So what is
Are you
your
talking about
distance and your
the
height? What
horizon
is
or
your
the boat?
distance? I'm asking what your point of view. What's your distance and elevation of how high are you above the water when you're looking at this?
So if you're stood up about
So
average height, you can see about 3
hold on.
miles.
Hold on. We know that. We're asking, you posted an example that showed curvature of the Earth. So where are you seeing this from?
The shore.
Oh, distance and observation.
How far is the boat?
I don't know. But it's over the horizon. Greater than 3 miles.
I don't know. Well, why should I believe in that? You don't know. I posted some photo from the video, and you posted only photo, and I don't give you also data, and you are not giving me
You've
data.
provided no data.
I didn't provide the data. You can go to Google. What is this? Where is that? That's all rings Santa Barbara Beach. Where is this? Is this Croatia, India, or South Africa?
It doesn't matter where it is.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't, because the Earth curves. The Earth is a ball.
Oh,
Things
great.
disappear over the horizon no matter where you
Okay,
go.
why don't you
Observation
disprove
height
of
and
the
distance.
curvature?
Observation height and distance, man.
There is. It's in the chat. It's a boat going over the horizon. That proves the curvature.
Your
The observation
misunderstanding
height
of drawing. You listen,
You're a
pal.
clown,
Your
man.
misunderstanding of Drawing 101 concepts is not proof of water ball.
It's not a water ball. It's a.
Can I
Yeah,
show you how?
it's a ball hurtling through space that's claimed to be 70% plus covered at the surface in water.
Yeah.
I will post you another one. How how this is big boat. I will post a small boat, not big one like you. You see the small one. The small one doesn't go over the horizon. Only big ones. Look at this one.
What about it?
Bye.
Well, it's not far enough away then.
Wait. Bye.
It's doing the same thing your other boat is doing, pal.
What do you think it's doing?
How about this one here?
Yeah, it's not far enough away to go over the
Sailing
horizon.
on the seas.
It's
Are these
closer.
giants?
Sailing on the ocean.
Are these giants in the photo I just posted over the curve of the Earth?
No, they're regular people.
Okay, so how do you explain this then?
You talk the wrong person.
Well, they're not going over the horizon.
They're not. What are they doing?
No,
They're
they're
what's
just
going
standing
on?
there. The ground goes up and down. Ground is unlevel.
Ground is going up and down.
The ground is
Yeah.
going up and down, so that's a hill.
Sure, yeah.
So they're in the distance.
The distance between the person taking the photo and those people, like, what's that? Like a foot?
It's like a cliff there, huh?
No, it means the ground has gone up by like a foot.
Water there.
It's not water. It's called in 3D we call it Fresnel.
You can
It's
look
going
at
up and down.
When you look at things at like a very shallow angle, they like appear reflective.
But that road is going up and down.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to see roads is going up and down in reality.
I mean, anywhere.
That's
Are you saying they're going up and down when you're looking, or they're moving up and down?
That's
not
pretty
moving.
cool. That the road is a physical effect, is what he's saying there. When you get to where he's at, it abruptly drops like a foot, like a cliff.
I mean, what do you think the explanation is there for why you can't see his feet?
Well, clearly
Angular
they're giants.
resolution.
No, they're
Angular
giants.
resolution.
No,
Angular
don't be facetious.
resolution.
What
They're
are you
giants.
proposing?
Angular resolution. Angular
Yeah.
resolution.
They're giants. These are Nephilim.
No, don't be facetious. What do you think? What do you think?
Yeah,
the
I'm
answer is?
serious. That's a curve of the Earth, and they're giants. Part of their bodies being obstructed by the curve of the Earth.
See, I don't think you're being serious.
Well, I mean, when you said that the road just abruptly just cliffs off and drops 1 foot, that doesn't make any sense either. I've never seen a road just do that.
There could be a 1,000 explanations for why you can't see his feet.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah,
so why
be
is
stood in a
that they're
ditch.
giant? Why are they? Well, you can see them. They're on the road
No, you can't, because you can't see what they're stood on. Because you can't see their feet.
because the
Why we
curve
have-
of the Earth
Why
is
we have
blocking.
2 foot of curvature on football field?
Why do we have 2 foot of... We don't.
Well, look at my gift. There is at least 2 foot of curvature there. Isn't? Look at feet, and it will go to the pan.
Well, how far is this camera off the ground?
On the ground.
'Cause it looks pretty low.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the closer you are to the ground, the less distance you can see.
Yeah.
Also,
That's why why we see 10 miles from 30 centimeters height.
because you're higher, and you can't see 10 miles.
Oh, that take the wrong
You
person.
can see like
Oh,
3.
30 centimeters. It's so high that it's incredible, huh?
Huh?
30 centimeters. It's so high that it's so incredible that you can see 10 miles. Is that wonderful?
30 cent? No, you won't be able to see 30. You won't be able to see 10 miles at 30 centimeters up.
Oh, really? We see that with the picture up. Oh, Jesus. You can do that if you want in
I mean,
real life. But man,
why
you
do,
can
what do you,
do
what do
that.
you think these things actually prove?
These things proves that you don't have a sphere.
Why does it prove we don't have a sphere?
Because your
I
sphere
mean,
should
all
start to
it's
drop
showing
because
is that the ground is not level,
because your sphere
perfectly
should
level.
start to drop on 1.2 miles. That's why. Because if it's that horizon, your sphere would be 10 times bigger than what it is now. If it's that the geometrical horizon, that picture, you know, that with 2 oil rigs showing, and that's only oil rigs. We have an island with 20 miles behind also.
Yeah, but what I'm getting, you understand that these don't prove that the Earth is flat. All this actually proves is that the Earth is not a flat plane.
No, this is only proof that Earth is not a sphere. You're correct.
How does it prove that the Earth is not a sphere?
Because you don't a sphere cannot be flat.
Yeah, that it's showing
it's
that
not flat.
Earth,
This GIF of the guy walking away from the camera on the rugby pitch. That's showing that there is some unevenness in the ground.
Yeah,
that shows there is something obstructing the camera and his feet.
Showing you? Do you know what that's showing you?
Yes,
that's
it's showing the ground in between him and the feet.
Okay, so not the curve of the Earth.
That's showing that you cannot see forever, you know?
Not the curve of the Earth. You can see that, right?
No, this isn't necessarily showing the curvature of the Earth. It's showing that the ground within like 200 feet is not even. It's not
your
worldview.
That has to be the curve of the Earth.
No,
because it's bottom-up obstruction. If bottom-up obstruction, then curve of the Earth.
No, not always.
That's what you said.
Yeah, and the same with boats.
I said if you can see a boat going over the horizon. Disappearing bottom up. That shows the shape of the Earth. That's caused by the greater globe shape of the Earth.
Okay, time out. Then I asked you what your observation was and what the height. You can't just make a random claim and say, oh, look, I can't see the bottom of the boat. Therefore, it's the 3959 mile radius ball showing itself. Because if your claim is boats disappear disappearing bottom up, but where
your
all
mic's
would decide they would
we can't hear you.
Would you get the...
Say that again. You might cut out.
Okay, do you get the drift of what I'm saying?
No, I didn't hear it. You got a bad connection.
Hear me, sir?
You're cutting in and out.
Rather go out and come in again.
Definitely, you're cutting in and out. I can hear it too.
I need to save that picture, that globe proof.
The giant one works really well because no matter what they say,
that cannot be wave. You know that picture. That cannot be big wave. No way.
The giant one. But again, all this is showing is that the Earth is not. That the ground is not perfectly flat.
You know
it's not a perfect plane.
You know what? You don't need the giant one. If that camera is on the sea level, you need 1 meter of the wave and by curvature, not 20 meters wave. Do you understand me?
You don't. Say that again.
Oh, if we put camera now, you said on the ground on the football field. Oh, this is camera. But if we put the camera on this sea level and you have 1 meter of wave, what you will see?
If you put the camera, the center of the lens, on the ground, and you have a meter high
I
wave,
can,
yeah, you won't see it.
I can say this camera is not so high. This your picture. I can tell like from view.
No,
And
it
if
seems
it's
pretty high.
there 1 meter, and if it's there 1 meter of wave, only 1 meter I gave you, not big one, you know, like a 10 meters. 1 meter will obscure your vision.
Yeah.
And behind that wave, maybe it's more waves, it will obscure your vision. And plus you don't know
Say that
plus
again?
you don't and plus you don't know the height, you don't know the distance, it's in the middle of the sea.
No,
And
I don't. I don't need
fall.
to. But this
Man,
boat is
man,
clearly
you
what,
don't know. Yeah, but
30,
yeah,
50
you
feet
don't know
tall
if it's
or
that.
more?
You don't know if it's that a wave. You don't know that.
Well, if it was a wave, that wave would have to be what?
Is it
20 feet tall? That's like a fucking
is it your
tsunami.
example? Is it that example of the how to say quiet sea when it's not without winds or you know without waves? Is it that example? Your picture? Is
I
it the
don't know.
same ocean on the oil rigs picture and that with your picture? Can you compare? Is it the same how to say dynamic of the sea?
No, probably not.
No. Where is more quiet? If you understand
Well,
quiet,
if you can see the bottom of an oil rig that's apparently 9 miles away, a foot off the ground, then that's going to be very like that water has to be dipping quite a bit.
Yeah, but do you see that water behind? Is it like is it looks like a waving or it looks like flat like a mirror?
I mean, it looks fairly flat, but it's very far away.
Yeah,
Even
and
great distances at very far away are going to look very flat.
How looks your picture?
It looks pretty
Does
flat
it look
too.
like looks like a flat or it looks like a waving everywhere?
Looks pretty flat.
Well, listen to what you're saying though. You said it's very you said it's very far away.
The boat's very far away. Yeah.
Well, the first one, not your example, the other one. I'm not even looking at the example. Here, my phone's back. Let me run an analogy. I don't know what went on the last 2 minutes, but let me just try and calmly introduce some sort of analogy to you. If you had an ant on a billiards ball, right?
Okay.
You following? And the ant walks away from you, and eventually the ant would go to the other side of the ball, right?
Yes.
At some point it disappears, correct?
Yes.
From your point of view?
Yes.
That ant disappears over the billiards ball would be the geometric horizon of that billiards ball. Then you take a bigger ball, take a basketball, then take a beach ball, and then take a big yoga ball. Take the biggest ball you can find. The ant is going to disappear as it walks away from you based on the size of the ball, correct?
But yeah, as the ant walks away, there's going to be a certain point where you won't be able to see the ant anymore.
And it's dependent on the size of the ball you're holding.
When you say what do you mean dependent?
Well, it's a different location. Each ball will have a different geometric horizon. The ant won't have to walk very far in the billiards ball before it disappears.
Yeah, if you put the ants at the closest point to me on the billiard ball and the closest point to me on the beach ball or whatever, it's going to have to walk further along the beach ball to disappear than it will on the billiard ball.
And if you're holding the billiards ball and the basketball, well, the ant's probably going to go all the way around the damn billiards ball before it even breaks the horizon of the basketball.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
So, and then if you had a floor, if you had like a gymnasium floor, that ant's going to disappear it's going to take the ant even longer to disappear out of your view. If you have a good look at it. So my point is when you show a picture of a boat with the bottom obscuring, it only means something if you can provide the distance from which you've witnessed this, your height, So then you can compare if what you're seeing is the boat actually going over the ball, or a different effect that's causing the disappearance bottom up. You can only claim it's the geometric horizon if it's matching, if it's disappearing at the geometry in which it would disappear.
Okay, yeah, sure. I agree again. That's fair.
But when we know specifically how big they claim the Earth is, they say it's a 3959 mile radius oblate spheroid. So from if you know
it's way bigger than that.
Whoa, no. They say it's a 3,959 mile radius water ball.
I thought you were saying it was
you're
39 miles.
kilometers. 3959, 3,959. It's like 25,000 miles in circumference is what they're claiming. Which sounds big, but if you really think about it, it's little.
No,
but anyways, yeah, it's pretty big, but it's little.
It's big to us.
In 24 hours, I can drive a whole lot of miles. So if that puts in perspective, but yeah, in a car. What I'm saying is they only say it's 3959 to the center of the Earth. Anyways, so if you know your observer's height, if you're at the beach, you know where the ant on the billiards ball should disappear, because it is a ball after all, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, maybe do some long distance observations, and you'll find that these things are not disappearing at where the 3959 mile radius ball would have them disappearing.
Look, you're right. There's waves. There's going to be your height. It's all going to be dependent on like
when I'm saying, but here's the thing. But time out. You're brushing this under the rug. Here's the thing. I know you like to say waves and all this stuff, but you can't. You can only have, if the Earth is a water ball, the sea or the land is going to be curving away from you eventually. Correct?
Yeah.
Well, in all these long distance observations, it's not happening, especially not at the rate of the 3959 claim.
Look, the exact distance doesn't really matter. But the point is, if you go to the beach, wherever,
how much are you gonna give yourself to fudge yourself? You just have endless excuses, or
look? I'm just saying the
actual size does matter of the ball.
Yeah, if you want an accurate measurement of where the boats are going to disappear, whatever, yes, it matters. But the point I'm getting at is, no, look, let me finish. It doesn't matter, because if you go to the beach or wherever like boats are sailing away, you will see boats disappear bottom up over the horizon. Okay, and you won't be able to see them again until they come back.
Yeah, and does that mean does that mean they're going over a geometric horizon?
Yes, because how else would you explain it? If the Earth was flat, you would still be able to see them.
Like I said, perhaps enroll in a drawing 101 course. You seem to have some confusions about perspective.
So why else would they disappear? How else would your view of the boat sailing away be obstructed?
Like I said, refraction of light, the physics of light propagation. That's how we explain it. And perspective. Yeah.
Perspective. Okay.
Because of angular resolution,
you
cannot see forever, man.
Exactly.
If I put the brick on the road, if you go away from the brick, the brick will disappear in one moment. And you now, when you can build, when the brick disappear, now you build the one big tower on that same place above that brick. You will see the tower, but you will not see the brick because of angular resolution. Do you understand that?
The problem
no. You won't be able to see the brick because it's very small.
Can you type angular resolution on Google and see what the fuck is that?
Okay, yeah. I work with cameras. I know what you mean. But yeah, you're not going to be able to see it just because it's very small and very far away.
Listen, my friend, I know that science, the science of physics is blasphemy for your religious heliocentric religion.
It's not isn't
The
heliocentric mean like
problem
the sun is the center?
Yeah, heliocentrism is a religion.
Having I represent the sun as a center and accepted it.
Yeah, this is how it's called, this religion where people believe that the world is a globe, the shape of the globe spinning around the sun.
Yeah. Yeah, that's yes.
Yeah, this religion is called heliocentrism.
Okay, sure. I'm a heliocentrist.
Yes,
Okay. So yeah,
correct.
if
And
you're just here to share your
science and knowledge, it is blasphemy for you to hear.
No, I follow it pretty.
Yes,
I agree with it.
even geometry, basic geometry, is also blasphemy to you.
No, like the other guy said, if you have an ant walking around a billiard ball, it'll disappear. Same if you have a boat sailing away into the distance,
so
it'll disappear.
apply that to the
So the same
apply
thing.
that to the claimed 3959-mile radius spheroid.
What do you mean apply it? I've applied it. Sure, it works.
Well,
That's why
no,
things disappear over the
you
horizon.
didn't apply it because when we asked you to give you the specific examples of the boat, you had no idea. You had no idea the distance. You said, "Yep, good enough. That's it." Yeah, and then someone showed you. Have you seen the RC boat? The little remote control boat.
Because
well, is
the
that
exact distance doesn't matter, but the phenomena.
Okay, is that the curvature of the
happens.
Earth? Yeah, there you go. So it's not evidence. It's not diddly squat.
No, it is evidence because you can see it. If you go to the beach and you watch boats sail away, you will see them disappear bottom up.
And they disappear.
And that can only be explained by the curvature of the Earth.
They disappear according to the 3959 sphere. No.
Yes.
Incorrect. I've observed boats disappearing.
I've observed those too.
Yeah, and they disappear. They disappear far further than what the 3959-mile radius geometric limitations would allow.
If you're saying they completely disappear further away, like the top of the mast or whatever,
you're trying to mince words or split hairs. You provided.
No, it's not.
You listen.
Because the height.
You provided an example
50 feet tall.
that was no
sometimes.
Good.
No, it's good.
That has nothing to do with the price.
You're saying no. Stop interrupting. You're saying the boats disappear further than whatever. Yes, they will completely disappear further away than 3 miles or whatever you can see at 6 feet high, because the boats are like I don't know how high is a boat mast? Like 40 feet.
Way further than 3 miles. Way further. You're the one that's at the beach. Aren't you at the beach all the time? Because I am. I don't see. Okay, so stop acting like, oh, you just need to go to the beach. You need to go to the beach. Obviously, you see the boat disappear, and obviously it's a club. Well, you go watch your boats disappear and see if they comport to the 3959-mile radius sphere.
Yes, they will. But the top of the mast will disappear further away because it's very tall. But the very bottom of the boat, where the boat meets the ocean, that will disappear at 3 miles.
Yes, and that I told you. The refraction and the physics of light explains it very well and very crystal clear.
How?
Refraction. Light propagation.
Well, you're just saying refraction. You're not really explaining anything.
Can I
just
ask
say
you a
refraction?
question?
I win.
Can I ask you a question?
No,
I don't
you
want
are not
to.
winning
I don't want
anything.
to. Can I ask a question? I don't want to win.
No, I want this guy to explain how refraction causes.
I want to ask only one question. Only one question, simple one. I don't want to win.
Okay, fine. This guy's going to
answer. Is it this what we told you? This about horizon, geometrical things. This about size of the Earth. What Radvan told you. What I told. Is that enough for you, like information? You're saying this is not. This is nothing. This is Earth is still curving.
Yeah, the Earth is still curved.
Okay,
The Earth is a
great.
ball.
Can you put yourself now on mute and everything is all right? You can live your life. Everything is great. We want to give other people this information.
No, I want to hear what this guy has to say about
No, you're
the
okay,
light
man.
diffraction.
You're okay. You're totally okay. This was not enough for you. We don't know. We don't have more to offer you.
Okay, well, I've got more.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all.
Boat claiming. You see the video I've posted in the live stream. Scroll up.
RC boat proves over the horizon is an optical phenomena.
Awesome. So on this lake, the Earth curvature should be beyond the boat. The boat starts to disappear from the bottom up before the geometric horizon. It's an optical phenomenon, mate. Watch the video.
Yes.
Again, you're talking about a very small boat.
I'm talking about you can't see
How
the
big is
bottom
this
of
lake?
that boat. You can't see the bottom of that boat before the horizon. The horizon's behind the boat. The distance
boat
isn't big enough for the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, because
but you can quite clearly see
this lake isn't
blah,
going to
blah,
be
blah,
perfectly
blah,
flat.
blah, blah, blah,
It's going to sink into the water a little bit.
blah, blah, blah. No one's talking about the bit underneath the water that you can't fucking see. We're talking about watch the video and then make
I'm watching the
fucking
video.
claim.
I'm watching the video.
Awesome
I'm seeing a
stuff.
boat,
So you know,
a little
awesome.
RC boat zipping
Awesome.
around.
Awesome. Well done. So eventually you won't be able to see the bottom of that boat. But it's before the horizon, which is behind the boat. It's an optical phenomena, depression angle.
No, it isn't. What? You can see the boat the whole time.
Brilliant.
You can see the
What
boat.
does this prove? This is nonsense. You can see this fucking boat.
You are nonsense.
I'll get you number 5. Before the horizon, you can't see the bottom of the boat. What we're talking about is angular size, mate.
Yeah.
You say it doesn't matter what the distance, I can't see the bottom of an object. The only reason is physical obstruction. Even when we remove the physical obstruction and point out to the horizon's optical, then I give you a small demonstration of a fucking boat disappearing before the limitation of the Earth curve.
But it's not disappearing. Why are you saying something that's not happening? From 1 second up until 30 seconds of this video, you can see this boat.
Ain't not far away. No problem, I'll go and get you another 5.
Okay, so the light reflection thing. Explain. No? Okay. Satellites. What else have we got? We've been through gravity. Well, actually, let me quiz you guys for a bit. So, if you think the Earth is flat, where does the sun go at night? Where does the moon go?
Above the sea level.
Sunlight doesn't propagate
Above,
infinitely.
Wait, actually.
Moon is going above the sea level.
So, wait, hold on, actually. Let me
Did
say,
you hear
so
me? The moon is going above the sea level.
The moon is going above the sea level?
Yeah. Above the sea level, yeah. How you can have sea level on the sphere?
I can explain that quite easily.
How? I don't even
Explain.
understand the point you're making.
Yeah, like you understand that the liquid on the earth, the sea, like the ground below it isn't all the same. Like there's gonna be dips.
Yeah.
It's not
How
like
you
someone's
will
just
measure
cut a
depth?
bowl.
How you will measure depth?
We have, yeah. So we
How
can
you
actually
measure
see
depth?
we can see depth, right? And we can measure
How
depth.
we measure depth?
How do we measure depth?
Yeah.
Normally through sonar. Normally put a radar or sonar down there.
Yeah. And what is the top?
What?
What is the top when you measure the depth?
What do you mean top? Like above it?
What?
Like
Yeah.
boats sometimes?
What is the 0 point when you start to measure depth?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. Why?
You will not able to tell me.
Yeah.
How you will know the depth if you don't know the base?
Because it tends to be that depth goes below sea level a lot of the time. Like there are areas of the
Okay, sea
ocean.
level. We are
There's
speaking about
yeah.
sea level for
Wait,
depth
yeah.
and sea level for elevation. Is that true?
What?
Are we using sea level for depth and for the elevation?
No. The sea level is where the
No.
depth finishes because it has to remain level. Otherwise, you see all the little cracks and holes in the earth, buddy. The water floats into them. The same way, if you had a crack or hole in your bowl, water would flow out of it. Like water isn't just a stagnant thing. It's not like, you know.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
This is like solid water theory. Like what am I listening to?
It's not theory. Water is behaving in nature like it's behaving. We don't need to make theories about water.
Yeah, they claim the Earth is a water ball. They claim it's an oblate spheroid, 70% plus covered at the surface with water. So yes, water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is what we claim.
Does water bum you out or something, or what's going on? The simplicity of water, does it just wreck your whole plan?
No, because I think you guys get water wrong. Hang on, let me bring it up. There's actually a generated image of what the Earth would look like if there was no water, right? And if all the mountains were
Cartoon. A cartoon, excellent.
Well, it's not a cartoon; it's a representation of the Earth.
His imagination.
Yeah,
yes.
No. It's
No,
an
it's
AI.
a measurement.
It's a cartoon of his imagined Earth. Yes.
No, okay, we could call that.
Okay, well, the other guy seems to have a problem with it being called that. So why don't you tell him that this is a cartoon of what your imagined water ball Earth is without the water? Tell him.
That is a very exaggerated photo.
Why?
Because the oceans are not that deep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not.
If you shrink the size of the Earth in proportion, shrink it down to the size of a billiard ball, it will be very, very smooth.
Yeah, I don't know what that photo is.
That is ridiculously
That's
exaggerated.
not a photo, gentlemen.
You're right. All right.
That's
That's
a
what would you call
cartoon.
it? That rendition of the Earth is exaggerated.
Are you saying
it's exactly what your imagination came up with?
Can we put the water there now?
He doesn't like water.
Let's put
like
water in that. Even if you want to put a little bit, if you say that sorry because of my English, exaggerated, that let's put the elevation less and let's put water inside.
So this isn't without water. It's it's like the geoid, like the Earth, what the gravity does to Earth. So the Earth
Relax with your gravity chanting.
The globe is rotating.
Really? What is rotating?
The Earth.
We're not at church, guys.
How you will prove that?
How would you prove the Earth's rotating?
Yeah, who proved that?
Yeah. Open your hymnals.
Well, we have I don't know, I guess you'd call it paintings in the sky that we can look at, and every now and again they change and they move and then they come back.
Okay, if things change and move in the sky, that's telling you that the ground is moving.
I was being sarcastic, in fairness.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't sound the same on this server as you do on the last server.
Wait, who's talking?
Oh, I thought someone else was serving. Never mind. I can't tell who's joking, who's chanting, who's... I can't tell what's going on. Never mind. So let's get back to water. Yeah, why can't we just get back to water? I don't get it.
This picture is probably a more accurate representation of it.
How about
The Earth is very smooth.
pictures? How about pictures about lakes, oceans, pictures about that?
Pictures, what?
Pictures of lake.
Pictures of lake.
Yeah.
What about pictures of lake?
How pictures of lake look like?
How do pictures of lake look like?
I think that it doesn't look curved in any picture.
Well, no, from the Earth you won't be able to see a curve. It's very minor.
Oh, that minus that
the
1.22
last guy,
miles. What we spoke
the last
before.
guy, the last guy was chanting about boats going over the curve.
What?
Oh yeah,
No.
I mean you can see it. You can see it. What would you say? You can see like lengthways, but not.
You can see it. You can see it. You can see it.
Widthways.
Okay. We're talking about depth.
Good argument, bro.
Keep the story straight. Try and keep the story
I'm keeping
straight,
my story
guys.
straight. Yes, you can
Yeah,
see.
look,
You can see. You can observe an effect of the curve as boats
Very
sail away from
geometry.
you. You
Very
won't be able to see the
geometry in your
curve
story.
horizontally.
Very geometry in your story.
What?
There is geometry in your story.
Where is geometry in my story?
Yeah.
Repeating it. This is a good sign.
I didn't mention geometry.
You don't need geometry in your story.
I said I didn't mention geometry.
Now.
Do you
Since
need
we're being-
geometry in your story, or you will speak only story?
Since we're being bad faith now, I'm curious because it tends to be that most flat earthers I meet have other ideas about the government or religion. Are any of you religious?
Okay, Wowie, you're poisoning the well attempts. They can wait. Stand in line. Show your intellectual superiority by being patient. Thank you, Wowie.
Religious? Who is religious?
You know, that's fair. Just because they're wrong about God doesn't mean they're wrong about this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the earth might be flat, but it doesn't make God real.
Okay. So you're atheist, huh?
Do you guys?
I knew it, Kev.
Yeah, hold on. Wait, do you guys realize you guys are chanting the edicts of a Catholic priest, though, right?
They are religious. Their religion is NASA, bro.
They
No.
think they're proud, intellectually
atheist.
superior atheists. Hold on. The
I'm not
proud,
edgy.
intellectually superior atheists are chanting the edicts of a Catholic priest. Everyone,
I'm not an atheist.
Let that sink in.
I'm an
I
apatheist.
consider myself more of a.
What is
yeah,
that?
I'm like an agnostic atheist.
I don't care what you are. You're chanting the edicts of a Catholic priest.
I'm an apatheist.
But look at this.
I don't care who chanted these edicts.
The apatheist.
Also, if I'm chanting the edicts of the Catholic priest, you're still going by the Gregorian calendar, which means you're praying on every wrong day.
Whatever.
We changed the Gregorian calendar.
Atheist, religious people, Muslims, Catholics, Jewish, they are using the same geometry.
Okay, you understand that the Gregorian calendar means that you would be praying on all the wrong days at all the wrong times.
You're poisoning the well,
I
changing
understand
the
the geometry.
subject.
I don't understand. I don't understand Gregorians. I understand geometry. That means 1 meter, it's 1 meter. 1 meter curved, it's 1 meter curved. That I understand. I don't care about Jesus. About
he wants to complain about ancient popes. There's probably a different server for that.
Okay. And what do you think about like the pictures?
Here's the problem. Here's where we're at, guys. Here's the problem. It's a 3959 water ball is the mainstream science communication claim, and it came to be by a Big Bang imagined by Einstein's priest buddy. So you guys can pick it up from there if you'd like.
He said, what do you think about NASA pictures? I think about NASA pictures that must every time match with the reality and everything will be okay.
So you doubt NASA?
No, I doubt reality.
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
No, NASA is not my problem. My problem is, do you know why NASA is my problem? NASA is saying this. Showing you the pictures of the curved water. Okay, because that's from space. Okay. Then you are living on the earth, and then you want to see that curved water. You want to measure that curved water, and you cannot do that. And then you see the behaving of the water. And then you ask yourself, should I ask water and should I observe the water and believe the water, or should I believe the people who are telling me how this water behaves?
Oh, okay. So fundamentally, your problem with NASA is you have a scaling issue.
Okay, can I ask you now a simple question? Do you believe people who telling you how water behave, or you believe water how behave?
Water never tells me anything about how it behaves. Some people can
Okay,
observe
that's
and
your
relate and relay.
that's your
So,
mistake,
some
because
people, some
water
Yeah, well,
telling
okay,
Lee, it
me
sounds like you have
that
some studying to do.
some
that's
people
your
can relay
mistake,
the
because
observations back to me through imagery that I can
that's your
trust.
mistake. That's your
Wow,
mistake. I don't believe
relax.
people telling me. I don't believe what people telling me about water. I believe water what
Sasha,
telling me.
Do you think the government? Do you think the
Hold on.
government also is
I
hiding?
think are you
I
confused about the goal? This, if you're here just to chant your belief system, go ahead
I
and we'll
haven't. He
congratulate
asked me a
you for it.
question. He
Well,
asked me a question.
why don't you give some evidence? Just not I believe it, circular reasoning
No, I
on
didn't.
TV. On TV,
Okay.
I have no reason not to trust them. How about give us some evidence that the water ball they show us on TV is the thing we're standing on? How about connect those two dots?
Okay, so I'm gonna get to that. He asked me a question, I was answering it. Do you have a problem
I'll
there?
listen. No, I'll listen. Thanks.
Right.
Thanks
So
for
I'm gonna carry
the
on answering
order.
his question because I haven't forgotten it yet. So yeah, when you're asking me, do I speak to water? No, I don't. Like I don't speak to water, mate. What I do is I look at other people's observations that unless this like giant cabal that the government and NASA and everyone and the whole world is in it, except for me, I can go, okay, yeah, no, they're probably right. It's one thing I don't know about. I can't observe it myself from outside of the scaling problem I have. I'm not, 1,000 foot tall. And I can say, well, yeah, I'm looking at imagery, legitimate imagery based on what the rest of the world believes, aside from that 5 people on Discord. Like I said, it's probably real, to be honest with you.
can I ask you, do you believe NASA?
Nice
Do I
logic
believe in
stream.
NASA? I'm like, I
No, I'm
think there
just
are,
only question, simple question, nothing.
yeah, I think there are agency. They exist, yeah.
You
Okay,
believe
what
NASA?
do
Okay,
you
okay. Wait, Rod, only. What did you see about NASA in your life? Did you see any documentary? Did you see any movie about? Did you see anything?
Yeah, a few, yeah.
What did you see?
I can't remember. I've seen so much shit, to be honest.
Okay. Did you see bubbles in the space?
Did I see bubbles in the space?
Yeah, I'm asking you this now. You can say me yes, no.
No.
No. Did you see fading people on ISS?
Fading people on the International
Fading. You
Space
know what is
Station.
fading? You know
Yeah, yeah,
fade.
yeah,
I
yeah. I
love the
understand. Like
repeating of
the
the I
Okay.
love the
disappearing.
repeating of the questions.
Did you see that?
Well, it's just his accent. I want to make sure I get it correct. Yeah. No, I didn't see that. Sorry.
Okay. Did you see people having something on the back, some kind of string during the live stream on ISS? Did you see that?
They probably would have that. I wouldn't mind seeing that actually.
They would have something on the back, to like similar to the like a rope.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. I can
Uh,
imagine that.
But see it.
in okay,
You didn't see
great.
their blooper though.
Did you,
Got it.
okay. Did you see how the astronaut giving the hat to other astronaut, but there is nothing in the hand? Did you see that one?
I wouldn't care about that. That
Uh,
ISS shit's mainly publicity.
did you see when
Hey,
they are speaking? Did you see when they are speaking between Earth and ISS? There is a 12 seconds of audio. How to say different?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Did you see how they are speaking like you and me? Did you see that one? And that was not 12 seconds. Like a half an
Wouldn't
hour. It's
surprise
12
me
seconds.
either. Yeah,
Okay,
neither of those
great.
would
Did you
surprise me.
see did you see the big head, big one, big head of astronauts in the space?
I'm curious. How long? Wait, that's a
Di-
good question you
I'm
bring up.
asking you,
You
did
made a
you
good
see
point.
all this? I'm
You're just
asking
asking
you,
me, did I
did
see
you?
these things?
I'm
Listen,
asking you only this. Did you see all these things? What I'm
I've seen
saying?
all
You
this shit. I've seen all this shit. I have another
said he
account on the
hasn't
Flat
seen
Earth
it.
Society and 24-hour
No,
Flat Earth. I have another account
he's
there.
gonna cope spiral now.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
I've
what
seen it
and
all.
what?
You're just ranting. I've
Can you
seen it.
tell me what's that?
What's what?
What's that? What I told you?
All of it? You want me to go through all of it?
Yeah, go bubbles in the space.
Yeah,
All right, I
Go.
haven't
let's
seen
hear
the
your
bubbles.
excuses.
I haven't seen any bubbles.
We saw bubbles.
So
What?
you haven't so you really haven't seen much of this narrative
Wait,
that's
I'm
been
answering this guy.
presented
I
that you
understand you want
hype.
to talk, and I understand that you don't want me to
It
answer
seems
this
like you've
guy.
got it
Listen,
seems like
I'm going to
you've
answer
seen
him
the Cliff Notes
regardless.
version. Yeah,
So,
it
like,
seems like you've
Romanian
seen the
dude,
Cliff
I
Notes
wanted to answer
version.
one of the points you made. It's interesting we talk about how long it takes audio to travel because, in my belief, right, in the globe Earth, I can talk
Are
to
you
people
just
from
sharing
China.
your belief?
No,
Dude,
no,
hold
no,
on.
no, no, no. He
Hold
has a
on.
belief. I have a belief, right? We have beliefs.
No, no,
That's
you're
what we
now
agreed to call it.
that's your wishful
I can
thinking. The
I can talk to
nature of
people from
listen,
China
pal. Hold
instantly,
on,
like we're
Wowee.
talking now. Okay.
Wowee.
So when you say why isn't
Wowee.
there a 12-second delay, but you also say, hey, isn't a 12-second delay between me and you, but there is between the ISS. Is a bold claim considering I can speak to people from China who
Uh,
to me are further, right?
Are they in
okay.
space?
Did you hear me? What did I say about that audio difference? It was
Yeah,
12 seconds in the beginning of the interview, but during how the interview was going on, they were starting to speak like you and me. That means no 12 seconds
yeah,
direct
it doesn't
from
matter.
the.
That could be a connection issue. There's a million things to say about that. That's nothing.
Oh Jesus Christ! If you tell me that is every time the audio late of 12 seconds, it must be every time. It cannot be now. Okay, now it's not anymore.
Do you know what like? Okay, never mind. But
He
you
doesn't
What?
understand, Sasha.
you
Sasha,
understand
he
that
doesn't
the communication
understand that they were talking in real
okay,
time.
you
He
understand the
doesn't
communication
understand
and
that part.
connection aren't consistent,
Doesn't
right?
understand. Yeah, he doesn't understand. They were speaking in the real time. He doesn't understand that.
Yeah, he was making
I
an
understand
excuse
that.
for
I
the delay.
understand that.
Hey,
I
Wowee, cool your roll. Here's another thing you don't understand. The nature
okay,
of
let's go.
water, the nature of water is not bound by my beliefs. So
Right,
there's
yeah, I
no
know.
need to say,
No.
yeah, I've got a moon golf belief and you guys have a water belief. No,
What?
we acknowledge the
Right,
nature of water. You're lost in an outer space mythology. You see the
right.
difference? Yeah,
Okay, I have a
right.
question for you about
So
water.
stop with the you believe this, I believe that. No, I live in reality. You're in La La Land.
You can teach me something really quickly because obviously we
You're,
know a
you're
lot
gonna
about
have
water
you're
now.
gonna have to teach yourself because you're the one who
Okay,
told us
so
that you're the one who
if I
won't go
put
anywhere around water.
if I put water into a fishbowl, you know, the circular or the spherical fish bowls, what happens
Yeah,
to it? What happens to the surface of it?
flat. And there's a meniscus around the edge. Why?
Okay, so it's flat.
Then you put the flat fish food flakes, and they go right down onto the surface of the flat.
Wait,
The
no, I'm
surface of
talking
the
about
bowl.
a sphere bowl, right? The surface
Yeah,
is flat.
yeah.
So,
Welcome to flat Earth.
yeah, okay. So the surface of the water is flat, regardless of the depth or the geometry of
Correct.
the container below it.
Correct.
And you can apply this to the ocean, no?
Welcome to flat Earth.
You can apply this
Yes,
to the
the
ocean.
basins. Yes, the water fills up the basins of the ocean, the
Right,
seabed.
good.
Yes,
Right, good. So
and, and we have sea level,
right.
and we have
So
sea level. Do you know what
yeah,
sea
good.
level is?
I'm aware. So we have oh my god, so I'm sick. We can agree that regardless of the shapeage of the basin, we'll call it, right? The water remains flat at the top, and and the sea level's a bit different because obviously the sea level.
All pictures from space though show a 3959 water ball. Well, that's what we're saying. In reality, water doesn't conform to this dream world. Simple as that.
Okay, what do you mean?
But it does.
Yeah, it does.
It only exists in the chance in which you say level means equidistant from the center of the sphere. It only exists in your imagination, gentlemen. Relax.
So when we're talking about sea level, do you think water in the ocean has a reason to be stagnant? Fuck it, we'll put it that way. Like, do you think that because this is something that we've measured, right? We've measured some countries that their beaches slowly depleting, even by centimeters. Now, if that happens, there's less coverage of the sea level of this water that you're talking about, right? So I'm curious, if that's the case, then how would you expect it to be as level as your glass of water or your fish bowl? If we can observe, so the question is, if we can scientifically replicate and observe that water can
if I
move
take
and
another
shift to
fish
different
bowl,
areas,
listen. If I took another fish bowl, if I took the fish bowl I have and cut a little, just slice off the side of one of them, and melded another fish bowl to the next to it, there's your receding shoreline. Guess what? The water at the surface, what is it doing of those two melded bowls?
I didn't understand that. Can you repeat it?
Just saying, no matter what the container is, the water at the surface is going to do the same thing.
wait, no.
You mean find its level?
Listen, gentlemen,
No,
only
the water's in constant motion.
only in your fallacious
And there's constant
reifications.
material being added into it. So the waters that you're talking about will have constant materials added into them.
Yeah,
From
that the way.
below,
Yeah,
from
if
ahead
you
and
go
from
up
above.
north, you'll see guys surfing on ice. Ice pops off the side of a cliff. They surf the wave,
What?
and the wave dissipates. Things are always added to the water. Yeah.
Yeah, from below as
When
well.
I go
Like
into the
material gets
ocean, I
added, right?
distillate water.
Like rock gets added from below as well. You know. So now look at this fishbowl we had, where we said, hey, look, the water would be level on it. Then you throw in like, I don't know, a fake skull for your fish. The water shakes a bit. You start putting rocks up beneath it from another
Yeah.
hole. It starts moving the water a bit. The water's spreading out. It's trying to find more area because the water needs area to cover, including the sea. It needs
Okay.
area to cover.
Does
It starts taking up more room in this
does the
hole.
water at the surface does the water at the surface stay flat, or does it stay flat at the surface, or does it show the shape of the skull?
It would be in continuous motion. It will be in perpetual motion if things are being added and taken, including
Yeah,
friction,
waves
including movement,
exist.
including
Yeah, waves
friction, so things
exist,
like
tides
wind and
exist.
things like the
Yeah, we're
moon.
not
They can
talking
tether.
about the agitation of the surface. We're talking about, is the surface of the water in reality conforming to the water ball they claim the Earth is? That's what we're talking about.
It wouldn't, no, because it'd be in perpetual motion because of many other
Okay,
factors,
now
which I'm trying to explain to you.
conflating surface
No, I
agitation.
think this is going over your head.
Oh, really? I've been to a placid lake before.
I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds boring.
Would that lake then be conforming to the 3959 water ball?
Well, that placid lake probably didn't have much going on for it, right? And it probably was in
It was
movement due
flat.
to wind, but not. Yeah, it was probably in
Okay.
movement due to wind. Water does move due to wind, believe it or not. Even you flatties believe that. But no, if you were to add all these things into a fishbowl at once, right? And the water's trying to look for more area to cover, you're throwing in, skulls. You got a side hole. You're throwing in rocks to it. It's trying to find more coverage. It's then moving over the rocks. Yeah, if it's in perpetual motion, you're blowing like a fucking fan from above into it. Yeah, don't expect that water to remain flat. That is a ridiculous proposition, actually, and I could replicate that in my flat if I wanted to.
All right. So it sounds like you know a little bit about the globe. Would you say, sir? Wowie?
What? I never said that. I'm here to talk about water. I love water.
No. Here's the skinny, big guy. If you're not here to talk about the three main claims that are about this conversation in this room, then you can sit silently and listen to everybody else discuss it. Because we're
Yeah,
not
that's what
going
I was
to
gonna
talk
do.
about.
Thank
No,
you.
listen to me, champ.
Yeah,
We're not
thank you.
going to
That's what I was
talk
gonna
about
do.
other things other than the geometry of the Earth, if the Earth is in motion, or if the vacuum of space exists. Now, these are the three main tenets of the Earth being a globe. And if you're not here for that, then have a seat and let's go to the next.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was gonna
You
do.
got me? You got me?
All right, I've said
All
like
right.
10 times.
All right, then have a seat then if you're not here to talk about those things. Okay, next. We're not going to be debating topics. We're going to be either you have evidence or you don't. Simple as that.
I'm still interested to hear how light refraction causes things to disappear in the distance.
Okay, remember that I just mentioned three main tenets. Does that have anything to do with the three main tenets that I just told you?
What were the three main tenets?
If you have any measurement for drop over distance, curvature of the Earth, number one. Number two, axial rotation, motion of the Earth. Number three, the vacuum of space existing as a tellus. So, three main tenets. Any evidence for any of those?
Well, yeah. I mean, the curvature of the Earth, the size of it, you can see based on how far away boats disappear.
All right.
You can also measure it by
Okay. Okay. No.
the light of the sun on poles.
If you want to take the challenge, that's fine. I will indulge, but so long as you know your stuff, and if you at the end of it don't say, "Well, I'm not a scientist, so how can I know?" Because I don't want to waste my breath on somebody who's going to do that. So if you want to take this challenge on, that's fine. But don't at the end of it say, "Well, how should I know? I'm not a scientist." I don't want to hear that. If you engage, you're going to
Well,
engage.
hold on. Are you a
Yeah.
scientist?
Huh?
Are you a scientist?
That doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
Because
can you prove any of the measurements for any of your claims?
asking for the qualifier.
Can you prove that the Earth,
I'm asking
that
for
the space isn't a vacuum? Can you prove the size
So-
of the flat Earth? Can you?
So
What was the
you
other thing you
want me
said?
to tell you? So listen, dude. Here's what you want. You want me to tell you how Narnia exists, how Middle Earth is real, how a fantasy that you conjured
No,
up is real.
that's not what I claimed.
Oh, that's what you want, but that's not where you're gonna get because
No, I'm not asking you about Narnia. I'm asking you to prove that the Earth is flat.
Here in this room, when we make our observations, we're gonna see what we see. We don't infer, assume, or project anything. So from this standpoint, right now, you go out into the beach, you do not see what they're claiming that they say you're supposed to see. The prediction of the globe Earth is not there, meaning the curvature of the Earth. Nobody sees globes when they go out into nature. Okay, so this is where we're starting from. Therefore, if there is an assumption or if there's something that people say, well, the Earth is too big, you can't see the globe, because that's, you guys are speaking out two sides of your mouth. At the one hand, people are saying it's too big, you can't see the Earth. It's such a massive ball. And on the other hand, well, ship disappeared behind the curvature. Duh. So
Because
you
you're
see
talking
how
about
you
the
guys
curve
are
in two different directions there.
you're talking about two different things. On the one hand, you see ship disappearing behind curvature, and on the other hand, it's too big to see the curvature. Which is it?
Those aren't contradictory. You're talking about the curve in two different directions.
All right, so for whoever wants to chime in, I'll let you take the challenge. I don't care who it is, so long as one person can answer the question. How have we measured directly the drop over the distance?
Didn't a guy measure it like in 400 BC or whatever?
Okay, so there's
pretty accurately.
There's two ways we can do it. You can say I know and then give you the description of the primary source, the citation, and then followed by the demonstration. Or there's another option where you can say I don't know. Either one of those two, I will accept. Either you know or you don't know. I don't want to hear vague answers of, is it a Greek guy? Is it a Roman guy like 7,000? No. Either you know or you don't. I need primary source, a citation, and a demonstration. It's very simple, gentlemen. You know or you don't know. Your silence I'll take as you don't know.
Give me a minute. But then, I mean, if you're claiming that the Earth is flat,
I'm not claiming anything. Right now, I'm investigating the fact that the Earth is not a globe, and I need the demonstration, a citation, and a primary source, how it is, sir, from you. Because right now, everybody thinks it's a foregone conclusion, and it's not. And you guys don't know that. So right now, I need you guys to at least dig into this topic a little bit, engage for just a moment, and see if we can find any evidence for what I just asked for. And if there is some evidence somewhere that shows us direct measurement of Earth curvature, then I need you to go ahead and relay that information to me with primary source, a citation, followed by a demonstration. I'm not being unreasonable here. I'm just asking for the evidence. Meanwhile, that's happening. How's everybody doing this morning, gentlemen?
God, I hate to post a Reddit link. But I mean, if you want proof that the Earth is round,
No, what I asked for was direct measurement of the Earth's curvature in the way of dropping over the distance. So if there's
we can get to that. Okay.
We can
But
get
this
to that
at least
first.
proves that it's round.
No. I don't want to prove that it's round. I want the direct measurement so that when I tell somebody, look, this is the measurement of the Earth's curvature, and this is how the method by which you can go and find that out for yourself. I don't want you to tell me a story and then say,
I'm not
look,
telling you a story. I'm providing evidence of people testing
so direct
whether the
measurement
Earth is round or not.
is what
The
is what's
determination is that it's round.
direct measurement of Earth's curvature is what's needed. Have you supported that, sir?
No, I haven't.
Okay,
That's
so
wasn't what I was trying to prove.
we'll await the next person who does. Until then, we'll wait. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves. We're going to see if there's any evidence for the method by which somebody has directly measured the curvature of the Earth with drop over distance.
Do you believe in triangulation?
I don't need to believe in anything that's apparent, sir. It could be demonstrated.
Okay, so triangulation is cool with you, right?
Right, but we're not talking about that.
Well, hold on a second. Slow down.
Not going to hold on a second.
Hear me out.
Not going to slow down.
If you can measure the distance using horizontal angles between two coordinates,
I really am not going to hear you out.
You think you're able to do that?
I really am not going to hear you out. Which
okay, so hardcore denial, just throw up a wall, like you don't want to listen.
And here's a method where you can measure the size of the Earth yourself.
Okay, you're not going to
you want the evidence or not?
You're not going to steamroll this conversation. What you're going to do is
you're
go off.
Steamrolling, dude. I'm trying to give you evidence.
Who's this guy right here? Keep talking.
Are you triggered? Are you triggered because you can't control everything?
There you are. Found you.
Yeah.
Found you. All right. So now, I'm going to unmute you here in just a moment, Band Truth. But once again, if you want to leave, that's fine. Here's the thing. The only thing I'm asking for is direct measurement of the Earth's curvature with the drop over the distance. So we're going to figure out if the values that they give us from radius, diameter, circumference equate to us knowing that the Earth is a globe or not. So for us to have a standpoint of understanding, we have to figure out first how they measured the curvature with the drop over the distance. Because with the globe geometry, it is said to be about 8 inches per mile squared, according to the drop rate on a sphere the size of this Earth. And if that's true, then everything should be dropping away with a predicted value, which we should know if we're looking off into the distance. Well, I mean, if ships are disappearing behind the curvature, then of course that would then follow that the prediction is true, that everything according to the math would then be as predicted. So I need to know who's figured that out, because we have a size of the Earth. So anybody else can chime in. And Band Truth, I'm gonna mute you, but if you go back to did you leave? Okay. When he comes back, I'll unmute him. But that's all I wanted to get out. Make sure that you guys are doing that. I don't want to talk about radio waves, lunar eclipses, nothing else but the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
I mean, I posted 2 ways you can measure the size of the Earth. Well, one way that proves that it's round, and one other way of measuring it.
Okay, where is this at? In the
side chat.
Sorry. Are you Mez? Is that you?
Yeah.
Let me click on your deal there. Libertex, measuring the Earth with Eratosthenes. An ancient Greek astronomer named Eratosthenes was the first man to measure the size of the Earth accurately. His method was very simple. He measured the angle made by the shadow cast from a vertical stick in 2 different cities on the same day and time. With help of another teacher, you can recreate Eratosthenes' experiment, and your students can measure the size of the Earth for themselves. All you need is 2 yardsticks, a protractor, a magnetic compass, and a bit of string. Let's see here. Facts that you need to know. It says, for the educator, the Earth's circumference was first accurately measured more than 2,200 years ago by a Greek astronomer named Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes' number 2 method was very simple. He measured the length of a shadow from a vertical stick known height in 2 cities in the same day. The ratio between the north-south distance between the 2 cities and the angles measured gave a ratio which allowed Eratosthenes to calculate the size of the Earth. All right, I'm going to stop here, but I can continue a little bit further. He's doing a calculation, sir. He's not doing a measurement. He just said so right there in that.
He's doing a calculation. He's not. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, man. He's confirming his assumptions. Relax.
Well, hang on a second. Hang on a second. A calculation, is it the same as a measurement?
What the fuck do you want? Do you want someone to run around the Earth with a fucking measuring tape?
I'm asking you a question. Is a calculation the same as a measurement, sir?
Yeah, you can calculate a measurement.
No. Is a calculation the same as a measurement, sir?
No, technically they're not. They're two different words.
Okay. Well, they're technically not. So that means
this is such fucking cope.
It's not cope, sir. What it is we're getting down to the root of the issue here. The issue is people like yourself are in a blind belief system that you think, and your chuckle says it all. You know, it really does.
No, he's doing calculations to determine a measurement.
Okay, so what is
like? What do you want?
What is he calculating, sir?
What? Well, he's calculating the size of the Earth.
Okay, how did he get that?
Well, I posted the link. You can read it yourself. That's how he did it.
2 sticks. 2 sticks.
Yep.
But you don't know the method. You laugh with this kind of like a nervous laugh type of thing. But I can see why, because you don't know what the argument is. Of course, you just gave the citation, but the most important part is that you have no knowledge. It's basically ignorance, right? And I don't blame you. Okay?
No,
I don't blame you.
He wasn't calculating the size of the Earth. He was actually calculating the radius of the Earth.
Right. So
that's the same thing. What is?
So check this
Once
out.
you have the radius, then you can have knowledge about the size. Yes, that's correct. But
calculation
what he was looking to find out was the radius.
Brother. 1 second, bro. 1 second. Let me take this, okay? Let me 1 second, because I don't want him to get confused. He's already thinking that he's right with his calculations. Yes. He's not. So the assumption, yeah, it's okay. You can laugh, sir. It's fine. I've done this many times where people do the same nervous laugh like you do, but they don't know what they're talking about, which means that I can actually probe a little further. I asked for primary source, asked for the citation, and then the demonstration. You didn't give me a citation. You just pointed where somebody else was speaking of the person that was doing this test, which Eratosthenes was the main one. So he's the primary source, not this specific Libra text that you're showing me. You get me?
I mean, you can be a primary source yourself if you want to like do it yourself.
Yeah, I know that.
That's like below a primary. That's like
I know that
zero source.
Know that, which is why I was saying, have you done this? Because it's only it's only showing the method, right? So now if you say that you can measure the Earth by doing sticks and shadows, I'm gonna tell you: are you assuming that the Earth is of a certain size, or did you measure it? Like it's me telling you that you can calculate the size of your foot just by. Okay, can you calculate my foot right now just by like calculating other people's feet, what sizes they are? No, you have to measure the foot actually to know the measurement of it. This isn't funny. This is something you need to understand.
How like what would satisfy this claim? Like you are saying that making measuring these other things and then determining that the Earth is a certain radius based on that is like apparently not enough for you. You're wanting like an actual measurement. You want like
relax,
what
guys.
you are suggesting is that the only way I can satisfy your claim is to like run around the Earth with a tape measure. That's just not physically possible.
Yeah, relax, brother. Relax. I got this. All right. So what we need is for you to go out into the field and to get a sample set of the Earth measuring. Okay, I'm gonna say this again. Measuring drop over distance. It means that from point of observation to the target distance, there's going to be a drop rate because you're standing on a ball. Now, let me just say this. Did I confuse you with what I said? Yes or no? So I can clarify.
No.
You didn't understand.
I think I understood.
I'll get redundant for you because I have to do this sometimes. Okay, so think about it like this. Think about you being an ant on a beach ball, right? So everywhere that ant goes in any direction, the beach ball will drop away from the ant. Do you understand that
Yeah,
elevation?
yeah, I've heard this before. I know you go to the beach
Okay.
ball, there's a certain distance. The bigger the ball, the
Oh,
further the ant has to walk to go away.
right, but I'm saying that from the ant's perspective, wherever it stands on that ball, he's like on the top of the ball, right? And everything, the distance away from him is going to be dropping away due to the curvature of the earth or the ball. You understand that much, or have I lost you?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm with you so far.
if that is the case, on this earth, we are then to measure a drop rate over the distance. Meaning, anywhere up on this earth, we're going to measure that elevation change from our perspective off into the target distance. So the target distance, be it whatever it is, it doesn't matter what it could be an island, it could be, I don't know what, a building or something, the shoreline. But once you find your target distance, a line of sight is going to tell you how much drop rate there is between you and the target distance. And your target distance can be anywhere from 15, 20, 30 miles. It just depends what the sight distance target is. But once you get that line of sight, then what you're going to do is utilize that to figure out if the geometry or the predicted value of the Earth's curvature matches up with the math of how much curvature there, or sagittal there should be between you and the target distance. And if there is going to be, it'll tell you how many feet and so on. It all depends on the distance, right? Elevation that you're using, your target height, and your height as well. So there's a few key factors, but the main thing is we're going to test the claim of the globe. So what we're doing is we're taking the values like the radius and the diameter and the circumference of the Earth. We're inputting those values into something, you might know it. It's called like an Earth curve calculator. We're going to input those values to know how much drop over the distance there would be if the predicted value of the Earth's radius, diameter, and circumference would line up to be what they say they are. So, I mean, what I'm saying is from the Earth, not you, but the claim that the Earth has been said to be, we're going to use those values for the target distance. So you, as an observer, are going to be able to go out into the field, right, just somewhere in nature, be it an ocean or a lake or some body of water, right? Use a body of water because you want to do something where there's less, undulation up and down from the hills, valleys, and all that. So you don't need land topography. All you need is water. So over water would be best. So that's why we always do our observations over like a sea. You're on a beach or something. All right. So doing that, we're gonna figure out if the Earth is measured, not calculated, measured to have the predicted drop over distance elevation change, like they tell us that we're supposed to see, according to the globe math.
What do you think a calculation is?
No. What I'm asking is direct measurement, which is what I'm showing you
a
right now.
A direct measurement of something fucking the size of the Earth is impossible.
No, it's not, because let me tell you why.
No one has made a caliper that big.
Just hear me out, bro. Let me tell you why it's not impossible. Because they're telling us, not you, but they're saying that ships are disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth, which means that's something great for you and me, right? That gives us a standard to go by. Now, if ships are disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth, that means that I can see how far a ship disappears. That means that if that bottom of that boat is disappearing behind curvature, sir, that means I can measure to that distance. That this is something that the eureka moment that should hit you, because if you think about it, you're like, okay, that ship just disappeared behind the curvature, man. I just saw it. Okay, that means something great for you and me. That means that the curvature of the Earth is somewhere measurable in the sight distance. Yeah, hopefully you're following me. That means
I'm
that
following
I
you,
can
but what you're
measure.
missing is that there are other factors that can obscure your
I
vision of
know
the bottom
that,
of the
sir,
boat.
but here's the most important factor, is that you saw the ship disappear due to curvature. So that most astounding feature of the Earth means that you can measure to it. That's the idea that the Earth is too big. It's already kiboshed. You don't even need to go that way, because you already know one key factor, that the curve of the Earth has demonstrated itself to block the bottom of the boat, which means now you can test how far away that curvature is from your point of observation, which is why I'm bringing this to you this way. So that gives us a great standpoint for a measurement. We can now say, aha, we can do a line of sight test because I saw that boat disappear behind the curvature. Therefore, I can measure to it. I don't know how far the boat is away, but let's find out. How about that? So, you know what I'm saying? So let's get to site observations. Let's find out how far away the boat is, and let's see how much curvature is demonstrated between me and that thing according to the globe, because we're going to use the values that the globe gives us, and it better be what the globe says, where we should start seeing obstruction. So that's why I'm saying this information. It sounds a bit laughable when you start talking about Eratosthenes and you know, sticks and shadows, because I don't care about that. I hand wave dismiss that away because of the fact that we have
You dismiss it because it proves you're wrong.
we have, like you, the globe side, right? The globe side says we have ships disappearing from the bottom up. Well, that's interesting to me, because now we have at least a placeholder for us to do a demonstration. That tells us, okay, we now need to just measure to that place where we saw the ship disappearing from the bottom up. So when we do our site observation, sir, we're going to try to test the values of the Earth to see if it lines up with the predicted value where we should start seeing that happening. What, you know, the obstruction. So now my thing to you is that if we can measure, what is the measurement? Is my thing to you. So now I'm gonna toss the ball in your court, and you have to come back with at least an intelligible response to how we can measure to said distance. Drop rate over distance and exchange. You got me.
I don't think he knows how to
Just
measure.
make your point. What are you getting at?
Well, my point is that there hasn't been anyone who's done this, and the point when I bring this up, it should be at least, it should give you pause, because yes, Eratosthenes did what he did with sticks and shadows, but according to the rotundity of the globe, there should be some with the values, right? They give us these values on the internet. You can pull them up: radius, diameter, circumference, 3959 radius, 24,901 miles circumference. Well, these values are pretty static. They're not like going to change. It's not like they're going to be, oops, we got it wrong, guys. It's not that value. So from at least that standpoint is what I'm saying, telling you, is that we can then test those values against the predicted drop rate. And if that's the case, then we have ourselves a globe, guys. But if that has never been done, then that's an issue, which is why flat earthers are the way we are, because we've tested that out, and there is no, the value doesn't come out to be as, and so yeah, it sounds a bit like out of what do you call it? Just out of this world, kind of like, it's weird that we're even saying this, but because of the fact that nobody's looked into it, now that people have, it's like, oh crap, you know, it's not what their predicted value is. So now you might have a little bit of mental contortions to try to get yourself out of this mentally. Like, no, that's bullshit. There's got to be a way out. No, there isn't, sir. There's only that people have not done it because it can't be done. If it was, then yeah, I would see your point. But it's, no one's ever measured that. There's only calculations.
Some guy did it 2,200 years ago.
Huh?
When you think
someone
of
did measure it 2,000 years ago.
No, it's not a measurement, sir. It's a calculation.
It is a measurement.
Yes. Remember
it's
the
a series of calculations to measure the Earth.
Remember the Libra text that you just shot me? I even read it to you where the guy said it was a calculation, and you laughed, you scoffed, you said, "Oh, calculation."
I did
Do
laugh
you want to do? Take
because he's calculating a measurement of the Earth.
What measurement? Nobody's measured anything, sir.
Fucking the size.
Measurements are not calculations.
You just told me that. You just told me they put a string. You can't put a string around the Earth or measuring tape around the Earth. So nobody's measured it, sir. Nobody has. This is what I'm elucidating to you right now. It's not a measurement. It's a calculation done on math. And the globe Earth exists in that realm. It's a mathematical formula construct. It's not out in nature. You don't go and test the Earth's radius by going to measure it. You have to calculate it. That's what you do.
Short interjection, Miggy.
If it's along the lines of what we're saying, they'll get big. That's all I'm asking, bro. Just keep it along on topic.
Yeah. Yes, on topic. So it's about Eratosthenes' assumption. He assumed that he's measuring the radius of the Earth. So you made an analogy, a comparison, where he was supposed to measure a man's foot. Well, you can measure a man's foot shoe size if he has feet. If he's an amputee, you cannot measure his shoes
Exactly.
because he doesn't
That's
have
the
Oh
main
feet.
my
point.
god, this guy fucking
So
taking 3 years to say anything.
Eratosthenes,
The main point
if
here.
the world doesn't have a radius,
Yeah.
Eratosthenes was not measuring anything.
Exactly.
He would do.
No. Here's the thing.
His calculation would be infinite if the
One
Earth was flat.
second. 1 second. What you're missing here. 1 second. What you're missing here is what this other guy said actually, which is the most important. Is he assumed the sphericity of the Earth to make what you're calling a calculation. Sorry, what you're calling a measurement.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Assumed the
No, he didn't.
sphericity of the Earth.
Look
So
at the
if you did the
story,
same
sir.
thing and the Earth was flat,
Hang on a
the
second. No, you're
resulting number
arguing.
you would get would be like infinite.
Hang on. No. You're arguing with esoteric right now, but what I need you to do is look at the actual story. If you can find it, look at Eratosthenes' story. Exactly what esoteric is saying is what happened. He's not lying about the story. You're just saying no, it's not that. You don't know about the story. You gave me a Wikipedia, or excuse me, a Libra text about something referring to Eratosthenes. You don't even know about the story about Eratosthenes yourself. You need to look at it because you're speaking out of ignorance right now. He's telling you something that's what the story was talking about. He did not measure, sir. You need to please look at the story because you're sounding like
He did
you're
measure.
He assumed the sphericity of the Earth, and that's just a
It doesn't
fact.
matter whether he assumed the sphericity of the Earth or whether he assumed it was flat. It doesn't matter because if you do that calculation based on the position of the sun and the size of the Earth, you will get if you will get to the actual
size of the Earth.
circumference
How
of
did he
the
get
Earth.
the size of the Earth, sir? If he's just assuming it, how did he get it?
He doesn't
You just
assume
said
it.
it right
He
now
didn't
in your own
assume it.
words.
He calculated it.
Your own words, but he assumed it, bro.
Dude,
No, I said it doesn't matter whether you assume the Earth is flat or whether you assume it's round.
It
The
does.
calculation
Yes, it does.
will give you the size of the Earth. No, it
No,
doesn't.
it doesn't.
Oh
What are you talking about, bro?
He assumed the source of the light,
That's the,
distance, and the size of the source
don't
of the light.
yeah,
Go ahead,
at this point-
esoteric. Finish what you were saying, man.
I'm just saying at this point you just don't understand like what he did, because he was calculating an angle, and then that angle mapped onto assumed sphere. That's how he calculated it. If you don't have the assumption of a sphere, you can't make the calculation that he made. That's just simply the fact of the matter.
He's just,
Okay,
and he's just talking about the story, bro.
If he did this calculation and the Earth was flat, what do you think the result would be?
Well, you can't calculate the radius of a flat plane.
Yeah, you, dude. That's
right. So if you try to, what number would you get?
Short correction, esoteric.
You get a very big number.
Eratosthenes measured an angle and he calculated with that the radius. You said that Eratosthenes calculated the angle,
No,
which
he measured the angle, but he calculated the radius based on the assumption of a sphere.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was an assumption. So the gentleman doesn't understand.
I don't want us to be mistaken.
No, I understand what you're getting at. You think whether you
No.
assume the Earth is flat or not changes it. It doesn't.
No, it's not. We think this is
Because you will get the size of whatever the fuck you're standing on if you do that same
relax.
experiment.
Here's what you're doing. You're getting all worked up because you don't understand the story. Once you understand the story, you can repeat it.
The story doesn't matter.
It does matter. This is what your foundation, knowledge of the Earth's sphericity is coming from.
Wrong.
No, dude, you gave me the citation yourself. You showed me.
Eratosthenes' story explains the method.
Hang on, get 1 second, bro. You showed me the Libra text, bro, and where it shows Eratosthenes being referred to. So, if you didn't know anything about it, why did you bring it up?
Because it shows you a method of measuring the Earth.
Oh my god, it's all good, bro. At this point, they do.
Yeah, he
takes all Google answers.
You just are kind of saying nonsense because you're saying that it doesn't matter whether or not you assume it's a sphere to calculate it, and you think that regardless of the shape, your assertions, regardless of the shape, if you make those measurements of angles, you'll be able to calculate the length. I mean, that just makes no sense whatsoever. It's just like absolute retardation.
No, this guy is a good parishioner. He believes all the answer Google gives him.
I mean, this is why we're getting flat earth. We're just saying that apparently if you measure two angles on any surface, you'll be able to find the length of that surface. I mean, that's just.
And there's another aspect to this.
Because
Aristophanes
if you do that,
hold on,
if you do that same experiment and the Earth is flat, both the poles are going to be perpendicular.
Wait, Liv, can I say something? 1 second. So the
And
other
the
question you
result,
guys are forgetting is Aristophanes.
the calculation will not work out.
Aristophanes
no
assumes a
both
non-moving. Aristophanes assumes a non-moving sun. If we assume a moving sun and a flat Earth, then everything calculates this just fine as well.
But anyway, there are other ways to prove that the Earth is round as well.
No, you're not
Like the
gonna.
other thing I
You're not.
mentioned.
Why are you getting off it? Why is he getting off it, man?
Shadows.
No, because
Why
you
is he
know
getting
what?
off it?
Because I'm not getting off it. You're wrong on 2 accounts.
No,
So
he's
Aristophanes
not.
assumes a not. Wait, Aristophanes assumes a non-moving sun. Is that correct?
You do not know. You do not know the story. So you not knowing the story. Your ignorance is just wanting to say, let's just do something else. And we're like, no, you brought this up as your evidence. This was your evidence for the identity.
Wait, can I just press that point? So do you agree that Aristophanes assumes a non-moving sun? Do you agree to that?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Well, you should agree to that because he assumes a non-moving sun. If we assume a moving sun, well, then everything works out. Then we know why we're getting those shadows because the sun is moving.
Yeah, a little
okay.
Little point of clarity. You guys are coming into the argument right now. He doesn't know about Eratosthenes at all. He just gave me a citation. He gave me a citation to LibreText, which then was talking about a method that can be done that was called Eratosthenes method. So he gave me a LibreText that he doesn't even know any of this, none of it. He just Google searched how to disprove the Earth being flat, and it came up with this LibreText, and using it like he knows what he's talking about.
So in that case,
he doesn't even know where Eratosthenes was born.
Yeah.
One second.
Doesn't matter where he's born.
One second, bro. So therefore, look into the Aristophanes
I don't
experiment.
care anything about Aristoteles. The only thing I care about is this method of measuring the size of the Earth.
But that's the closest thing you have to the Earth being measured, and it's false. So
it's one method
it's
of
not even a
measuring it.
measurement, and it's also inconclusive because you can have different pre-assumptions and suppositions about the calculation and come to a different conclusion. Even the Chinese did an Aristophanes that demonstrated that it wasn't a globe; it was flat. So you can do different calculations, and it will give you a different conclusion based on your pre-assumptions.
Okay.
This is not.
Let's say.
This
Okay.
is not even, bro.
I'll throw you guys a bone here. Okay.
Bro, you think you're debating this? Listen, you think you're debating this? This is not even up for debate. Depending on your pre-assumptions and suppositions, you can come to a different conclusion. Everybody knows this. You're the only one that is lost on this.
I mean, like, exactly, dude. Like, depending on what 1 second, depending on what shape you assume, which could be any number of fucking geometric shapes and freaking irregular shapes, you could just come to a completely different conclusion as to the length of what you're measuring. It's just, and then on top of that, the distance of the light source, the position of the light, all this. It's just you have to assume a bunch of things to come to the conclusion, right? That you've got a radius and a circumference.
Exactly. So basically, distance, sun.
So let me throw you guys. Okay. So I'm going to throw you guys a bone. So good old Eri, he didn't know whether the Earth was flat or round. So if we had another method of proving that the Earth was round, would you accept that this?
Wait, are you gonna concede to
the size of the Earth
Wait, are you gonna concede to the first point, or are you just gonna be jumping around? Because you gotta.
I'm not conceding anything. But you think right? You guys think.
So you're not being honest.
Of measuring...
You're not here to have an honest conversation. Then.
Be quiet, please. You guys look. What we're trying to determine here is whether the Earth is round or flat.
No.
Or some other shape. Okay.
No.
He's a cowboy. He's a cowboy.
Concede to the point that depending on what shape you assume the object is and what position and distance you assume the light source to be, you could come up with a completely different conclusion in terms of length. Concede to that.
We need your concession. Oh, we're not moving. Once again. I'm just gonna unmute him because he was over talking everybody. Go ahead, dude.
Nah, I was done. I was just saying.
Oh, you muted me?
Yep.
Sure, fine. Let's say if the Earth is flat, this calculation doesn't work out. Okay. So what I'm saying is, if we have another method of proving that the Earth is round, doesn't matter what size it is, will you accept that this method of calculating the size of it?
No, we don't need a calculation. We need a direct measurement, sir. Calculations.
It's impossible to directly measure it.
No, I just told you the method, sir. I just told you the method.
That's not directly measuring it.
Were you listening to what I told you? It was a line of sight test. Remember that line of sight test when I said that you have an observer that had allegedly predicted drop over the distance or elevation change? Remember I was telling you that, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, so I gave you the method. That's one way you can measure this drop rate over the distance.
No,
According
that's
to the
calculating
globe,
it. Apparently, that
according
doesn't
to the,
count.
all right, let me finish, sir. According to the globe prediction, because they give us these values already, that's given to you. So all you got to do is test it to see if it's actually like as predicted or not. That's all I'm saying. Like it's all you
Where
can
where
already
are those
measure.
values given from? You say these values are given to us. Where are they given? Who gave them to us?
On the internet.
Search
on the
Google,
internet.
dude.
Where did the people on the internet get these values from?
This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is exactly what I'm trying. You're asking me the questions. Am I the one you're supposed to be asking that?
Yes.
Am I?
Nah, dude, you're just a dishonest
Because
actor.
you're using faulty logic here.
Faulty logic.
These
The
measurements didn't just
irony.
these numbers didn't
Right.
just come out of nowhere.
Okay, let's see.
I
People have done
know.
tests
Faulty
and have
logic.
determined it.
I know that. Don't you
It's
think
not just
I know
people
that?
people on the internet aren't just making this stuff up.
I know, bro.
Well, some of them are, but
Well, this is what I'm asking you. You haven't looked into this. You're looking at me like, dude, where you come up with these numbers? I didn't fucking make them up. You think I put them on the internet?
no, I don't.
Well, then who came up with them, sir? I'm asking you. Why are you asking me?
Aristophanes.
Aristophanes put them on. Yeah.
It's just dishonest. It's obvious. It's just dishonest, man. It's obvious now.
No, this isn't dishonest.
This guy, as Dawkins says, is
He's like Aristophanes. Aristophanes didn't put it on the internet. He's like, this guy's dishonest. He's like, no, I'm not. What the
it's also
fuck?
possible he could just be a shill, just leading everyone around in a big circle over and over again.
I don't know, but like,
No.
no.
You're not-
Dude, you're just
Look, he's either stupid or bent. Pick one, sir.
Oh, I'm very bent.
There you go. So he's a shill then. So he's basically
But the
dishonest.
thing is, we can determine that the Earth has a curve.
Oh, dude, I
because
gave.
we can see things that
How are
disappear
you
over the
doing that?
horizon. We can do these
Where's the
tests.
measurement? Where's the measurement?
Look.
Yes.
The measurement hasn't come into it yet. We can observe that the Earth is round. Okay,
Measurement.
we can see things disappear over the horizon. We can like do things where we put poles in the ground and shoot lasers between them to determine that there is a curve. After we've determined that the Earth is a ball, we can run other tests and other calculations and other measurements to determine how big this ball is.
Measurement
Well,
of
what is
We'll just explain to you why you're fallacious in that thinking. So.
This isn't fallacious.
Explain to you. It is fallacious because we just
It's not
explained
fallacious.
to you why you're not measuring anything. You're calculating and inferencing and assuming. You're not listening, dude. You're not.
I'm
Yes,
listening. But
correlation
your
is not
logic is bad and wrong.
You don't understand logic.
Correlation is
You can measure
obviously
things with a
dishonest.
calculation.
Dude, you're doing circular reasoning and then
No,
telling
this isn't
everyone
circular.
else their logic is bad. So relax.
No, this isn't circular.
I mean, the fact
it certainly is.
It's in
No, it isn't. What's the circle? Explain the circle.
Okay, right now.
Well, the assumption that
Nobody's gonna
within the
explain this to you, man,
Eratosthenes,
because you haven't demonstrated that you know anything about measurement. Where's the measurement of the surface curvature? Where is it?
I've shown you it.
He's
No,
gonna
you
say
have
over
not shown me it. You're talking. We're still going around it. This is the circle jerk that you try to get us on, but it's not going to work. You haven't demonstrated that you know what measurement means. Do you know what measuring means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
To determine the size of something.
How?
Well, there's many methods of determining how.
What does a fucking definition of measurement mean,
Yeah,
dude?
what?
Can you read it?
You know what? Let's Google it. Define. Sure,
He's just flying on
action of
intuition
measuring
now.
something.
He doesn't care. He just doesn't
He's
understand what he's talking.
You have to use one of the standards measuring units, rulers, yeah, or measuring instruments to measure an object. Length, width, height. Yeah, that's what you need.
What do you mean,
A
no?
measuring instrument, a ruler, which uses one of the metric systems. Yeah, used.
No.
No, you don't need to
Imperial or
directly measure
whatever.
something
You
with
can
a
measure
ruler
it
to measure it.
in meters, you can measure it in inches or feet, whatever. Miles,
True.
kilometers. Yeah.
Yes.
So these are measuring units.
These are not measuring units. They're units of distance.
Somehow you've confused calculation with measurement, bro. You see,
Yeah.
and you're stubborn. You don't want to understand why you've confused.
You can do a calculation to find a measurement.
So, am I able to? Guy asked you before. Am I able to? For example, imagine I want to know the length of my foot. Can I? What's the best thing to do? Measure it or calculate it? What's the best thing to do?
Well, I mean, the result is the same.
It won't be the same.
You find
because
a measurement.
measure it.
You measure it with a calculation.
Let me
You're
finish.
gonna, listen, you're gonna be
Hold
honest
on.
right now in this
Hold on.
conversation and answer the gentleman, or I'm gonna mute you. You're gonna
I'm just going to explain to him. I'm just going to explain to him simply. If you measure your foot, you're going to get a tape measure, or a ruler, or some other, or clay, or whatever, and you're going to measure it directly by experiencing your foot directly, right? If you're going to calculate it, you're going to use, for example,
that would be
you're
the
going to.
best way
Let me
of measuring
finish.
it.
Let me finish. Shut up. Calculating would be different. Calculating would be, oh, okay, well, I know that my foot grows at 1 centimeter per year, and if I'm 10 years old, then it must be 10 centimeters. That would be a way of calculating it.
Yeah, but
What's
either
more
way, you
accurate?
get a measurement. Assuming you're.
What's more accurate? What's more accurate? Calculation or
Assuming
measurement?
your presumptions about your foot growing at that rate are true.
Yeah.
Then you're going to
Imagine
get the
it's
same
true.
result.
Okay, but the reality is that you're not. There could be other factors that you're missing. It could be my age, but it could be what I ate. It could be where I went, how much sunshine my foot got. We don't know all the other factors involved.
Yes,
so
that's
with
why I
measurement,
said
it's a direct measure.
assuming
So,
that
exactly
your presumptions
so
are true.
Measurement, exactly. So the measurement then therefore doesn't need any hopes. I don't need to hope for things to be true to get the correct measurement. I just measure it. But with calculations, I've got to hope for all
Well, you
those
need to
things to be
hope
true.
that your tape measure is accurate.
But I can check that.
How?
By getting another tape measure to see how it compares.
How can you assume that one's true?
Okay,
because I've already asserted. We already asserted what measuring unit is. So I'll just check it with that original.
He wants to drag.
But how can you assume
so
you're making
as you can
assumptions
see,
there as well?
So therefore, as you can see, measuring it gets you a direct, accurate result, whereas calculating it gets you a hopeful approximation. You see, this is where you're getting it wrong.
No, it doesn't.
Anyway,
just explain.
Because if you're factoring in all the correct things,
this guy's done, man. This guy's done.
But you don't know. But you don't know. But you don't know. But you don't know whether you're factoring in all the correct things.
Know that.
This guy's leading.
You don't know.
But again, you don't know if your tape measure is accurate.
You're dishonest.
Every tape measure that you've ever encountered in your life could be wrong.
You're being dishonest right now, dude.
You're punting into
No, you're being
everyone
dishonest.
Can see it. Dude, you have no shame. Do you not have no shame doing this to yourself in public?
He's punting into solipsism.
No, I don't.
You're punting into solipsism, and
I agree.
You're literally
Eric, you're going
making a
straight
fool
at
out of yourself, dude. Literally making a fool out of yourself in public right now.
What about magnetic encoders? How precise are they?
He's too far down the well, dude. Like,
I don't know.
Why are we going to magnetic encoders?
I don't know about magnetic encoders.
We talk about some
Yeah, magnetic encoders, you can use them to measure, within micron precision.
Bro, you're speaking way too past this guy. He can't even grasp.
This man doesn't even know how to verify a ruler, man. He's on step one, man.
He's on
How are you verifying your rulers?
For example,
Grizzly.
we have calipers, In mechanics, we use a caliper to make precision measurements, like 100 part of a millimeter,
Yeah.
Or there are calipers which go even to 5 micron precision accuracy measurement.
I want to know how Grizzly's measuring his tape measure.
Well, these calipers, magnetic encoders are much more precise measuring instruments than a tape ruler, which is the only measuring instrument I heard you speak of. And I know even about optical encoders, which are even more precise than that. And you have no clue how they function or what they do, these instruments.
I'll be honest, I don't know how optical whatever the fuck you're saying functions.
The guy's so dishonest. He's still asserting that measurement and calculation are the same. He's just too stupid. He's either dishonest or stupid.
No, I'm not saying they're the same. I'm not saying those words mean the same thing.
You said earlier. You said you get the same result. So therefore,
you can determine
stop all your bullshit. Stop talking. Why are you talking? Why are you talking?
By calculating it.
So therefore, this guy's clearly dishonest, or he's just very stupid, doesn't understand basics. So I don't know which one it is.
Grizzly, do you think you can calculate a measurement?
So bro, do you agree that calculation and measurement are different? If you disagree, you're being dishonest. Go ahead.
Do you think if I drive at 10 miles an hour
Okay,
for
he's
an
gonna
hour,
avoid the question.
I can
All right, he's gonna avoid
calculate
the
that I've
question. All
travelled
right, fine.
You
He's gonna avoid the
can't
question.
have
10
you
miles?
can't have any calculation without at least one measurement. You need to know
Yeah, in the example I provided, he measured
minimum
shadows
of one value, something. You need
and a
to
pole. That's
know
2
an
measurements.
angle and the length of a side of a triangle or square or whatever shape it is to
Yeah, that's exactly what he
calculate
did.
things, yeah?
Yeah.
So
Okay, is there
you
anyone
need
else in
to
this room? Wait,
know
is there
at
anyone else
least
in this
two
room? Wait,
things.
is there anyone else in this room that can do a better job than this guy
Yeah,
about
we
supporting the
can.
globe model? I mean, come on. I
Well,
mean, it's
Grizzly,
ridiculous.
let me ask you a question.
No,
You're a
no.
If
fucking
I
idiot.
drive
Don't
10
ask me
miles,
anything. I won't be answering anything. You're a fucking idiot. Shut your mouth. Don't talk to me.
Yeah,
No,
you are if radius 10 miles.
no.
Bullshit.
Hang on.
You are
We're
assuming.
actually moving on to somebody else because he's wasted too much airtime.
Okay.
So sorry, Mez, but you just hang tight for a little bit, man.
System.
You spiral too much. You don't know what you're talking
Okay.
about. Just listen to a few sessions in here, and then we'll unmute you.
Yeah, people
Go ahead,
posted some
Grizzly.
stuff in
You were
the chat
something.
for you, Mez.
Grizzly, I think you were interrupted by that guy. What were you saying?
I'm just saying, like, we're just stuck on a very basic calculation v measurement. I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous. You know, all I'm saying is, surely there's someone else in this room who's got a better defense or a better proposition for the globe. I mean, come on.
If you're out there, guys, and you want to chime in, this is not a meme. This is for real. People are talking about that the Earth is not a globe, and there is no evidence for it being one. So if you think that you can defend the Earth being a globe, please open up your mic and chime in. I'd like to hear what you.
I was actually going to ask a quick question. Like saying, you guys were talking about, oh, it's impossible to get a bit of string and measure. But wait a minute, when I was little in school, I remember we used to have these bits of string, and we used to measure like rivers and all this other stuff, like basins, river basins, and all this shit. And we used to get string out, measure it like 20, 30 meters, whatever. Can't they just get a really long bit of rope and just measure like point to point, like literally roll that rope wherever through the fields? Can't they do that to get accurate measurements?
This guy can't think
Yes,
outside.
we can use actually much more precise instrument than a rope, and that will be optical linear encoders. Now, the optical linear encoder is a tape with a metallic, very, very thin surface. Yeah, it's a plastic tape, special plastic, which doesn't contract or expand on temperature
Oh, I understand.
variation.
Okay.
Yeah, and now because it has this metallic thin layer, yeah, it's very much like a CD-ROM. And using a laser, they draw lines like lines on a ruler. Yeah, they burn tiny lines, nanometric in size. So they draw lines from nanometer to nanometer, and then you have a laser device that emits a laser to the band strip, and it reflects back, and this laser diode reads those lines where the light is reflects and where the light doesn't reflect. So when it moves across this band strip, it can read nanometer to nanometer. So and these band strips, Renishaw company, they can make even 10-kilometer long optical linear encoder, which will measure you a distance of 10 kilometers with 1 nanometer precision.
Well, we don't need that level of precision. We just need that level of, we need more length, but less precision, you see?
Well, a level of precision higher than this is...
No, we need lower precision, but longer length of rope. You see, we need a 100-kilometer rope, but let's say 100 micron precision. Is that possible?
Yeah, Renishaw company, they said they can build any length. Yeah. The only thing they need is someone to place the order so
Exactly.
that they will build.
And I suppose imagine if you're some amateur, like whatever, like geographer, or whatever, and you order this rope, you get it all set up, you're not going to have the space to do it. They're not going to let you lay this rope down. They're going to see what you're doing. They're going to stop you because you will have to go through fields or whatever, and that'll be private property, whatever the fuck, right? Can't do that, you know.
Well,
No, let's just go to Antarctica. You can do
100
it there.
meters,
Antarctica,
100
as long as you like.
100 meter of this linear encoder would cost about $5,000 or
How much?
15,000.
What? For 100 meters? Oh, fuck, man, that's impossible.
Yes.
Then no one's ever going to do this. See you later.
It's very expensive. It's the
But
latest technology.
even if you have this long rope, we still need to like the first thing that needs to be measured is the curvature. We don't need that long of a distance to measure the curvature. Why are we going? Because again, what we need is ultimately a force to line. We need a physical force to line that all this coping and refraction bullshit can go away.
And then, and the other thing is, if you lay a rope, let's say 100 kilometers, wouldn't it start to touch the Earth because of the curvature? If it doesn't touch the Earth, then it's not curved. Then, and if it starts to touch the Earth
Well,
after like some miles, then
The
it's
rope is
rope-
gonna
the
refract.
rope will bend under its own weight. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll just say
It
it's
will-
bending around. So there's no point having just measuring a long distance. They'll just say it's curving around the Earth. You need to do a force.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, they'll just say it's levitating or doing a circle whilst.
The rope is refracting. Come on, guys.
You
But
need
no,
you need to do a
on
force.
100 kilometers, you could actually build poles, yeah, and on these poles, you install a linear bearing track which is ultra straight, and it will be a very straight. It will be super straight line on 100 kilometers long. Indeed, it will be extremely expensive to build this, just to
Why do you
test
need
this.
100 kilometers?
We don't
Dude?
have to go there
We don't need 100
because
kilometers. We just need like 6 or 7 kilometers. There will be a divergence or convergence with the curved line which is going around the
No,
Earth.
for sure. I mean, like, but obviously, the longer the distance, the bigger the result will be. Obviously,
So
like, yeah, if you're getting it.
It's still going to be clear enough.
yes,
It's not
but
like
look, guys, on a distance of, for example, 200 meters. In 200 meters, according to the ball radius, yeah, you have a arc curvature drop of about 15, 16 millimeters. And there are companies which have already built the large 3D printers, giant 3D printers, which are 200 meters long. It's a printing machine. And this machine is moving along a track of linear bearings. These are super straight. So this machine moves in a straight line over a distance of 200 meters with a precision of 1 nanometer. So it can measure all that distance with this precision. And they found that hanging 2 plumb bobs, yeah, from the ceiling inside that building, they measured with nanometer precision that those 2 plumb bob lines, they are perfectly parallel. Which
down
is
to
impossible
one
to
micron,
happen
right?
on a globe.
But
So
down to one whatever micron, whatever the nano micron,
Yeah,
whatever.
I mean, between those 2 plumb lines, if you should have like 16 millimeters curvature, arc curvature, yeah, that machine can detect it because it can measure the millionth part of a millimeter. So
Yeah, I
16
understand.
millimeters drop, it will measure very, very easily.
Yeah, bro. So I'm saying we don't even need this fucking 200 100 kilometers. We just need like 6 kilometers and just a basic something like that.
Well,
Like
they already did it at Airbus. They have this giant 3D printer, which is printing large carbon fiber structures, which are the structural resistance of the giant Airbus A380
Well, then these people need to
airplane.
then, if there's some flat earthers or whoever, people need to then go and document properly to show that there is
Yeah.
this the absence of this expected globe measurement for the plumb bobs. So they have to this has to
So,
be documented properly then, because right now it's just there's no
well,
document.
both these company, Airbus and Boeing, indirectly prove that the Earth is flat.
I know, but we need an actual demonstration that people can come and see, and so that we don't have any facts going on. There needs to be a proper documentation of this. I understand that.
Well,
I mean,
there is proper documentation of these machines, and when you study the principles they function and what they work and what they are supposed to do, you have to take into account
I
all
understand.
these variables.
It needs to be documented, meaning there needs to be literally a documentary showing this is the thing, this is the thing, and anyone can come and pay some nominal fee to check whether the measurements are correct. And look,
Look,
we're getting this.
look, you have a 4 meter up to 5 meter tall printing head, yeah, which is moving across a printing surface area, super flat, and you are printing with nanometer precision. If that 5 meter tall printing head is tilting, yeah, your nanometer printing precision is fucked.
Brother, I completely understand what you're saying. I'm saying it needs to be documented. I understand that this is an official thing. I understand that. I understand your
Yeah.
rationale. This thing needs thing needs nanometer precision. If there was this expected tilt or deviation, the whole thing would get fucked. I understand. But still,
Yeah.
in order for this to be a scientific demonstration of a lack of curvature, it needs to be documented properly. Of course, they're not going to do it. None of these companies give a fuck about proving the Earth is flat, or proving the Earth doesn't have curvature, rather. Disproving curvature. Someone else needs to do something similar then. Because this is bullshit. What these fucking globe fucking retards are doing right now is absolute dog shit.
They don't know shit clue about uh, fifth grade geometry. If you take them to a kindergarten for those ungifted children, where they have to fit shapes into holes with certain shapes, they will not be able to
Yeah, all of a sudden over there they'll do it easy.
go
All of a
through
sudden
a
it's math.
circle.
That's
Hey,
the sad
real
part.
quick, Jemsy, are you in the chat right now, bro? Jemsy, in the chat. Are you here?
I'm in the VC.
Hey, bro, let me give you a quick call about something you asked me. So,
All right.
all right.
The sad part is these guys aren't actually stupid. They are really just possessed with this idea. They're not stupid. Some of these niggas are doing calculus, gauge theory, whatever the fuck. So not all of these guys, but a lot of them are. Yeah, they just completely blind.
They've just been completely beguiled by the model. They literally think that model is necessarily true. They literally believe that.
Just obsessed with it. Absolutely insane.
No, you see, today we had a couple of so-called Globers visiting here, and we tried to have debates and discussions with them. And I have the feeling that these are not actually random people landing here, but they are some sort
Shills.
of agents paid,
Ah.
shills, trolls, and stuff like that. And
Yeah, some of them probably are.
yeah, they just come to piss you off, and to make a mockery of the subject. And anyone, any legitimate person that lands in the server and hears these people out is gonna bore them to death and disgust them, and they will leave the server straight away,
Yeah,
just
yeah,
because of
and
that. Yeah.
Yeah, either to turn them off the flat Earth or get them buying into a false flat Earth premise. Either one,
Yeah.
like this, like the rising. And notice how they do the rising disc. They're always talking about that. So what about the rising disc? They just throw it in there and assume you think that because they're trying to lay that on. You see, they're trying to push that forward to the public. You see, so that's indicative of shills often. If they're trying to introduce something from the flat Earth society into what you're saying, like, without you even agreeing to it.
That's insufferable, dude.
I know that the decision to ban them straight away will lead to a lower traffic, but at least it will be organic traffic.
I'll tell you what. If it reaches a point like with this other guy, where they just start leading you in a circle and they always dodge questions, I mean, it's not my room, but I would think it's just the best possible
You see,
to mute them.
because you see, bro, moderation is an art as much as it is a science, right? So it's not about, right, we're going to do a linear rule and we're always going to do this. No, that's too scientific. And if it's like, no, let's just keep it or play it by ear, bro, however I feel like, no, that's too artistic. You see, so you need a nice blend of like something sequential and then something intuitive together, and then that's more nuanced. You see.
I mean, and it doesn't have to be that woozy. It could just be as simple as like when they start dodging, like, okay, dodge a question once, fair enough. Dodge it twice. Point out to the person, dude, you're dodging this question. Like when they start like do that 5, 6, 7 times, at that point it's over. Like it should be over. Like it's literally pointless beyond that.
They get to the point where they dodge even common knowledge.
Exactly. That is
Yeah.
definitely, that's like a massive red flag. But for example, saying the point that I think it was you and I were making, I think, about like you're assuming this veracity. That's how you can even do your calculations. And when they just evade that, as simple and trivial of a fact as that, then there's just no point talking about.
Yeah, yeah. Or when they're arguing about the meaning of calculation and measurement, and when you explain it to them simply, they're like, nope, 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 nope. It's like, your ruler. How'd you measure your ruler? When they start becoming completely inverse like that.
Yeah, when they go into solipsism and they just do a bunch of shit, which again,
sometimes it's obvious, like with our previous dude. Sometimes it's much less obvious. Because then they'll be serious for a bit, then go back to the trolling. Be serious for a bit, and they'll literally see you're getting pissed off. Back serious a bit. Now you've not pissed off. Now back to the shit again. You see, and they'll constantly do it. Constantly, like a guy is like that. You know that guy? A guy, he's like that.
But he dodges right off the bat. He may sound serious in his tone, he's also never answered a direct question. He's always a show.
And you know what? If you are in USA and you go to a plumber or construction shop, materials and tools, all the measurement instruments that you find for sale, they are certified. They are verified to be within the international standard, either metric or imperial. So in USA, the most used measuring unit system is the imperial. So you'll find rulers in inches, feet, and miles,
It's actually an interesting thing. If you do a deep dive into where are we getting these measurement units from in the first place, like why is a meter a meter? Why is it's a nanometer a nanometer? Actually, it all goes back to the Romans, man. It all goes back to the Romans.
Ultimately, in every measurement, the ultimate unit is going to be arbitrary. It just has to be fixed. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, no, but have you noticed how there's so many different ones and how each one has got a very esoteric significance, right? And it's like not an accident. We use 60 minutes and 60 seconds. Like these are not accidents, right? The fact that we even have 100%. Like, why do we have everything out of 100? Like they could have done it. They could have done 70 as the full. But no, they did 100 because it's nice and even because it's 10 and now it's an extra 0. That's why we have everything out of 10, right? Everything out of 100. You see. Because it's all that's to do with your fingers. We've got 10 fingers, so they've done it on 10. That's the reason for that. But the point is, reading into the history of it shows how the controllers thought about it. Okay, we're going to give them these systems. How are we going to make it? And then you can see like how they thought about it to even create all this stuff for us.
No, but it's not like in order to come up with some sort of measuring system, it's not a psyop in and of itself.
No, I'm just saying it shows esotericism. It shows esoteric knowledge and esoteric understanding, right? Like, for example, a very common thing is the 369, the vortex maps, all this other stuff, right? That's a central concept of it, where they've used 30 seconds, so it's 30, 60, and 90. See, these are the 3 steps because it has to do with the mathematical formulas and symmetries that occur with those numbers, and that's so they've kind of translated that, or transliterated, or transposed all of that into our reality for our timekeeping, for our calendars, for our measurements, distance, weights, all that. I mean, it's not indicative of anything. It's just an interesting. If anyone is interested in the history of our like measurement systems, you know, it's very like intriguing. Look who did it. That's the most important thing.
Mhm.
It's the rallies of the world. Daryl. Remember that guy Raleigh?
Yeah, of course.
Those types of dudes made them all up.
What's your number one proof for the globe? Eratosthenes. But I don't care about Eratosthenes.
You can't even spell the guy's name. You can't even pronounce it.
Yeah. It was funny, the assumption, him measuring, calculating it, blah, blah. I actually measuring the angle and calculating a presumed radius. That's like, when we hear about human beings, we know man or female, they have feet, so they have a shoe size. And to know what shoe size is wearing a person, we have to verify, to measure his foot. But when we go to that person and we find out that he's an amputee, he doesn't have feet, then how the hell are you going to measure his shoe size? Because he has no shoe size. That's exactly the problem of
Yeah.
Eratosthenes
On a globe, there is
measuring,
no radius.
calculating the radius. Yeah.
There is no globe, there's no radius. So
So
there's no
when
sphere, there's
when
no
we
radius.
go to measuring, like, do we have to go right back to Eratosthenes? Like, is that it?
Eratosthenes didn't measure anything, dude.
Okay, I'm not trying to prove a point here or anything. I'm just trying to state, like, how come we're into 3,000-year-old frickin' measurement when we're, the year is
It's not a
2023.
measurement. He didn't
Okay,
measure anything.
whatever, the calculation or whatever he used to figure out the size of the Earth, right?
No,
He
what he
estimated.
did was he reified his assumption. He
So he just
confirmed his
simply.
assumption.
I'm
He
not
simply
arguing that point, guys. I'm arguing the point that we're using such old technology, right? Like, why is it that that's it? Like, that's the only thing that we can use, right, in this inference, right?
Yeah. Well,
Why
that's an
haven't
interesting
they?
question because when the question is asked, where is the measurement for the globe Earth? It's like the only thing people come up with Aristophanes. You're right. Like, where are the modern scientists on this with the numbers and the measurements? Where are all these guys?
It is quite funny, isn't it?
Yeah. Where are they?
Sounds like a religion.
Yeah, it's just bullshit, man. We all at this point, it's just like I really don't even know what. Like, it's just more than enough for people to just throw this fucking gay ass thing out the window.
Yeah. Only if they're conscious thinkers are. Otherwise, they will all put it under their bed.
Sasha made a good point too about it being so long ago. Like, these guys were with camels, and like, it took 30 days to get from one point to the next point, right? To measure this stuff. Like, it's just crazy to think about this stuff.
Insane. This insane nonsense. The guy that probably didn't even exist. The guy's probably a made up story, most likely.
Yeah, but Eratosthenes' camel was a magic foot camel.
The magic carpet was riding a magic carpet.
No, that camel had a magic foot because, according to the foot of the camel, counting the days he ride the camel from Alexandria to Syene, he established that the distance between Alexandria and Syene was 500 kilometers. You know, he was the first man to measure that distance.
Exactly. You measure the distance. They knew the distance.
Using the foot of the camel.
That's another part of the story, which is absolute dog shit. Fuck, you know.
Yeah.
That's so funny, bro. The magic camel foot. You had a counter. You had like a fucking. You had a slave sitting. Gonna use an epithet. You had a slave sitting at the back counting each fucking camel. Fucking retarded story. I mean, that in and of itself is just so stupid. Why didn't I fucking think of that? Because you're so used to assuming modern technology is speedometer. Fucking, you can do this. Yeah.
And they call him the father of geography, like Eratosthenes invented the geography. Oh my God.
Again, all of their fathers are literally made up into. I don't think any of these people were like real, actual people.
No.
If they're real, then they're like just like actors, like Einstein and all, like actually real fucking science. And then the further you go back in history, they're probably just literally made up. Didn't exist. Shakespeare probably didn't exist. Yeah, didn't exist. Aristophanes didn't exist. Fucking Leonardo da Vinci probably didn't exist.
I remember the other possibility is that they existed, but they were just dudes at the time. It's almost like, remember, they want to merge truth with fantasy, right? So what would be good is if you say something truthful. Oh yeah, this guy did exist. Yeah, this guy made up that theory, but really he's just a Joe Schmo, whatever, just a lecturer, scholar, whatever. And
you guys
when you
guys
connect,
want me?
one sec,
It's on
one
topic,
sec.
but okay.
One sec, dude. One sec. And so if you connect this truth of someone's existence and then with the lie of what they said, that's much more believable than if you just make up everything, the guy's name and his existence and the story.
Yeah, it's possible. Sorry, what was the other guy wanted to say something? So,
I was gonna say the sad and funny thing is they might have burned down all the libraries and they have no more books, and then they just found this dude called Leonardo da Vinci, and then they were just like, oh yeah, they're just like, oh yeah, this guy invented everything.
Yeah. I just don't believe. The reason I don't believe that there were these guys, and the further back you go in history, of course, anything's possible. But further back you go, they just make. They want to convince everyone that there are these singular geniuses that pop out of nowhere and just move fucking progress, like one man at a time. I don't know. It's just like this fucking big ass fucking silo.
You know what? Leonardo da Vinci.
Say that again.
What was Leonardo da Vinci?
Supposedly he's an artist, and he's like a fucking inventor, fucking this, he's a that, he's a polymath.
No, none of those. He was a dead body profanator of his.
Oh, it is.
What does that
Yeah,
mean?
he was stealing dead bodies of people, and he was cutting them open. In those times, it was a this action to cut a dead man's body was a very blasphemous act, a criminal act.
I remember reading
People
about
were, people were actually punished to death for doing such things, like
I wonder why
profanating the
that
body
was.
of a dead man.
Do you know why that
Yeah,
was, right?
Leonardo da Vinci was doing this, and they say, "Oh, he did this for the sake of science," like human anatomy.
Bro, do you know why? Do you know why everyone was banned from cutting into bodies, but this guy was allowed? Do you know why?
Yeah.
It's because they
Why?
don't want the slaves from working out how things work. And if a bunch of slaves start cutting into bodies and start working shit out, it's not going to be a good idea. So therefore, we just ban it.
Yeah.
And then that reduces the number automatically because of the fear. Because they know that you'll crucify them if they don't listen. So they're like, oh shit, better not do that.
Yeah.
In other words, the government influence. That's the reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing with today and studying astrology. It's bad. Oh, it's evil. It's crazy. right? Same thing. Like, but cutting into bodies is bad. It's crazy. You're evil. Because it helps you understand how life works by doing these things. So that's why they don't want you to do that.
Has anybody here found proof of curvature yet?
Nope.
I've been waiting for that for 3 weeks so far. Nobody will post anything.
Bro, some dudes in here have been waiting since 2014, bro.
I'm waiting from
the only proof is
2014
Eratosthenes,
exactly.
dude.
2013.
I've been a
Yeah, it
flatter
really
for
went
like
massive in 14.
2 years probably.
It really
Yeah,
blew up in
getting
14, 15, I remember, yeah.
I went to school for math and physics and now I regret it.
That physics
Well,
part was a waste of time, eh? But it is what it is. You learn math skills. You learn some math
Well,
skills.
do you have anything planned? Like,
No. I work construction now, bro.
you know, that's cool.
Can you build a force line, please?
That's hard work.
Yeah, the funny thing is you can't build on a fucking you can't build big buildings on a sphere. You can't build level buildings on a sphere with lasers and plumb lines.
You don't
One
know,
question.
bro.
One
Gravity
question.
attracted to the center of mass. Like, come on, bro.
One question in regards to the constructor
Yeah, what's
guy.
up?
How do have you seen those self concrete floors?
Oh yeah, self-leveling concrete. I actually watched a guy do that like a week ago or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. So when you pour them, yeah, inside the room, does the surface conform with the Earth's curvature? Will it be a curved surface?
No, this is what happens. The entire thing stays flat except for like an inch on the edge. It kind of curves out on the edge just a little
Yeah.
bit, but it doesn't form. It never forms like a. It never conforms to the sphere or a globe or something like that. It does not do that.
Or
So
gravity.
after it hardens, it's a flat surface, and if you pour water in the middle, it will not leak sideways.
No.
It will stay in the center of the room, like a tiny spill.
Yeah.
Puddle.
Yeah, puddle. Yeah. So, I mean, but the self-leveling concrete should conform with the Earth's curvature. It should have that curvature, and when it's a convex shape, you know, then when you pour water on it, water will leak on the sides.
Yeah.
So why do these self-leveling concrete floors level themselves into flat surfaces?
Because the Earth is flat. It's obvious.
Exactly. But yeah, I
Even
mean,
that being
even
said, people who do flooring like tiles on the floor, if the Earth was a globe, nobody would ever be able to make a level floor.
exactly
Like
true.
like if you go out 200 meters, like a 200-meter floor, and you're using lasers, if the Earth was a globe, you would never be able to make a flat floor.
Oh wait, hold on a minute. You guys think it's like Minecraft, where it's like we're just building on top of blocks? No, we flatten the area first, dude.
Yeah, we flatten the area, but you see, the down vector on the globe are convergent to the center of the globe and divergent from the center of the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the down vectors are not parallel. They are not parallel to each other.
Another thing I will
Now,
say is other
now on
buildings
the
are
surface of that globe,
below
on the surface
and
of that
above sea
globe,
level.
when you build a artificial flat surface on the surface of a globe, yeah, in the center of that flat surface, you will feel perpendicularly to that surface, your down vector is perpendicular to that surface. But when you move on the flat floor, the artificial flat floor, you would feel like you are going uphill because your down vector changes because it's a sphere. The down vectors are divergent. So when you move position on the surface of your sphere, on that artificial flat floor, your down vector changes because will have an angle to that flat surface. It will not be perpendicular anymore. So the further away you go from the center, the angle becomes more sharp.
I see.
And that would feel as if you would going uphill when you are walking on a flat surface.
But I also will say the ratio of the roundness of the Earth isn't definite because it's basically like compare it to an asteroid because there's all kinds of concaves and shit on the
So have
Earth.
you got a measurement of some curvature, sir?
Well, they did a sat image of it of Earth, and
Is a sat image a
it's
measurement?
like it looks like a big ass asteroid.
Is a sat image a measurement?
I don't know.
It's not. So do you have a measurement of the Earth's curvature or not?
I don't have any increments.
I asked you whether you had a measurement or not.
All I know is a sat image.
We've already established that's not a measurement. So do you have a measurement?
No.
Well, then why do you think the Earth's flat then?
What are you talking about?
Sorry, why do you think why do you think the Earth is round? Sorry.
It's not completely round, that's what I'm saying.
Why do you think
Yeah,
it has curvature?
spheroid.
Why do you think it has some curvature?
I don't know, because we rotate, everything rotates in gravity and it's like spiraling.
Why are you now? I think you're spiraling, bro. Your mind just started spiraling.
I have another question. So if the Earth is not round like they say it is, it's pear-shaped or a blade spheroid or whatever, us spinning 1,000 miles an hour and 66,000 miles around the sun, like wouldn't that tilt the spin or like put it off its axis or something? Like wouldn't it have to be like a perfect sphere to be spinning that fast and stay perfectly, still? Like we don't feel the wobble or anything like that?
Yeah, it's wobble.
I don't ask questions like that, bro. Come on, man.
And that would feel like accelerating and decelerating.
Like
Yeah, and if it's not and if it's not a perfect sphere, and if it's not a perfect sphere, if it's not a perfect sphere and it basically looks like a potato, basically all odd shaped everywhere, well then how comes the NASA photos are of a perfect sphere every time?
Yeah, no, I agree. But I'm just wondering about the spin. Like, wouldn't it affect the spin?
Well, water has volume and their mass like accumulates and it basically, I don't know, it creates a perfect curve because of the gravity.
Right.
And
So then it's not a potato then. Great. So it's not a potato then. Great.
But people don't know where Earth's ocean waves come from. We think they come from the moon.
Why are you just talking shit randomly, changing subjects, just waffling? Why?
No, but where did the ocean waves come from?
Why are you mentioning waves now?
Because we were talking about the curvature of the Earth.
Exactly.
Ocean waves are caused by the wind.
Exactly. So what do you got? What's waves and the moon and all this shit got to do with it? Why are you deviating?
I don't have any like subject to go off of. If
I
that's
we already
think
have a subject.
you
Hold on.
wanted
We
to
already have a
say that
subject.
the moon causes tides.
One second. We already have a subject. You're supposed to be showing some curvature, but you said there's some satellite photo, blah blah blah. We're on that.
Yeah, so what creates the curvature? I don't know. I don't know why Earth looks so round when it's not.
Have you got a measurement? Have you got a measurement of it being round or not?
I told you it's because of the water's volume.
So you don't have a measurement of it being round, right?
But water is very like I don't know.
You see you can't answer my question. You have to deviate, right? You can't answer my question.
It fills empty
Why
space.
do you have to deviate? Well, why do you feel like you have to deviate?
water fills empty space.
Why do you feel
Water
the need to
fills-
deviate instead of being on topic? Why?
I'm not deviating. I'm still
You are.
talking
I'm
about the
asking you
same
about
thing.
curvature. You're telling me about water. I don't understand.
I don't have to get angry about
Why do I have to dumb it down more?
We're gonna get into an argument here.
What kind of feelings the water have?
Yeah, what kind of feelings do the water have?
Yeah.
So you're gonna
Yeah.
continue deviating, or you're gonna answer my question? Come on now.
What are you asking me?
I'm asking you. Why do you believe in a globe Earth when there's no measurement for a globe Earth?
Yeah.
There's no measurement for it.
Well, you're lacking. I'm asked you 4 times. You've lacked. You said a satellite photo. You didn't actually provide a measurement. So why would you believe in a globe?
Why
There's
are
a
you
measurement.
acting like I know everything? What the fuck? We're in a flat Earth.
I'm not
chat.
acting like. I'm just asking you a question. You can't answer it. Looks like you know nothing.
Well,
I guess I know
from
nothing.
here-
No one has the answer to it.
Great. So can you answer my question or not?
No, I already told you. Like, I don't know what you're even talking about.
My question is, why would you believe in a globe Earth when there's no measurement for a globe Earth, according to you? Why would you believe in it?
Okay, I just don't have an answer to your question. I'm sorry.
I believe in unicorns. I think they're real.
I do too. I think they actually existed and they actually kill people.
Awesome stuff.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, this guy's a complete.
They're just horses. They're just horses with horns.
What?
Unicorns.
Can you prove they exist?
Yes.
I don't know. They haven't
Yeah,
found
yeah,
a
yeah. I've calculated them. Yeah. I can prove they exist. I've
I
calculated
think all
them.
the dinosaur fossils they found are fake, honestly. But we're not talking about dinosaurs though. But I'm
not
saying
talk
that
about
there's no proof of unicorns.
They're not fake. They're something. They're just miscategorized.
Yeah,
It's a
They're
figment of the imagination, like your
wishfully,
globe.
hopingly calling them dinosaur bones.
Yeah. But if dinosaurs aren't real, that would collapse the whole theory that we're evolutionists.
Do you think you evolved from a monkey?
Yeah, like if there was no dinosaurs, then what would that have to say about humans?
Okay, monkey. Okay, ape.
Okay, ape.
Didn't evolve from pond scum. Congrats.
Put the water on that pond.
But why did they just find bones anywhere?
Ooga Ooga evolution.
Soup of Slytherin.
Yeah, are they really? Or is that what you've read in the book?
We do know gene editing is possible.
Yeah, Jurassic Park was just a film.
In gene editing, CRISPR technology, they don't have shit clue.
No, they don't have it all mapped out yet, but they do have a bit of a clue.
No. They don't know what they take, the purpose of those things.
I agree, Sasha. Or
Which they insert into different places in the DNA chain. And they will not know what the cause and effect will be.
No,
Like,
that's why they have to test on
if
7 billion people, right?
If I put this ribonucleic acids and stuff inside this DNA chain here and there, they cannot tell if your beard is going to grow.
By the way, that's a complete lie. By the way, the only thing they can do by editing your DNA is toxically, let's say, with a toxic way, poison you and make you dysfunctional. They can't give you a function. They can't, for example, say, "Oh, he's going to have blue eyes. We're going to give him blue eyes now. Let's go and edit that gene." They cannot do that. They will never be able to do that because that's not the method of operation. So they're just fooling people. In the end, all they can do is poison people or pretend that they can find blue eyes, but really just do some sort of eugenics program. That's all.
Yeah, and they make the body actually create and generate all sort of substances and things in the body which the human body doesn't need them. So yeah, they are toxic.
Yeah, so in other words, genetic modification is a complete lie, basically.
Yeah.
It might work with plants. It looks like to a very large extent, it works with plants, but not with humans, not with complex
But
life forms.
But if the boy starts taking estrogen,
be
he's
honest,
growing tits, though, right?
to be honest, this thing
They're not changing their
does
DNA.
show, this thing
It's
does
not.
show some sort of new frontiers into biotechnology, like nanotechnology, which begins to like begin to have a symbiotic thing with the living cells, you know.
So
Just
what
for a
is going to have a
laugh, like when I look at the pictures of the Chinese army, they kind of look all the same. I don't mean it like in a
Yeah.
stereotypical thing. I mean they actually do look the same, right? Like it's crazy.
But all Asians look the same. Come on.
I get it. There's a stereotypical thing there.
I'm just joking. This is a bad joke.
Like I don't know what those guys are doing over there, but they're doing something.
Definitely.
You know, the kind of the sad reality is that, like, genetic, again, you can't, like, human bodies aren't made by what's written in the cells. Like, that's not the method of operation. This whole DNA story is a lie. Like, it's
But
not the
don't we
case
have
that I
cloning
have
and
blue
stuff
eyes
like
because
that?
I've got like a CGA sequence in my blood somewhere, and if we change that CGAT sequence, I'll have green eyes. No, that's not how it works.
Isn't that literally how it works?
It's literally not how it works. So
Literally
if you go
is,
try
actually.
if you go and try and change a gene to give some guy different eyes, all you'll give him is a short lifespan. That's it.
I'm not sure if that's true, but okay.
Well, so it is. Because they've lied to you about how the body operates. You think it's all physical, cells and neurons and this and that
What
and
is it then?
acids and amino acids. Everything is just from the physical onwards. It's not. It's from the metaphysical into the physical. So therefore, there's like a template of what eyes you'll have in the metaphysical space, and in the physical molecules, they just arrange themselves according to what the metaphysical space is dictating. It's the other way around.
So you're saying theory and reality, right?
I'm saying that DNA is a physical, let's say, physicalist theory, and it's false.
No, it's true. The DNA is some sort of information storage, like an operating system.
It would look like that. It would look like that, but
Yeah,
it's as much as
but
it's as much information storage as a bulletin board is.
yeah,
You
it
could say, "Oh,
doesn't
that bulletin board
receive.
is information storage."
It's not the way it stores and interprets information, and those
What
biomolecular.
interprets? What is interpreting
They
the information?
interpret information, but you see, it's not about how the proteins are assembled and stuff like this. They do
Can I
have
just
a
ask you
meaning.
what is it? You said something is interpreting the information. So what is that? What is interpreting the information?
There are biomolecular machines inside the cell, like mRNA, which are building the DNA.
Okay, but what is mRNA made from? Say it.
I have a lapsus. It doesn't
It's DNA.
have the word.
Our mRNA is made out of DNA as well. So, in other words, what you're
Yeah.
saying is the
No,
code
it's
is
not made
making
out
the
of
code.
DNA.
Messenger
Huh?
ribonucleic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So what's reading the code?
Nucleotide.
What's reading the information?
Well, these are
Ribosomes.
like
It's like protein.
some
So the
sort
protein
of
is reading the code.
tiny machines, biomolecular machines inside the
Ribosomes.
cell. Yeah.
Biomolecular machines are reading the code. What are they made from?
Amino acids.
What's that made from?
They're made
Where's
from
their
amino acids.
code of
They're proteins.
Right. So But you see, so all I'm trying to basically show you here is like there's code and more code and more code, and that's reading the code, writing more code, and that's reading more code, and that's writing more code.
Wait, no,
So it's
no,
like
no,
it's
no,
code
no. The
making code.
ribosomes aren't code. They're not code. The ribosomes aren't code.
Something is reading the code, and then
Yeah,
something is
the ribosomes
and then it's
doing
sending messaging to other things which are also reading the code, right?
they read and interpret code instructions and stuff.
Well, they don't literally interpret. Like, I don't know if Grizzly understands that. They're not like literally reading it like you read a book.
Right, but there's some information being exchanged, like when I read a book, right?
Not like mimetically, no.
Well,
it's just like if you put
geneticians have found, yeah.
But wait, for example, I'll give you an example, right? For example, people say, I don't know if you
specific functions.
Hold on. For example, people say, oh, people say there's a genetic predisposition for something, right? They say, oh, he's got a genetic this or a genetic disorder or a genetic predisposition, whatever. So then at some point, let's imagine they have a genetic predisposition, let's say for diabetes, for example, right? So at some point, the man is eating food, and at some point, the body needs to decide, well, how much insulin am I going to make, right? Well, something is going to set the insulin production in that body, right? So then there's going to be something which reads how much sugar he's eating and then interprets that and then sends a message to something else to how much insulin is produced, right? That's what your model, or not yours, sorry, the physicalist's model. That would be their model, right?
Read is a weird word to use, but I guess, yeah.
Right, and for me that can't be the case because there has to be code and then something reading the code. There has to be two entities, but here we just have code.
What?
Yes, but you see, the way they read this
hold on. Wait.
information. One moment, I want to say this. It's not like the position and location of the proteins, and not the specific protein has a certain meaning and stuff as an information there. But actually, the storage of information, it goes into quantum levels at the atoms that make up that protein.
Let's not introduce quantum anything to this, please.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
has.
because as soon as you say quantum, that's Pandora's box being opened, and then I'm going to start getting crazy with it.
Yeah, because Grizzly's obviously not going to understand anything.
No, because on the quantum level, nothing has been measured or proven. It's just all hypothetical.
Right, yes. So like,
well, no, you see,
no. Please leave quantum out of it. Please leave quantum out of it.
Yeah, let's leave that out. Leave that out, guys.
Oh my God,
because it's just so contentious.
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Continue.
Yeah, yeah. What were you saying? Go ahead. American dude, go ahead. You can say whatever you want. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, leave the quantum shit out of it. It's just.
Okay, can I?
No good's gonna come out of it.
On the genetic question, right? But actually, there are multiple angles at which this model can be completely dismantled. One is at a purely empirical model level, but that's kind of a party pooper. So let's actually take it to the philosophical level first, and destroy it there, and then we'll destroy it empirically after that. So imagine you had something which was producing a bunch of shapes in some sort of 3D program. Just a bunch of shapes, like little shapes, right? Little Lego bricks, let's call them.
Let's call it Minecraft.
Yeah, let's call it little Lego bricks. What would you need in order to then consistently have those Lego bricks form into a specific pattern? So we got the Lego bricks in different shapes, like little circular ones, curvy ones, bendy ones, square ones. But we need to assemble them in the form of like a transformer. Not the kind that you get on this server, but like an actual transformer, like an Autobot. What would you need within that program?
I have no clue.
If we're using your logic, just read the fucking Lego manual, mate. Like what?
No, I'm not using any logic. I have a different position, like point and take on this than Disley. So don't link me.
Okay.
You would need like some kind of. I don't know. I really don't know.
You would need global coordination of those pieces.
Oh.
Such that they go into a specific macroscopic, three-dimensional manifold
No, you wouldn't.
And hold on. Not only that, you need global coordination, and not only that, you would also necessarily need
You might just
real
need
time.
to know where each piece goes in relation to the last one.
No. He's right. You need global coordination of each individual item in that system, but on top of that, you need real time updates. Because without the real time updates, the whole thing will collapse.
Does the machine know what it's making? Does it know like?
Dude, you gotta know every coordinate of every other piece in free space to be able to know like where the end of the nose stops, where the curve of that, where the curve of that ass stops. You got to know all that.
Not necessarily.
Now, interestingly enough, there's an experiment that was done. So like some creatures can regrow body parts, right? So you cut off their leg, they'll grow a new leg. Cut off their tail, they'll grow a new tail. So what they did is instead of worrying about the genetic code, they exposed these appendages to energetic fields like electrical fields and stuff and magnetic fields, and they mimicked the same field that the previous appendage was emitting, and they were able to make an alternate thing grow in an alternate part without any change to genetics whatsoever.
I don't know what any of that means. You're just using a lot of weasel words.
No,
He's basically saying
I don't know.
It made perfect sense. You're just that didn't make sense. What he said, I'll repeat what he said. Because just to show that this guy is talking absolute shit, I'll show that I can repeat exactly what you said. So they found the electromagnetic signature emanating from a part where some part of the body where something was cut off, and then they recreated that signature in a different part of the body, and without changing anything in the quote unquote genetics, they were able to reproduce that part in the alternate location.
Yeah, through electromagnetic signaling, you see.
Injury in that part. Yeah.
That was a lot of work. We just can understand what he said, though. Dude, you guys
Honestly, that hard. Yeah. So the premise was if it was purely genetic.
To be fair,
if it was purely genetic, holy fuck. If it was purely genetic, right, then this energetic field wouldn't affect the outcome of the part when it regrows. They were able to demonstrate that it does affect it, proving that it's not purely genetic.
Yep. What's so hard to understand about what this dude just said, bro? It's so again, it's like either a complete liar or a complete shill.
What's the purely genetic thing?
No. You know what? You don't deserve this to be.
If you cut off,
how organisms develop isn't purely genetic. Like there are environmental factors. Sure.
Did you listen to what he said?
I did.
What did he say?
Okay, repeat what he said.
Wait, at what point? About the tail?
Repeat what he said. You know what we're talking about.
About the tail? About the...
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Repeat everything he said.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. He said that, like, with, like, a severed tail, you can, measure, like, the electromagnetic field or whatever emanating from it, and when you recreate that field, you can produce the same effect of, like, regeneration.
Yep.
Right?
In a different part of the body.
Without affecting the DNA.
Well, it's like so you have a tail, right? And you expect the tail to grow back, and if you don't do anything, it will grow back as a tail. But if you put the other field, like from the limb, then he'll grow a limb.
Okay.
Yeah, without the evisceration.
Yeah, which shows that it's not genetic at all.
Well, not that it's not genetics at all, but that it's not purely genetic.
Yeah.
No, there's no genetic at all because it didn't affect the genetics of the animal.
But it still grew a lizard.
Yeah, right? Without any genetic manipulation, which means DNA. Which means we don't need DNA theory for it, do we?
No, it's just not the whole picture. But you can't write off genetics entirely with that example.
For alternate reasons, I do write off genetics, but yeah, I would agree that in this particular explanation, just shows that that's not the sole causal factor. Yeah, in this thing. Now, the problem is, as I said earlier, you do need global coordination in order to get a three-dimensional form. Now, what you would think is, but what if each thing just knows the next thing it has to do in a sequence of things? Well, the problem is, the only way you could get something like that manifesting in reality is in a computer program where by default there is global coordination, right?
Yep.
You reverse engineer.
Each part needs to know its coordinates relative to the others. Otherwise, when it tries to produce It has to have a unique demarker where I am in free space relative to the rest. Otherwise, how does it know what to put next? It wouldn't.
I don't even know if code works like that on a fundamental
I'll
level.
just
I could be wrong about that.
By the way, I'll preempt the response that they're going to have, right? Because they're going to immediately visualize, oh, but what if this part just knows that it has to do this and this and this, and cumulatively this stacks up to the norm, right? But the thing is, the only way you could have that the only example they could give is within some sort of computer system or some sort of reverse engineered system.
Yeah,
where
like
that
a 3D printer. If you take a 3D printer and you pull out what it does, like it needs to know every prior step, and it needs to know its location in free space relative to the overall structure. Like that is a global coordinate system that each part would have to know.
Exactly, and so they're thinking that, oh, but I can reverse engineer it so that each part doesn't know exactly what it's doing, right? But the fact is that just begging the question again. It's just like the can down the road. They've already reversed there's something which already had the global coordinate system put into it, right?
Wouldn't the genetic code basically be that?
The genetic
So
code.
like if you have like certain genetic mutations can make it so that cells will reproduce like out of control.
You're just
and that's what cancer is.
I know, but forget that. That's not actually what it is. That's your theory. So let's not muddy the waters. Though.
Yeah.
Again,
So what
That's
string?
like the
What
leading
that would
theory
beg the
of how
question:
cancer forms.
what part of the genetic string is the coordinate system?
I have no fucking clue.
you can't have it. Again, you're either going to have, there's only two things. There are only two possibilities. Either this coordinate system is broadcast down through some global system, or you have sentient units within the cell which are sentiently
Well, I
coordinated.
just told you the coordinate system, in quotes, not literal coordinate system, is in the genes.
Dude,
what does that mean? You're just saying random stuff.
It regulates how far certain
what
tissues
regulates?
will reproduce
Oh my
before
God.
they
What regulates?
stop.
Dude, you're saying words. It's you're thinking.
Oh, now you're doing the thing that you complained about me doing before, where I was. Oh, okay.
No, but I can.
Dude, you're making no sense. You're just saying stuff out loud.
But like,
what does it mean?
Do you acknowledge that, like, okay, maybe you don't believe this, but like the leading theory on like how cancer forms is like through mutations.
It's irrelevant. We don't care about cancer or the leading
Chris,
theory
shut
on
the
it.
fuck up for 2 seconds. I don't want to hear you talk while I'm talking. Okay, shut up.
Stop deviating.
You're not. You're just yapping. So that like when. So
You're
like
wrong about cancer. You don't know what you're talking about. You're wrong about cancer. Shut up about it.
But let's
how,
not.
how okay? How am I? Oh, okay.
you
How
don't know
does
what
cancer
cancer-
form?
Cancer. We're not
How
gonna
does
get-
cancer form? Tell me, Mr.
Stop
deviating.
oncologist.
Let's stay on this topic. Let's not good on cancer because I completely disagree with you on cancer, but it's completely irrelevant to this discussion.
It's not irrelevant because we're talking about how like tissue
No, let's just
growth.
talk about how
That's what we're talking about,
Let's
and
just
how does
You get the intent on deviating. Look, he
individual
just wants to
cells in a
deviate. Look, you
tissue
see.
know how to regulate their own reproduction? It's
bro.
through the genes.
Bro.
Hey guys, I'm
I
just
don't-
wondering, what does any of this have to do with the Earth being flat? Like,
Yeah, we can
I'm a
let
bit
it go.
confused.
We can let it go.
We're gonna get back to it.
Yeah, go back to
Oh, mainly because a lot of heliocentric concepts have within them the inherent appeal to evolution, not only biological but mechanical evolution of the cosmos, right? And that begs the question of whether it's ordered, intelligent, or chaotic, right? Chance.
Yeah.
And so that is very salient to the point. Because think about it, if you have a worldview that's based on chance and chaos producing what we have today, then chance and chaos must of a necessity produce all of these ordered systems that we're talking about. Not only so, but it must produce sentience in itself, which is us. So the heliocentric cosmogony has within it religious assertions about the nature of the creation of life and order.
Yep. And the DNA paradigm is an important one to see as false, just like you see the globe paradigm as false, evolution, abiogenesis, blah blah. The DNA thing is important to see as a fraud.
Yeah. So, for example, there's a lot of claims about the nature of the flat Earth that wouldn't work with a mechanical and energetic processes, right, from the past up till now, because a lot of people have a worldview that what we have now must have occurred through precedent events that are explained through biomechanical means, and laws of nature, etc., right? Because it had to have formed, quote unquote, naturally. Now, if you just remove that assumption and say, for example, just for the sake of argument, that the universe and the earth were specifically created by an intelligent agent with the extraordinary power and omnidimensionality to put it in place as it is, then a lot of these creative processes can just be thrown out the window that globalists appeal to.
Yep.
Yeah. AI is based. AI is based.
Globoids.
That's right, because that helps to drain the whole swamp. Because currently there's a swamp full of dog shit, but there is some interesting stuff floating about in it as well, like truth. But then if you drain the dog shit, then the truth remaining will be easier to see. You see?
Yeah. So interestingly enough, a lot of physicists, a lot of evolutionary biologists and psychologists, and all these dudes are actually working together on a new theory that matter and energy states are not the fundamental forces of reality that then give rise to everything else, but rather sentient agency itself is the fundamental unit of reality, and all matter and energy states are actually caused or derivatives of sentient agency in the first instance. So in other words, an immaterial sentience is the grounding of reality.
Yeah.
Boom.
Based.
And so in one view, you got matter and energy states, right, that then in the future give rise to us, which are sentient agents, right? So matter comes first, then sentient agents and all this stuff comes later. And then in this other view, sentient agents exist first, and then matter and energy comes later.
And we can kind of link this back, I guess, slightly tangentially to some of the topics that come up on flat Earth. For example, like when we ask them, what is mass? They never give you a straight answer. Like one guy said mass is stuff. The guy says mass is weight. And one will say mass is something else. It's just because we have an intuitive kind of feel for what like mass, weight, and all these things are. Really, if you get down to the philosophical brass tacks, these things don't have outside of being defined within some sort of there's some sort of
You
metric.
can't define it either, to be clear.
No, because I don't believe that.
In physics, mass is resistance to acceleration.
All right.
Right. So we got resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration, or the ability for something to not be moved causes something else that has the ability to not be moved to be moved towards each other.
It's just backwards.
Isn't that crazy?
And so therefore, like to define something as the resistance to something, that's already pre-packs other stuff into it. It's just really, really sloppy. You know, it just doesn't. It makes no sense.
Okay, how do you account for it then? How do you account for what this thing we call mass? How do you account for it, Grizz? What is it?
It's literally just a like a philosophical quango. It's literally just doesn't. It's just they made it up, like infinity.
So you're a nihilist about mass? About matter?
I'm telling you things like
what is
hold
it?
on. I'm telling you things like I'm telling you things like infinity, things like mass. These are literally happened like DNA code. All these things are just reification. Just made them up to just
okay, but then how do you account for the how do you account for the phenomena that we call mass?
Stop talking.
What is it?
Let me finish. So they make up these different things like infinity, mass, and various other things.
Just fucking
and in the end, they want to create a model around you. They want you to see reality through the model which they're making. And in that model, this mass is the resistance to acceleration, which then is used to convince you that things fall to the ground because of mass attracts mass, blah, blah, blah. So it's just a way to fool you. Okay, that's all.
Yeah. Well, check this out, brother. If you made a simulation, right, and you had to attribute mass in your physics engine, what would it be in that simulation? Like, what would it be? Literally, it could only be one thing. What would it be?
A value.
Yeah, an information state, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, in light of this alternate theory that I'm telling you about, where these dudes are basically saying that that's the way the universe works, it's essentially an information state that's shared by sentient agents, right? Rather than just a mechanical object, right?
What they really have done is hijack your monkey brain intuitions and got your mind away from logic. And I'm not using that in an evolutionary sense, monkey brain. I'm saying that I'm just using that like tongue. Like we have like physical intuitions of like weightiness, twistiness, torquiness, all this kind of shit. and whether this was through natural progression, a little bit of a psyop, combination of the two, they started out with a very quote common sense version of physics, which just was just about the classical mechanics, and it's hijacking all these intuitions that we are well acquainted with. And then if you look at the progression of quote unquote physics, you can see slowly it took these same words, kept the words, but now the intuition that it was attached to is completely thrown out, because but the problem is you shouldn't have started with the intuition to begin with. It should have started with these things should have been defined rigorously, and when you define them rigorously, as AI said, it'll only be in sort of informational state. You don't have being in and of themselves, mass, energy, force, whatever the fuck.
Yes, whenever you track the source of information, will always intelligent agent.
So you guys, and by the way, guys, when you're making it, like if you think about it, take that to the next level, right? Really think about it. And this is pun intended here, because if you're going to accept that this intelligence based and it's consciousness based, then on all scales, therefore, so therefore, when we look up at the sky and we see luminaries, you've got to be open to the possibility that these things are conscious, have intentions, they have opinions, they are literally as agency filled as we are.
Yeah,
they could be, or they could be, or they could be quote mechanical but on the as far as mechanical things can go, they could just be attributions of a broad. They could be anything. I'm not denying any possibility.
Remember, if you're going to say it's consciousness, remember, if everything is this
You
information
guys
state with
agreeing or
this consciousness
disagreeing?
is, right? Then it means it's all just then everything is consciousness. All the beings are the consciousnesses, and it's just a question of scale after
yes,
that.
but
And the
this
very
is
big,
a
the very
very
biggest. Let
scary
me finish.
thought.
The very biggest would be the luminaries, and the very smallest would be the little microbes crawling around.
No, but here's the thing. Everything derives from consciousness, but not everything is conscious. That's we can't just say because everything derives from consciousness. That would be a logical misstep. Not everything
No,
is.
couldn't you say every being is conscious?
Well, every being would be conscious, but then we don't know which things are beings and which things are informational states emanating from the grander being. We don't know.
Well, by default, we are all by the brother's eye, the all-seeing eye. This concept is not from yesterday in the world. It's a very old concept. And the thought that the things in the sky are actually conscious beings, alive and judgmental, and higher intelligence than us, because they are watching us, So
Not just that.
somebody that is
Hold on, in that
watching
model, hold on, in
the
that variation. Hold on, Sasha. In that variation, they wouldn't just be watching us; they would be literally manifesting the real world around us. So, why the grass grows a certain way, why trees, why this grows, why anything occurs, volcanoes, all of that would be basically being done by them. They would be creating all of that.
Yes.
You see?
Well, I would call that God's work.
Yeah, because in truth, it's like
These
people always use
governing
this.
laws, these governing laws of nature, like the electric force, electrostatic, and magnetic force of nature, are actually angels at work. Because, for example, in the Bible, we have wisdom describing himself as a living angel, one of the, among the only ones who were present when God created the world. So, what we call wisdom, wisdom is like a human attribute, it's a good thing to have wisdom for a man. But this act of wisdom for us is actually the manifestation, existence of a being created by God, which is wisdom.
Mate, you don't even know what you're fucking talking about right now, mate. You are off your head.
So
I
are
know,
An
I know.
Australian is
That
telling
makes
you that,
no
dude.
I'm
Fucking
hard.
A.
Why are all the trolls piping up all of a sudden? We've got
What the
nothing to
hell,
do.
Shut
man?
up, I just
Mate,
got
he's
here.
talking about wisdom. What, mate? What?
Yeah, because you guys are
It's
all
pretty
like
deep.
creationists, right? Like the reason you think the Earth is flat is because it says so in the Bible, right?
Nah.
Yeah.
Not everyone's a Christian
No.
here, dude. Them
Bible
pretty
I
deep
think
because
shit.
it
the
says in
Earth is
Christ make
round.
sense.
It's
But
because that's what we've been taught since we're like the whole way through school and like a bunch of other things.
wait, you don't have to be
Listen,
a Christian. Wait, you don't have to be a religious Christian to think the Earth
Yeah,
is flat.
you know,
Like
basic
Dude.
nor do you have to, nor do you
in
have to
school,
believe in flat Earth to believe in creationism.
Exactly.
in
Creationism
school,
is
we don't
quite,
get
Apparently,
taught that the
I
quite
Earth is
think the Earth
well.
flat.
is flat.
This is the flat Earth chat room, right? And you guys are all like Christians, right?
Nope.
So
Yeah, we
Nope.
think the Earth
I'm
is
a
I
flat.
just
We
told
Muslim.
you. Wait. I
debunk the
just
world,
told him
dude.
otherwise. Wait, dude. Did you not hear me, or are you a bit dim?
Bit
yeah,
dim.
you're
No,
like
he
dancing
just wants
around,
it.
right?
He just
Nobody
wants
wants
it
to
to
give me
be
a straight
true.
answer,
He just
right?
wants it to be true that
I told you
Christianity and the
Flat
Bible
Earth
are
is
intrinsically linked, so you can dismiss
if you
it.
believe that
That's
the
why.
Earth is flat specifically because of some Bible scripture,
Oh,
please
he
Who,
just
explain.
Are you
who
completely.
deaf?
does?
Are you,
Who
bro? Are
does?
you deaf, dude?
The
You're
Earth is
What
poisoning the
Bible
well,
scripture
John,
says the Earth is
Megan.
flat, though?
So
Doesn't
what?
matter.
Are they?
Nobody.
Are these people hearing me? Are they deaf or something?
I
Yeah,
know.
they
I'm
are
talking
deaf,
about
no,
brother.
past.
they
They're
just
deaf.
The guy
They're
that
they
deaf
said
in
have
their
that.
If you guys
psyche.
want
to
to have like
spit
a
out shit through their
like a
mouths.
theistic debate, like there's other
Yeah.
chat rooms, right? You can just call it there's Christian chat, right? There's
Dude,
Abrahamic.
what are
They're
you
just
even
trolling.
talking about,
They're
dude?
just
No.
trolls.
Oh,
It's
he's
just
trolling.
trolls.
There's the
I'm
philosophy
Yeah,
chat, right?
remember, people. These are people who are under the impression that they're evolved pond scum, so they have an excuse not to hear anything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, get
Sound a
Just
him.
lot
monkeys.
like Trump.
They're just going back to their roots, to the monkey phase, eh?
Hey, well, I
Makes
got a
sense.
question. Why does the
It's
shape of the
extremely
Earth
racist.
trigger so many people when it comes to religious or theological implications? Like, why is it so triggering?
Government lied to
Because people are
us.
self-conscious on what they think about the Earth.
Look, I'm not even saying it's you guys in particular that are present now, because a lot of the founding members of certain avenues of the heliocentric cosmogony, they themselves in their own lectures and their own books said that the implications of certain things about the cosmos, like for example, the Earth being the center, is horrifying. Like they didn't like it either.
It's
Yeah,
horrifying.
It's horrifying. They want to be in a sea of infinity where it's all random.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, well, everything's relative. Everything can be true. Everything is relative.
I just
Well,
want to talk
it's
about
not, it's not
physics,
everything
man.
can be true. I think that's a bit of a stretch.
Morals make no
But I,
sense.
Wait a
I
minute.
think
Wait a
it's
minute.
I think it's actually much
Wait.
simpler. I think it's much
Oh, are we
simpler
talking
that
about trannies? Is that what it is? Anything could be true?
No. Wait a
excuse
minute. If you
me.
think
Oh
about
my
it,
goodness, dude.
Oh.
wait.
All
On
right,
the
who said
relativity,
that?
on the relativity, anything can be true because it's just a question of iterations and sequence. So how many attempts are we going to give it? An infinite universe, infinite typewriters, and eventually you get anything. You see, so it's just nonsense.
Anyway, I'm gonna have to ban that kid. So sorry,
Oh
sucks
no.
to be you. I don't
Oh
know.
Because
It's just the rules around here, bro. It's not even a
yeah,
big
I'm
deal.
sorry. My bad.
Good job, bro.
I'm
I'll
a
get
bad
that.
boy.
Come on here.
Alright,
yeah,
guys.
the other fuckwit,
Punish me
he
now,
was an
please.
ingrate.
Real clever.
Yeah, you can't say the
The
F
other
word.
guy,
I don't know if I'm gonna.
the other dude was an
Alright,
ingrate. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
with
So that
force and mass
word is a
constructs,
derogatory slur that's actually in the rules not to use in the server. So you use it, you get the logistical censure commensurate with the offense. So I mean that's just the brass tacks. All right. So continuing on.
is force
alright.
and mass
I'm a globe earther. So like, is anyone in here an actual flat earther? Like, I haven't heard anything
shit.
supporting. I haven't heard anything supporting the flat Earth. Like, it's just been bullshit from what I've heard. Like,
What have you heard supporting the globe Earth?
Man, I haven't been listening, bro. You guys were just piping on like the most random shit
No.
ever.
In your
Like,
lifetime.
you guys,
In your lifetime.
I've been
Where have you heard about the
posting,
globe Earth?
Andrew.
like, bro, like,
Where,
Yeah,
the photos
we
from
do
like
have
like
the
information
photos from like
about
DNA
flat Earth.
machines,
And
the
that
luminaries
is
what's the
in
the
the
thing?
missing
sky.
of
It's
curvature.
always
That's
the
what
photos,
you're
man.
saying?
why is everyone talking?
Just let him.
The photos from space. Like when you stand in like a
There are
tall
no
spot, you
photos
don't have like a render distance.
please.
Like where does all this
Let him
shit
finish it.
go? Like if it was
Those are
flat,
not photos.
like what leads flat
No,
earthers into believing
search
the Earth
who
is
is
flat?
Robert Simmons, yeah? NASA digital hired artist, yeah? paid for years to make a drawing to imagine how globe Earth would look like and to actually make that drawing. And now that famous drawing, Blue Marble, is even on all the iPhones, yeah,
But
and
that's
all
all
over
I've
the
heard.
internet.
Like, I heard some flat
Yeah,
Earth talking about
it's a drawing.
how
It's a digital
gyroscopes
artist
are
in
like made up.
Photoshop.
How gyroscopes are constantly powered and
You
like
don't know what
it's a
a
made up
gyroscope
thing.
is. Shut
Like
up.
that.
Shut up.
I'm talking
Don't
about
talk
like this
about
is what flat
gyroscope
earthers
because
say.
you don't know
This is
what.
what a flat earther told me.
Let him
Like,
finish,
why
chat.
are you getting
Let him
defensive over
finish.
this?
Flat
I didn't say any of this. I got told by a flat earther that gyroscopes are made up. Like you guys just say everything's false. Like photos of the
No,
Earth from space are
no.
wrong. Like they're made
Come on, man.
up.
Well, no one says gyroscopes are made up.
You
Nonsense.
came
Like
into a
I've heard it
place
from someone else in
where
this call.
That's just retarded, dude.
That would have been me.
And no
Dude,
one
say
said
something intelligent,
gyroscopes
bro.
are made up.
So
Bro, say
everyone,
something
I'm
I
not a
challenge you.
smart person. I'm just
trying
trying to
Wait,
like
did I
wonder why you
bro?
guys are flat earthers.
Well, one
Like
second, bro. I'm gonna set you a challenge, right? Here's the challenge, dude. Say something intelligent, bro. For the love of
I'm not a
God,
smart
please.
person. I'm just trying to work out on why you
Flat
guys think the Earth is
Okay,
flat.
okay, hold on.
I
Hold
got a
on. I'll give
challenge
you
for
the premise.
you.
I'll give you the
What,
premise. Okay, it's a
can you
very
make a
simple
map of the
premise.
flat Earth?
Okay, it doesn't matter. Here's the premise. You ready?
Yes.
Premise is that
Inform
the
me.
known territory of the surface is covered in 70% water. Water's flat and level, therefore the Earth can't possibly be a globe. There you go.
Because
That's wrong.
because water is flat and level. What do you mean by water is flat
So
and
like,
level?
what keeps us down? So when we jump, why do we go down? Like you guys said to
Did
gravity.
you
But
wait? Did you not hear what the guy just said? Why
I
aren't you
know.
responding to
I
that?
did.
Yeah, he said some schizo shit about water being
like-
flat and level. So therefore,
Okay, wait. Why are you all of a sudden
How is that
insulting him all of a
schizo?
sudden?
How is that
Because it
schizo,
doesn't
dude?
follow.
Bro, what?
Listen, that's great, but that's established, dude, in humanity for antiquity. That's how we experience water generally. So I don't get it. What's so wrong with
What?
saying that?
Experience
Yeah,
water
what?
generally? Can you like
all large
Wait.
bodies of water are observably and measurably flat.
Yeah, I'm not even
Flat
gonna bother, dude. I'm
earthers.
not even gonna
It
bother
isn't,
bringing
right?
up the
But
quotes and citations
Who
from
said
all
that?
these
Who said that thing about the
fields.
water?
One second. Instead of
Yeah.
instead of responding intelligently to him, you insulted him. I mean, that's so rude.
yeah, because you guys are fucking high school dropouts.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah,
Listen,
sure.
man.
But that's
Listen,
wait.
listen.
Instead of
Hold on,
but you
hold
did it
on.
again. You did it again. Instead of responding
Yeah, 'cause you're
intelligently, you
stupid.
insulted.
Hold on,
Now
guys.
you
Hold
insulted
on.
multiple people.
Yeah, I'm
How about
insulting
this?
everybody who believes in the flat Earth. You're stupid.
No, how about this, guys? Listen to this, man.
Yeah. Well, you can't even answer it intelligently to the point. So who's really
Exactly. You
stupid?
can't even answer a simple question, and yet you call other people stupid.
What was your
Hello.
simple question?
Hello.
Hello.
Flat
Yes, sir.
flat
Welcome.
earthers killed Bob Nodell for exposing flat Earth as a fraud.
Dude, what?
Okay,
Dude,
so
you're done.
why? I just don't understand
Don't
why
just
all of
bring
this
that
like
up out of nowhere.
it's like a flurry of trolls all of a
Because
sudden. We
he's
can't answer a
retarded,
simple
dude.
question.
Yeah, because you
That's
guys
your
are
guys'
locals.
level of intellect and discourse.
Exactly. Can't answer a
Yeah.
question. They just
You
insult
guys
people.
are
Bringing mockery
like,
to dead people.
I don't know, dude.
Very nice. If I'm a glober, I can be a
Oh, no. Let's talk about Bob
They
Nodell.
can't
Let's
critically
talk
think.
about
That's
it.
the problem,
Hold
right?
on, man.
There's no
Let me
critical
tell you.
thinking
Let
at
me
all.
tell you.
Just exposing
All right, let
themselves.
me
That's
tell
all.
you.
Making themselves look bad.
Let me
That's all.
tell you
Yeah,
about Bob
no
Nodell,
respect
right?
for
So,
COVID drill
anything
too,
in this
right?
world.
okay,
They
we
have,
got it, dude. We
they
keep
don't have
piling on
respect
that they
not
don't have
even
no
for their own
respect.
parents
Fuck's
at
sake.
home.
All right,
This
you
is
can
how
mute it
they
too, bro.
behave even with
Diarrhea,
their
bro.
parents.
COVID is a conspiracy.
Oh my god, dude.
For
It's just
fuck's
ridiculous.
sake.
Has
It's
no one got
Anybody
something
else want to
intelligent?
pile on?
me,
Whoever
AI.
said that thing about the water before. So like,
AI.
what's keeping the water down?
Can
So
you
like,
No,
just
that was
shut
when
not
you
an
go into
invitation.
space, when you go into
speak? Shut
space,
up.
when you go
Shut
into
up.
space, oh, you shut the fuck
You're gonna
up.
be muted.
Okay, all we wanted to do was move it on to some actual rational discourse rather than just insults and then telling other people that they're being insulting. So the point about Bob Nodell, right? Supposedly proving flat Earth. The only thing Bob Nodell did is in that documentary, of which the point is he just noted that a device read 15 degrees per hour. right? Which wasn't even the exact degrees that it should be, because it's supposed to be like 15.06 something or whatever. However, he went on after that to test the gyro at different altitudes. Now, if the Earth's rotation is what's causing it, then at different altitudes along the same radial spoke, it should read the same degrees. However, it didn't, right? And so that means that it's not the radial spoke rotation that's causing that. So interestingly enough, he didn't prove flat Earth or globe Earth or anything, because anything right on that to be formulated could only be in affirming the consequent fallacy. So no, Bob didn't disprove flat Earth, not even close. All right, go ahead.
Can
Can
you
I add something?
one
Can
second?
I add some?
Please
Can I
can
add something? Can I add only something on that?
I just want to understand that. That's
I
what I was
want to add only on that story something. Then
wondering.
then Bob Nodell came personally on 24/7, and he said what happened with all this Netflix story and what happened with his experiment, explained in details, him in person.
Yeah, AI, could you explain that thing about the radial spoke thing? Because I used to understand. I've forgotten it, to be honest.
You look at a clock, right? The clock has a center point. It has
Yeah.
hands, and they rotate around, right? And they always arrive, no matter which part of the hand, at the same angle, right? At the same time of day.
Yeah.
So that the tip of the hand, right, where the point is, doesn't arrive sooner at the same angle than the part closest to the center of rotation, right?
Understood.
They all travel at the same degrees per hour.
Yes.
So if you're measuring at any part along that hand of the clock, you're going to get the same rotation rate.
Okay.
Because it's the rotation of the hand that's causing that measurement. So if you take this gyro at ground level, which is supposedly is doing 15 degrees, and you go up in elevation, it should maintain 15 degrees if it is indeed a radial spoke to the center of the axis of rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get a differential reading, right?
Yeah.
Then you can't conclude necessarily that it's an axial spoke. Now, that doesn't have any bearing on whether the Earth is flat or not, but it does disprove the claim that it's a radial spoke of rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a nail against the globe Earth rotation idea, not against flat Earth.
I understand. Thank you.
Now, Bob's own personal intuition or speculation or inference from this is that the rotational rates that we experience in gyros or any kind of deflection is actually caused by an energetic matrix that rotates in a vortexual manner above the Earth, previously postulated throughout antiquity as some type of ether field, et cetera, et cetera. Now, he used to say he was proving that, but he was educated by some other flat earthers with self-critique that what he was doing wasn't indeed science and he wasn't proving cause and effect, and so he changed it to this is my conclusion, not necessarily that I proved it. So the whole thing about Bob is actually quite interesting, how Globers just say, oh, thanks, Bob, he proved 15 degrees per hour, but they never study it any further than that. And then they come into places like this and they make a mockery of the fact that the man died. It's
Who's this guy
ridiculous.
Bob this guy that they're talking about?
Bob Nodell, he's a famous flat earther. He used to run a show called Globe Busters. He used to be part of the FE Corps, which is also famous for the 25-mile Lake Itchel laser test, laser transit methodology to measure whether or not the Earth has a big hump of Earth curve, to which they found it doesn't, et cetera, et cetera.
And why is this guy saying that we killed Bob?
Because he's a butthurt glober that has no scruples.
Because it's very rude to use some dead people and to make a joke about that. That's why.
So he's just brain dead.
What?
So the guy who said that is just brain dead.
No, that guy, what is... Oh, that, yeah.
Dumb brain dead. He was trying to like get a rise out of people and troll. That's
Yeah, he's mentally
just
ill.
hold on.
Yeah,
Wait, going
he's
back to the original.
mentally ill when you're using that kind of jokes. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Just going back to the
I'm
original thread.
on about it.
Was it going back to the original thread of conversation? He was talking about
how there's 70% water, water measures flat, and so therefore we can't be a globe, right? Those dudes started insulting this guy straight away, like 2-3 of them. There's 2 dudes and a bird started insulting him, being rude. So
Some
one guy
guy said in
insulted
the
everyone
text
in there.
chat, if the Earth's flat, then why are there tides on the ocean?
Oh my.
Or sorry, if water's flat.
Yeah.
Are tides
Tides
curved?
means
Like, how does matter interact, right? That's like the
What is
basic
matter?
question of
Yeah.
physics.
what are you talking about? What?
Yeah, you never, you like have such a lack of education that you literally
Hey, have you ever
Another
been
insult.
outside?
Another insult. Just make a
What are you
point,
talking
bro.
about,
Stop
dude?
being so
Yeah,
rude.
lack
Come
of
on.
My point is that
education.
you can't
Shake
describe how
yourself,
matter
sir.
interacts with forces, right?
If you're so, what forces? The ones you've imagined. This should be good.
Yeah. Wait. Can't you ask a salient question rather than being rude and offensive? Come on now. Try harder.
Yeah, I just asked you how does matter work, right?
That's a bit vague.
Yeah, have you been outside? Right.
Works in the
I mean,
field.
it's not an answer, right? Like, describe to me.
I know, but
in
it's a bit of a
detail
vague
why-
question, isn't it?
It seems to be some sort of pro bono setup, right?
No, you guys come in here like, oh, we're so smart, we know all these things, right?
Oh,
And then I
now back
ask
on
you,
the matter, back on the insulting again. Oh, you didn't try
you guys are
hard enough,
stupid.
man.
Yes,
We know,
absolutely.
man.
You
We
guys are
don't
high
say that
school
we know.
dropouts.
We don't say that
There
we
was
not.
another
Don't
guy
say
who
that
said that
we
gas
don't.
has no mass. Remember that guy who said that gas has no mass?
Who said that?
He was
Hold
one
on,
of you guys.
but look what you're doing. You're just running in here, being insulting and rude, and you can't say
Yeah,
anything
because you're
intelligent.
stupid.
I know, but there's another insult. You see, so all you're doing is insulting people, but you can't say anything intelligent.
Gas has mass.
And how much gas?
Now you're referencing. Who were you talking to? Who told you that?
I don't know if you were here earlier when we discussed an AI gave a good only definition.
Schizo Grizzly, do you have an opinion
See,
one way or
another
the
insult.
other whether
See,
gas
see,
has
another
mass or
insult.
not?
Can't say anything intelligent. Can't make a salient point. Just
You're the
talking
one
shit.
that
You see.
can't make it. That can't say anything intelligent, right? Like, say something that is verifiably true or false, right?
Okay, what define mass? Define mass.
That's good. Who said that?
See, can't do it.
I asked you to
define.
Was it Sasha?
Yeah,
Well,
now
you
it's
gone
also
quiet, man.
me. It's me also. Define mass.
Yeah, he's gonna look it up on Google. Now he's gonna read it. Go ahead.
How about
Tell us.
atoms? Can we go with that?
No. Define mass first. We'll go to atoms.
Go ahead.
Mass.
Why can't you
is
say anything
stuff.
intelligent?
Mass is what?
Stuff.
Stuff.
You see? And you call that an intelligent, and then you call it. You say, wait. Hold on. You give that as the answer, and then you call other people stupid. Yeah.
No, I mean, high-level physicists will agree with me, right?
All right, dude. So we've gone
would
from
they?
intellectual.
Yeah.
Listen. We've gone from insults to gas has stuff. That's
No,
where we're at.
gas is stuff. Gas is matter, right? So
Yeah.
gas, liquid, like water, right, and solids, they're all made of matter and they behave similarly, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep. Highly relevant. But go ahead.
No,
So-
they
so
are
my
not
question is-
behaving similarly. Gas and liquids, they are not behaving similarly.
Well, it depends on what you mean by similarly.
No, doesn't depend. Gas and liquids doesn't behave similarly. What are you saying?
Okay, so you want to? Okay, so go ahead and describe like what.
We still haven't defined mass though. What is mass?
Don't even describe what he said at all. He said they behave
Well,
similarly.
you guys just want to be
ask
contrarian,
him.
right? And say that everything I say
No,
is wrong.
friend, no, wrong. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna ask you.
So here's a basic question: is the
Hold
Earth
on,
made out of
dude.
mass?
We're gonna ask you what you mean by behave similarly, and then we can't falsely accuse you. Okay, so you just tell us what you mean.
Gravity applies to both solid, liquid, and gas, right? That's what I was kind
The
of
same? Does it apply the same way to all three?
Yes.
Then why?
cool,
How does
cool.
then why does helium rise and solids fall?
Because of buoyancy.
But that's not gravity. Well, now you're diverting to something else.
No, the air pressure pushes up the helium balloon.
Okay.
But you
So
just said.
that's
But you
great.
just said. Wait. You just said gravity affects
Which is
all
one way of
three
looking at it.
similarly. You hold on. You said gravity affects all three similarly, and then we found an instance where it's not similarly, and you're introducing other things now.
Stupid to understand. Gravity is
Now
both
you're
working on
insulting
the
people
helium
again. Look, you
balloon
see?
and the air,
and solid
Yeah.
matter as well.
Hold on, friend. Hold on. We're getting ahead of ourselves. What is gravity?
Gravity is a force.
Okay, then what
Where's the
happens?
lie,
Darth,
right?
Darth Vader,
Yeah, see,
squinches
because
his
you
fingers.
don't know what force is, right? You don't understand.
You
don't
sure?
understand
You
these
sure
basic
I don't?
principles, right?
Well, then why don't you explain it? How about that? You explain
Okay.
it. Go ahead.
So there is this formula:
Yeah, I think we
force
should
equal
use
mass times acceleration, right?
the force.
And so basically, what it means is that when you apply a force to a mass,
really just carry on.
you accelerate it, right? And since you multiply force,
What?
since you multiply mass and acceleration, that means that force and the acceleration that they're. Can you finish?
Now
that?
I get it.
Do you?
Have you stopped halfway for a breath,
You're
or are you
proportional,
continuing?
Now I
right?
get it.
Right.
Finally.
So should we take it? Should we take it as you need a force in the first instance to accelerate something, or that an object that already is accelerating it has a force? Which way should we take it?
You can infer that an object that is moving has had a force acted upon it, right? I'm not going to argue with that, right? Like,
Okay, that's great. But the problem is, okay, that in Einsteinian gravitational concept, there is no force. So you're wrong.
I don't know about that. Show me.
Well, I do know about
in
that.
Einsteinian, there's no such thing as force.
No, in Einsteinian, gravity isn't a force.
Then therefore gravity isn't real. Like that's your argument. Then therefore the Earth
No.
is flat.
Who said
Ask
gravity
Einstein.
isn't real, dude? You defined. Listen, friend. You are the one who
I can
defined
predict how gravity
gravity.
works, right?
Hold on, friend. You are the one who defined gravity as a formula F equals ma, not me.
No. Oh my God, you're so fucking stupid.
Well, you're the
More
one who said
insults.
it. Maybe correct yourself. Go
No,
ahead.
you're stupid.
Why are you doing that, bro? Like clearly he's not stupid.
Because he doesn't even know the equations. Oh my God, it's like the most obvious thing in the world. Which
Okay,
equation
so let's go
exist.
back. Let's go back. As Crypto noted, you're not actually addressing anything. What is gravity?
Gravity is a force.
Okay, so I already explained to you that in Einsteinian gravity, it's not a force. So who's right, Einstein or you?
They can both be. They both have descriptive utility. How about
Okay,
that?
so it's not actually is. It's just a description. So your claim, I just want to boil this down for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you
You
want to get
just
all
claimed. Hold
philosophical, I did that
on,
in my physics class
hold
too. I asked my
on,
physics professors,
hold
like,
on. What you basically said gravity is, we all heard it. You are saying gravity is a description. A
gravity can be
description of what?
predicted, right?
A description. What is gravity a description of?
Of the forces that.
No, I already just told you it's not a force.
Dude, stop being schizo.
Dude, look, I'm not. It's not my fault. You're not up to date.
So you said that water is flat, right?
He's just pivoting all over the place, man.
Why are you pivoting now, man? What's the matter with you?
No, because the way the water, the way the water
Why are you talking about water?
exists, right? It's going to be. So the question is like, can water be affected by?
We're talking about gravity. We're talking about water for.
The question was.
Because water is made of matter, right?
You're talking about gravity.
No, the question
I'm
is.
talking about gravity. I'm also talking about acceleration, right? If you
Question
apply a
is
force
why
to
is
gravity,
Einstein against you?
No,
The question is why is Einstein against your idea? Why Einstein
not.
is against it is?
Newtonian physics works.
Yeah, the Einstein is against the Newtonian idea. Why?
He was asked what is gravity a description of?
Yeah, the description of gravity in modern narrative it's Einsteinian. It's not Newtonian.
Okay, so I mean, it sounds like the other guy was right
It's
that
not
you guys don't
okay.
believe in gravity.
You're claiming force in Einsteinian gravity. You don't have a force. You're 100 and something years behind.
I mean, you say that, but you don't have a better description of why water
But
is
you are
flat, right?
saying
You just say
that. I'm not saying
water is
anything.
flat.
You are listen. You are saying that it's a force, and Einstein is saying that it's not. I'm not saying anything.
I disagree with you, but
you disagree with
You
Einstein.
disagree with Einstein, not with
Whether
me.
you want to call gravity a force or not doesn't really matter. It's a thing that happens.
Oh my God!
If you want to call that a force, sure.
We can
Excellent,
predict.
excellent.
Because
So
you're
now
just
that we know
semantics.
that gravity is a thing that happens, okay, listen, now that we know that gravity is a thing that happens, okay, what is gravity?
So there's this equation, right?
Look,
that
some
relates.
crickets.
So
Came
there's
out
this
there.
equation.
I mean, do you guys have an equation, or are you just gonna tell me that water is flat?
Hey,
The
hey,
bird
bro,
in the
bro,
bar. So,
bro,
no,
I
why
didn't
not?
say, I didn't say how to quantify something into an equation.
Flat Earth
I
is
said, what is
lecture
it?
me on physics,
Can I get in
right?
just for a second?
Here's an idea.
Yeah, hold
Use
on. Crypto's trying to
numbers.
speak. Chill
Use
out, bro.
measurement.
Crypto's trying to get in, bro.
Couple of things. First of all, one point in moderation is that people are talking over each other. It's really hard to follow the conversation. So guys, when try and be more respectful for each other, because otherwise it's really hard to follow. But I did want to ask this guy a question. Like, when a flat earther drops his pen, what do you think he sees? Nothing. Oh, okay.
That was a question to one of the Globe guys. Go ahead.
Globe guys, when a flat earther drops his pen, what does he see? What does he observe?
He sees the pen accelerate towards the center of the earth.
Right. So we see the same shit you do, right?
No, don't say right.
So you guys
Because
can't
nobody
even
sees
agree with
that.
each other. You guys
Yeah,
are
yeah,
so
whatever.
fucking retarded.
Yeah, let me get there. We see the same shit you do, right?
Yeah, supposedly you guys believe that you have the science on your side, and then I asked you for that.
No.
science,
You're not. Now what you're doing is you're not answering my question. You're layering a bunch of other
I
shit
said
in there.
yes.
Has nothing to do with what I said. Just answer actually what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay. So we observe the same thing you do. So what is
Yes.
it you think we're saying when we say that we don't believe in your conception of gravity?
Say that again.
Right. We have the same observations as you, right? We see things fall to the earth. I drop something, it falls to the earth. Cool. We both do that. We have the same effect, right? So when we say we don't believe in the concept of gravity that you believe in, what do you think that statement means?
I mean, you guys deny the the gravitational constant. You deny the gravity force equation too, right?
No, because that constant, right, that you're talking about is part of a mathematical formula that describes the effect. So that's got nothing to do with that.
That's got nothing to do with what?
Well, you just talked about constant, but that's describing an effect that we agree on.
I mean, do you agree that the gravitational constant has like
So
any?
the thing that I'm getting to here is that I don't think you actually understand what our contention is, and that's where all of this kind of ego is coming from you, because you're kind of calling people stupid and you're kind of like saying, "Oh, you don't understand X and Y." You don't. It's actually you that doesn't understand what we're saying, and that's where this is coming from.
I disagree.
Because
I think you guys are internally inconsistent and incoherent, right? But by all means, Mr.
You
Space
can't
Man,
say that if you don't know what it is we're saying.
then what are you saying?
Exactly. You need to listen, right?
I've been listening.
Can you?
Can
We
you
agree
I've
on
been
the
listening for like a few hours now. I haven't heard
what
any
part?
compelling
What
arguments.
part of the
Okay, well, that's fine.
gravitational theory do you take issue with?
The point is that every single time someone has said
and then you start pontificating. You don't.
Cool. So you need to listen. Every single time someone has said to you, "We don't agree with your conception of gravity," you start talking about the effect, which means that you've missed the point.
Yeah, you don't think gravity is real.
Wrong.
Did you not just hear
One
what he
more
told you?
time.
We
One
see
more
the same.
time.
Dude, we
You could call it
see the
something
same
else.
effect.
So
Dude, we
like,
see the
listen,
same effect.
if you guys think that there is like a Jesus force that like pushes things down,
No.
like
Who cares?
flat Earth,
Yeah,
like I
Cope is
wouldn't call
noted.
that gravity, right?
Have you noticed, right, guys?
Hold on.
Has the room noticed, right? So instead of actually
Yeah, we
addressing
noticed.
what I've said, it's just like fucking stupid straw man. Bro, we don't want to deal with your dumb straw man. We want to talk about the actual subject matter. If you
Which is
can't do
gravity,
that,
right?
put yourself on mute, then someone else can.
I mean,
So how do you guys describe the phenomena? Yeah, how do you describe this phenomena that we call gravity?
What, mathematically?
Hold on.
Just like
Hold on.
how would you explain it? How do you explain things falling down?
Stop, friend. The phenomenon is the effect. Okay. So when I take this piece of wood, I'm holding a piece of wood I just took out of the back of my truck. I'm going to let go of it, and it travels to the ground. That's what I see. Now I'm going to be honest with you. I saw it travel towards the ground. Now I'm going to be honest with you again. What I did not see is it travel to the center of a giant floating space rock. I didn't witness that. I just witnessed it fall down. Okay, now if I had a helium balloon and I did the same thing, it would go up. Now, those are all things that we know. Now, we can put the piece of wood on a scale and weigh it. We can put it into a specific gravity contraption and find out its relative density. We can do all of those things. And we can use math to chart that effect. Okay, that's all in the phenomenological world. Now, the contention is what is the cause of this effect, not how you quantify the effect, not how you use mathematical models to represent the effect, but the actual fundamental cause. Nobody's denying that when I let go of this piece of wood, it's going to hit the ground.
I mean, you guys
So
also
that
deny the cause that matter is the cause, right? I mean, that's one way to think about it, right? Like we can get all philosophical, right?
So the fact that the wood has stuff in it is the cause. How do you prove that?
The Cavendish.
Right, hold on. You're saying cause.
But that
Us
matter will
globeheads,
never.
we don't try to explain the cause of gravity. Is just, from our perception, gravity is just a thing that happens. The theory of gravity is our understanding of how it works.
Well, the
We
other
don't know
guy
what
said
causes gravity.
The other guy said he saw the other guy
fundamentally.
said he saw the pencil move towards the center of the Earth that he's imagined in his mind.
Yeah,
Because us globeheads, we believe our understanding of it is that things that have mass are attracted to each other due to the bending of
The
space-time.
wishful thinking that that's the scenario that we're in is noted.
Right. So what is your explanation of it?
Well, you
can't
picked up
measure
the
that.
pen.
You
You
can't show
picked
that,
up the
right?
pencil in the first place. You removed it from equilibrium.
Describe equilibrium.
You
Before we go
is-
on, before we go on, we have to recognize that this man just said he separated the phenomenon from the quote unquote theories about the cause, and that is fair. They're not the same thing. However, there is no scientific theory of gravity because there is no cause that's validated by experiment for the phenomena of things falling to the ground.
Right. So what are you arguing in place of
I
that?
applaud you for being honest.
We don't know.
Yeah. So what are you arguing in place of the theory of gravity?
Well, there's plenty of ways you could go, but I would submit to you that it's highly irrelevant to the point, because the point is Earth is flat or Earth is not flat, right? And any permutation of object can have the same type of field lines that's experienced as long as you just change your conception about what's the fundamental cause of gravity or even the fundamental ways in which it functions, which you could just speculate on and create a matrix of interpretation that still wouldn't be validated by experiment. So when it comes to the shape of the Earth, gravity is highly neither here nor there.
Well, for us globeheads, it is because we believe mass is attracted to each other, and that causes things
I do
in space to form
I do
into spheres.
understand. Yep, there you go. So gravity in the heliocentric cosmogony is actually a creative force. It's actually part of the creation story of that worldview. It is essentially mythos.
Mythos, that's right.
Yeah, let me tell you why.
I
Let
don't
me tell
agree.
you why it's well, dude. Okay, so then go back into the past and show me the formation of the Earth via gravitational forces.
I don't need to.
Yeah. No, of course you don't, because you create a matrix now, and then you assume its continuity into the past, and then that becomes the way in which we arrived at where we're at today, which is essentially creation.
No, I think he means that
Exactly.
he can
It's
assert that it
religiosity.
was a miracle created by Jesus.
He may as well be talking about Jesus. He's got religiosity in his worldview. Look, got mythos.
No,
in
we
his
just
worldview.
understand. We have this understanding of the theory of gravity, and we can see how that causes planets to form. So
That's
what
just
are you
theory.
arguing in place of that?
Mate, that is just, it's just your hypothesis. You have no
Well, you're
proof
wrong,
of that.
sir.
Just like
No, it's
just
not
like
a
Hey,
hypothesis.
Hold on. It is it's not, you're right. It's not a hypothesis because it can't be tested by experiment. It's not a valid hypothesis at all. But lo and behold, they tried to model gravitational accretion, right, of particulate clouds. And when they did this in a computer simulation, they couldn't get spheres. They actually had to monkey with the values and create what's known as a stickiness factor to even get anything resembling close to a sphere. So there is no model of gravitational accretion that produces spheres. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
that sounds
sorry,
like
it just
bullshit.
doesn't exist. Of course it does. Why don't you go look
That's
it up?
not true because I work in 3D and I've done that myself.
Sure you have.
On a computer,
You have.
yeah, modeling.
You just
Yeah,
spawn a
in
bunch of
modeling.
particles, give them mass, and they attract to each other.
In your computer
and it
program, maybe.
forms into
Yeah.
a sphere. Yeah.
On your computer
So
program.
that's a model of how gravity works.
Yeah, but is that actually a physical? Is that a physics simulation, or is that like me playing FIFA and I've got computer?
It's a
players-
physics simulation.
Well,
Okay, well,
here's how we'll do it. You provide yours, and we'll put it against the ones we've seen. How about
Yeah,
that?
where's your physics simulation, flat earthers?
Yeah, well, this is what I'm getting at. You're well, why not? What are you arguing in place of our theory of gravity? How are you explaining things falling down? How are
I'm
you?
not making claims retroactively into the past about the creation of the world we're standing on in regards to gravity. You are.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
no,
how do you think the Earth was formed?
the idea that you have to replace an incorrect and obviously
It
incorrect
constantly wants to
idea.
reverse everything. Like.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're
No,
saying,
I
oh, what
just
was
wish
the
you guys would
replacement?
be real instead of being
I've made a
bullshitters,
claim
right?
that I've got. Yeah, thank you for talking over me. I really appreciate that.
No, we were
so
talking
I've
about
got,
gravity.
I've got this claim that I want to say that I've got unicorns, and if you can't prove I don't have unicorns, or like you can't replace it with Pegasus, then I must have unicorns, right? No, that's not how it works. You know,
Yeah, but our theory of gravity can be tested.
but that's what we're asking you. And so
Yeah, the way you drop things, we can observe planets moving about and celestial bodies.
Ivy doesn't get it.
That's the
If I
effect
were
we
to
already
show
agree
you
on.
guys
Right? But then
a
the real
scale
issue here
measurement.
is that we're being told that we have to replace it. And I've heard a couple of people say that. We don't have to replace shit. What we have to do is analyze whether what you've provided is actually valid, and it doesn't appear to be.
Well, why not?
You've just given speculations and assumptions. Have you not been listening?
Yeah, do you guys think
we
this
haven't.
is a creative writing?
This is the result of
format?
testing and observation.
It just doesn't listen at all.
Let's go back around.
Yeah, guys, I got a test for you guys.
No, it's
What if we take away?
The space fall is so embedded into their psyche they can't even like rise themselves above this chant they have.
Look, they just lead you back into truth, and then you
I have an idea, guys. Let's wait. Let's wait.
There's no point talking to them.
Let's put a weight on a scale, right? At sea level, and then on top of Mount Everest, and you guys will predict what's going to happen.
See, it's complete dog shit he's talking.
No, what do you think would happen if you put something on a scale at sea
What
level, and then that
predictions
same
will
thing
you
on a
have?
scale at the top of a mountain? What do you think will happen?
Is there less pressure at
What
the top
will
of the
the
mountain?
scale read?
Is there less pressure at the top
Let's
of the
do it
mountain?
in a vacuum chamber, right? Just to make
Yes,
things.
F you Jedi, there is less pressure at the top of a mountain.
Awesome. So that will be
Let's
something
do
that will be the experiment that will obviously we all understand. Different pressure up there then. So of course
why
that's
is there
going to
different
right
pressure?
on a scale because there's less pressure on the object that's on the scale, obviously.
Not obviously. I mean, I
Oh my
actually I don't want
goodness,
to
who
get into
cares,
it.
dude?
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
let's say for sake of argument, right, that you can argue that the reason why there's less pressure is because of the phenomenon of what you dub gravity. You still haven't validated a causal claim. And not only that,
Nobody wants to
you
get into
still haven't
fucking philosophy.
you
Okay, I just
still
want to
haven't
hear you guys' prediction.
validated a vector. Now keep in mind in your worldview, gravity
It
and
sounds
its
like
fundamental way in which it expresses itself is vectoral into the center of an object and radial outwards. Okay, that's your claim. So what you need to do is validate the object in question from which the radials are derived, which is the sphere. So you need to demonstrate that you're standing on a sphere. That's your fundamental core claim. Do you understand?
Yeah. Looks like you're the one with the
consequences of.
Looks like you're the one with the
basic
classic.
understanding of science.
Looks like
is
nah,
that
yeah, no, you know what? You should shut the fuck up, dude.
the gravity is weaker at farther distances, right? And of course, like
according to the model, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, and Mount Everest, wouldn't the gravity force be weaker?
According to the model, yeah.
Okay, so we could test that experimentally, right?
You have
Yeah,
to
but the
prove the
effect.
model first.
We agree on the effect though. Like, what would it prove?
Bro, you're not providing a cause of gravity, you're just showing the effect
No, I
of the
mean,
different variables.
so
That's all.
here's
Right, I've already been over this with these guys. They don't seem
He
to
just doesn't understand it. Just doesn't get it.
They
Just
don't
doesn't.
no,
understand.
listen.
We already agree with the effect, bro. So if you make any
But I
statements
also
about
want you to agree on the specific
we
numbers involved
already
too.
agreed on the effect. So any statements about
It
the
sounds
effect
like your
are
theory is unfalsifiable.
a waste
Like no matter how many
of
predictions I make about like
time.
about gravity being different at different points, no matter how many predictions I make about acceleration, you guys are still going to say, well, that doesn't prove anything, right?
This
Because you
guy's
guys,
just throwing
agree on the
buzzwords.
effect.
no, I just want
Like,
to
why
ask
do
you
you not
guys:
get this?
is it the case that the farther away you, the farther up you go, is gravity weaker? Yes or no?
We agree on the effect, bro. Why don't you get
So
this?
just say yes.
He doesn't get
We
it.
agree on the effect.
Okay.
It's like you
so
go, oh, bro, do you agree
you
on
tell
the
me
effect?
why?
Yes, we do. How many times do I
Why
have to
is
say
gravity
it?
weaker the farther up you go? That's
Wow.
You're not getting it. You're just not getting it.
He doesn't get it.
Well, the thing I'm
That's
not
right.
getting is if you agree with the, well, obviously you agree that gravity exists and you agree with all the effects of it, why don't you agree with the theory of gravity that scientists
You just said it's
agree
a
with?
theory.
It's like they're not listening, bro. It's literally like they're not
But
listening.
it is validated. It's validated by its
I'll tell you,
continued
I'll tell you why.
workingness.
I'll tell you why. Because we've all agreed on the effect, but to have a theory, you need a
I don't
hypothesis.
think we have.
A hypothesis,
I think
you'll
like
have
half
a
of you
cause.
guys are saying that
Dude,
that the
listen.
it's the same, and half of you are saying it'll be different.
Okay,
I don't
this
know.
guy, forget about this guy. He's muted. He's been interrupting everybody. He's muted.
Very simple. So we're all agreeing on the effect, but you're bringing up theory. Theory comes after hypothesis test. You've only got one half of the hypothesis. Hypothesis consists of cause and effect. So without cause, you're not going to be able to do an experiment to test it and then build on that hypothesis test to start creating a theory on things that you know. You've just got the observation of a phenomena so far.
We can give you gravity. Now prove it's
Right,
a
yeah,
ball.
but the theory is our understanding of how that phenomena works.
My friend, right, let me say this again. To have a scientific theory, you must have a hypothesis test first. Experiment first, the science bit, and then you can build your theory on things that you know. Being as you've only got one part of the hypothesis, the observed phenomena, the effect, you don't have the cause and you haven't got an experiment. So you've got an idea at best, but you don't have a scientific theory. Scientific theory comes after hypothesis.
You're not going to get it.
Scientific theory comes after hypothesis.
Yeah.
I mean, the hypothesis would be when I drop things, they fall. That's the hypothesis.
What's the cause?
Well, that.
Sorry.
And then,
You're gonna have to do this. A hypothesis has two parts: an independent variable and a dependent variable. We're all agreeing on the dependent variable, the effect, but in science, you need the independent variable, the presumed cause of the effect, that you will then test in an experiment, physically manipulating the independent variable to see if it causes the dependent variable. When you've done that, you can then build on that with a theory because you've demonstrated something to be true. You keep saying we've got the phenomenon, I'm going to keep dropping things. That's not a hypothesis, my friend.
Yeah, the independent
that's
variable
ridiculous
would be me letting go of
hypothesis. Hold on,
something.
Fran.
The
Yes,
dependent
hold on,
variable
hold
is
on.
it falling to the ground.
Hold on.
So you caused it then. If your independent
Exactly.
variable, you dropped it, then you dropped it. You're the cause of it.
Right. Like
No,
you could also falsify
I didn't
hypothesis
will
so
it to fall to the
simply by
ground.
simply it doesn't matter. The only thing you're manipulating in your experiment, according to your hypothesis, is whether you drop something or not. Now, all you have to do is take an object that's less dense than the surrounding media in which you dropped it, and it would go up, and that would defeat your entire premise.
Yeah, if that happened.
Which
it
it does. You take a balloon.
Which it does.
Take a balloon down to the bottom of a swimming pool, let it go, and it goes up. Right?
Well, yeah, because of other things happening.
Yeah. So your hypothesis is garbage, friend. Try making a new one.
No.
Oh my
Because
God.
you're factoring other things.
He's just not going to get it. He's just not going to get it. He does. They
No,
don't
I get
understand.
it.
It's a mishmash.
Because then you got like the theory
you're
of
telling us you're not you
air pressure and shit.
Right. So your hypothesis is garbage, dude. You're not getting to the fundamental cause.
Wouldn't quantum
No, it still works
erasure
out because things that are more dense, things that have more mass.
ask him
Understand?
how
Sorry.
rain works at this point?
That's
Do
how
you
rain
even
works.
understand what a hypothesis is? You keep giving us the observed
Yes,
phenomenon. You said
an
that you
assumption
dropped
about
it.
something that will happen.
No.
A prediction. A
Yes.
prediction of cause. Cause must be a physical thing that you can manipulate to see if it has the effect. It's like boiling water, right? I observe boiling water, and my prediction is that heat causes water to boil. I would then, in an experiment, use heat to cause water to boil. I've got another one. Water's bubbling. All right, well, maybe that's something to do with pressure. I'll vary and manipulate the pressure to see if it has the effect. This is science. Cause and effect relationships happening in the physical natural world. You keep pointing at the phenomena and then making declarations about what's causing that. At the moment, you dropped a pen. You said that's my cause. So you're the cause then.
No, the force of gravity is the cause. I didn't will it to fall to the ground.
There we go.
Awesome.
He's got a cause. Look.
So,
there.
so being as we've got gravity now on two sides of the hypothesis, you said gravity was the effect. Now it's the cause.
You got a problem.
Yeah, how do you turn off gravity so prove that gravity is
No, he's got a bigger
effect?
problem. Wait, he's got a bigger problem. He's got the cause and the effect as the same thing. That's circular. It's a fallacy.
You can't have the cause and effect as the same thing.
Sorry, mate. It doesn't work that way.
You can't have
Come
the
on,
cause.
come on. You understood that.
I'm not
Wait,
having the
you
cause and the
understood
effect the
that.
same thing.
You did.
Yes, you did.
We've all agreed that gravity is the phenomena, and now you've just said, well, it's the cause as well. So if gravity, then gravity.
Exactly. You said, well, eventually you said, well, the force of gravity is causing it to fall, but then gravity is the effect and the cause.
It doesn't matter. This is just semantics.
It's not semantics. It's your fallacy being made here.
It's not a fallacy.
Hold
Oh
on.
my God.
In science, you said this is semantics. Yeah. In science, words mean things.
Okay,
Very
sure.
specifically. So I've already told you about when the theory comes. That's after hypothesis. I'm trying to tell you what a hypothesis is, and you're still not getting it. Independent,
No, I
dependent
understand what a
variable.
hypothesis is.
Define it. Define
Okay,
hypothesis.
so
Define it.
give me a hypothesis for gravity with the independent and dependent variable correctly situated and the prediction of what causes something to happen. Go.
I let go of things, they fall to the ground.
So you let go of things and they fall to the ground. Is that the phenomena?
Yes, gravity is the phenomena.
Awesome. So what's the cause of the phenomena?
We don't know. It's just a thing
Thank
that
you.
happens. It's a fundamental
Thank
force of the
you.
universe.
Wow,
Thank
dude.
you.
So we
Oh my God.
did all of
Now
that
he's
to
gone back on
arrive
that.
at
Before it was the force of gravity. Now he doesn't know, and it's just the
yeah.
force of the
So
universe.
to be fair, we did all of that to arrive at the conclusion that we don't know what causes this phenomenon. Great, kumbaya.
Great.
No,
So
we
now
don't need to.
let's wait. So let's
I'm
start this
not
conversation
arguing
again.
that we know what causes gravity.
Well,
But
no, now
gravity
you
is a
finally
thing that
admitted.
happens.
He already
No,
admitted.
fine.
Please don't let him loop you back in. You literally waste another fucking 10 hours. Please, for the love of God.
Exactly. So, bro, maybe the
No,
next
you
conversation
guys,
you're gonna have, maybe
aren't listening to me.
God, just
You haven't given a hypothesis.
Oh, dude, we're listening, bro.
this guy will waste
Look,
a few more hours.
AI Overlord, I think, agreed with me when I said we don't know what causes gravity, but our theory of gravity is our understanding of how gravity works.
Dude, these guys gonna loop you back around and around.
Let's ask this question. Let's ask this question. Have you now got science for gravity?
Do we have science? What does that mean?
Being as that means the hypothesis and experiment. Have you got science for gravity?
Yes.
No, because you've got an incomplete hypothesis. No hypothesis, no science.
No, we do have an hypothesis.
No, you don't.
Give it then. You
Are
just
you
demonstrate.
Well, my
fucking- dude, what's the
hypothesis
matter
is if
with
I
you?
let go of something, it's going to fall to the ground. That's my hypothesis.
Dude, are you literally insane, dude? Is there something really wrong with you? You've already said you don't have a cause. You already admitted you don't
Yes,
know.
we don't know what causes gravity, but we know that gravity
Well, then you
causes
don't
things
have
to
a
fall to the ground.
hypothesis then.
Hang
Then you
on,
don't have a
wait,
hypothesis.
Grizzly, do you know what hypothesis means?
You means you have a cause and an effect.
No, it's a proposed explanation of something. So the proposed explanation he could say is mass. He could also say the proposed explanation for something, a phenomena, is when I drop something, it falls to the ground. That's a hypothesis. That's what it means.
First he made a logical fallacy by saying
don't need
gravity is
cause and
gravity.
effect
Then he
for
said he didn't
hypothesis.
know. First, he made a logical fallacy.
I don't think I ever said gravity is gravity.
By having, yes, you did. And then afterwards, he deferred back to I don't know.
If I did,
Now
okay,
he's
if I
saying
did,
something else.
I'm sorry. I take that back.
Hold
on.
You
What do
literally,
you
what do you
mean?
mean? If I did, you just did it 2 minutes ago, man. What's the matter with you?
Okay. Look, I will concede that I said something. Okay,
Let's get
I'm taking that
precise.
back. Gravity is
Yeah,
not
let's
gravity.
get precise. So in a hypothesis, you have a relationship between an if-then, which is the if is the independent variable and the then is the dependent variable, which is the effect, right? And the independent variable is the presumed cause. So when you test this out, you're validating whether your presumed cause causes the effect or the null that it doesn't cause the effect. So in your formulation, the presumed cause would be you dropping something.
AI, you're
Says
incorrect on
nothing.
what hypothesis means. Again, a
Yeah, sure
hypothesis
I am.
is a proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence. Limited
What?
evidence
No,
means that
no, wrong.
no, it isn't. That's literally the dictionary's definition. What do you mean?
Doing the
Dude, we are talking about field application of terms, and so the lexicon
Yeah,
within a
it's used in
field
that
is
way.
separate from general dictionary definitions. So in a scientific experiment to validate a cause and effect relationship, a hypothesis is a particular
Well, no,
thing.
you used it as a noun though. You said, "Do you have a hypothesis for why
Word
gravity
games, hey?
works?" That's what you said. You used it
You
as a
need a
noun.
valid hypothesis, not just made up
Yeah,
story
that
of what
doesn't
you
make
think
sense.
it is. You need a valid hypothesis.
We could just make up anything then, dude.
I'll post the correct definition for you in the live stream. Several universities, the correct definition of a hypothesis and an experiment. My goodness me. Just give me a minute.
These people are just so like
That was pretty sad,
arrogant and
dude.
just so naive at the same time. It's just the worst combo, man.
So sad.
I mean, they are getting triggered.
It's a proposed
They are
explanation for
getting
something
triggered.
based on limited
Yes,
evidence.
Then we could
and
make up anything, though, brother.
this
Like, listen to
McCollum,
what the fuck you're
this McCollum
like.
is not a
That's the joy.
scientist. She's an
A
engineer. She's
hypothesis
the
is
CEO.
literally a proposed explanation for something with limited evidence.
Yes,
What
but
did
it
you
must also be
observe, though?
empirical, guys. It has to be empirical.
Yeah, of course.
Yes,
Yeah.
but let's be even more
Observable.
pedantic. Yep, but let's be more pedantic. So a hypothesis
Let's
is
not be more.
actually no,
You
we're
go.
gonna go down that road, bro, because you opened it up. So here's how we're gonna go. A hypothesis on its fundamental level means the underlying belief. Okay. So I would agree
Oh no, because you
that
use
Globers
empirical evidence.
have an underlying belief about the phenomenological world that is caused by globes floating in space in the first instance. I would agree. Yes, they do have a hypothesis in that sense.
So yeah, so this Mez guy, he wasn't incorrect in saying that my hypothesis for why this phenomena happens based on limited evidence is when I drop something, it falls to the larger bit of mass. That's the
Right, but he
hypothesis. Yeah.
wasn't doing any science is our point. That's our point. Our
Okay. Yeah.
point is
Yeah.
that he's just making up speculations, right? And now, interestingly enough, he said that when I drop something, that's gravity. Well, I don't know the cause of gravity. I just know that gravity causes things to drop. So he just said gravity is its own cause. The effect and the cause are in a causal loop. That's ridiculous.
Yep, it's a fallacy.
Well, it's not really that ridiculous, is it? I mean, it's a fundamental force of the universe.
It's circular. It's circular. It's a fallacy.
I told you, you literally reassert the same thing after you do all this groundwork.
Exactly. Yeah. You'll just keep making the same fallacy, saying, "No, you know I didn't. Yeah, it's true." He doesn't care.
And then he'll further confirm this by literally like projecting that onto you. And literally make
I don't think you're really listening to the things I'm saying.
We are, dude. We have recognized that you have in your worldview an incoherent self-caused cause. That is not only the cause, but simultaneously the effect.
That's your worldview, dude.
Incoherent self-caused
Yeah.
cause.
So your worldview, sir, is incoherent on its face. Why should I believe it?
Because you observe it every single day.
So you're just gonna make up nonsense. You see, you're just gonna say nonsense now. You see.
Right. So
Things are slowing down.
we beat that to a dead horse. Now we're keep in mind that you think gravity is somehow derivative of globe, or globe is somehow derivative of gravity, which you could easily demonstrate, at least globe, by just proving that the Earth in question is a globe, not by appealing to your self-caused cause that's retroactively into the past, but by demonstrating in the present that the globe that you believe in exists. So, do you have any sweet proof of that sweet globe you believe in?
Declination over distance. Go ahead.
Just very quickly, guys, because I like to now cite things. There's about 15 references to hypothesis, experiment, and the scientific method in the side chat for everybody to peruse, demonstrating that we are actually correct and you're not. These are cited from universities as well, physics professors and all of that type of lovely stuff.
What are we looking?
They're not even going to bother to look at it.
But what are you like? What are you correct about? Because I mean, you're just saying theory of gravity wrong.
What we're correct about is, and I'm sorry, my friend, I'm going to use you as an example. You don't have a hypothesis, which means in natural science you don't have any science. A hypothesis is the cornerstone, right? The experimentation where you physically manipulate the presumed cause to see if it has the effect. That's the foundation of science. You don't have this. We're all agreeing on the phenomena, my friend, and you've demonstrated that you, my friend, at one point you gave the cause and the effect is exactly the same thing, right? It's
But
very
it sounds like what you're
specific.
asking for is not possible.
So
isn't it
sorry,
funny how
sorry.
Earth
Being
is
as we're
the same
talking about science and you're talking about gravity, then the crux to the issue is there's no science for gravity.
And even worse, even worse, he's saying it's not possible to prove the cause and effect relationship. So by the sounds of it, you've got an unfalsifiable theory coming down the pipe. As soon as it comes out of that pipe, we can throw it out.
There's no science for the globe.
It's not really. It's not unfalsifiable. The theory of gravity is unfalsifiable. What gravity is?
If it's unfalsifiable, no one should
is
believe
unfalsifiable.
it. No one should even listen to it if it's unfalsifiable.
Again, I really do urge you to look into the side chat. You've used theory again. Theory, scientific theory comes after hypothesis. We've demonstrated through experimentation something to be true.
Correct. So now that we've beaten that into the incoherent oblivion into which it belongs, keep in mind that there's only one reason why gravity is even in this discussion is because gravity in the heliocentric cosmogonical worldview is a creative force for the globe you're standing on, allegedly. So we need to validate that. Because your claim is that this is a creative force that results in globes and can only be globes. That is why you have to appeal to gravity so much, because you think that it axiomatically creates globes out of aggregate particulate fields. So simply demonstrate the thing we're standing on is a globe so we can move on. Let's go.
Go. Go.
Yeah, show the globe. Show the globe. Go ahead.
I mean, then I'm just going to point to things like things going over the horizon, tests with lasers through boards that you can do on the beach.
Can you post an experiment with some measurements in the side chat, please?
He doesn't even know what the horizon is. Define the horizon.
Where the Earth and the sky meet.
So it's not physical then?
No, it's not. Not really. Well, is it physical?
It's not
Kind
physical.
of
So how are things going over a non-physical thing? Muppet.
How are things going over a non-physical thing? Well, the
No,
Earth is physical.
Wait, dude. Let me ask you a question, bro. Where the sun?
No. Listen, we're not going to start with insults. We've been avoiding that since we canned the last insult, asshole. Okay, so whoever just called this dude a muppet, just refrain from that until he demonstrates himself to be cantankerous or some other type thing where insult is warranted. But just general insults are just pointless at this stage. All right, go ahead.
So my question to him is, dude, so where the sky meets the Earth, could it be to some extent physical? Is there a place where the sky meets the Earth anywhere?
Not really. Since the sky isn't like a physical object, really. It's that thing we see when we look up.
So therefore, when you see the horizon, could it be? Because you said it's physical to an extent. So you said.
Well, it's kind of physical. I mean, the Earth part's like a physical. Well, the sky's kind of physical.
Kind of.
Look, we know what the horizon is. Why are we going down this?
It's not physical then.
So you're not sure whether the horizon is a physical concept or a non-physical concept.
No, that's you forget
it's a concept.
Is it geometric?
When I look out into the ocean, I see the Earth and I see the sky.
Okay,
that's a line between the Earth and the sky. That's the horizon.
Let's circumvent.
How does disappear over an imaginary line?
Is that line caused by geometry or object?
It's caused by geometry.
Okay, prove that.
Physical then.
Do you know what you've just said? Do you know what Wait, do you know what you've just admitted to? Because you said it's kind of physical. Now you're saying it is physical.
Make your mind up, pal.
Well, he made it. He now
And in a
admits
minute,
that the
wait. And in a
horizon is
minute, wait.
physical. So there's a geometry
Hold
to the horizon. So what is
on.
the geometry?
Wait,
Now
notice
that's
this.
the next question.
Wait, notice this. Notice this. First he said kind of physical. Now he's saying physical. In a minute, he'll say it's non-physical. In a minute.
He
Watch
said boats
this.
appear over a non-physical but semi-physical horizon. Make your mind up.
But right now we are at the geometry.
It's difficult to it's difficult to say whether the horizon is a physical thing or not.
Yeah, in all fairness, though, it does.
In all fairness, it
continue
doesn't really matter.
It continues the tap dancing theme.
Is it geometric? Is it geometric? Fuck the word.
I guess that was an insult.
Is the horizon
I
geometric?
apologize.
Yeah, is the horizon geometric, caused by geometry, therefore leading to physical obstruction? Let's make it more precise.
That's the globe claim.
Is it geometric, therefore leading to physical obstruction of light?
That's the globe claim.
Yes.
All right, cool. Demonstrate that.
Okay, well, look out into the sea and see things go over the horizon.
Oh, there we go. And then this starts another fucking 2-hour fucking circle.
Exactly. Now do the tap dance on the horizon. Take for ages.
No,
Go around in circles on that.
He admits he says he has a geometry, so the geometry is very specific. It has specific numbers, right?
Yeah, he's not going to provide an experiment or a measurements of this geometry. He won't. He'll just tap dance around it and talk nonsense about boats.
It's not that. He said it was physical. Then when they asked him to define it, he said it was an apparent location, optical.
And before that, he said it was kind of physical. Before that.
Yeah. And so
how would you guys? How are you guys defining the horizon? How are
now
you,
the burden reversal.
Do you
now
think it's
burden
physical?
reversal. You see,
well, we're trying to determine the shape of the Earth.
Well,
I have my theories and my explanations. You have yours.
So just falsify it.
One at a time.
Falsify it for him. Falsify it because it's been falsified. We all know this. I mean, except him.
Like, I don't think this is fair. You're probing me a lot. Let me probe you guys.
No,
what do you think the horizon is?
Because you claim it's geometry. There's a geometry. The horizon is based on the geometry of the equation. So now we can test for that.
Yep.
You see where your mouth gets you.
And if you've been here for long enough, you know that
we can test it.
Every time we've examined this claim that that the horizon is caused by physical obstruction due to geometry, that we see way further than that would allow for. And then we have the ad hoc assumption.
See, I don't think you do. I think you use like bad math and bad testing to determine this.
All right, there we go.
What's the right math? Tell us the correct math. Which one is it? What is it? The correct math that you're talking about?
The correct math.
And how?
Yeah, because you said people in here are using the wrong math. So which one is the correct one?
Yeah, and provide the
Well,
correct
yeah,
math.
if you like taking photos and like I don't know, there's like waves going on which, like obstruct things in different ways, or if like you're not correctly measuring the height of the camera or whatever. And there's many things.
You're just saying a bunch of random.
You sound like you're sinking, mate.
Actually, he's saying certain things that are variables that are important to determine the view that the observer can have, right?
100%. But he just said those words like in some sort of random jumbled fashion, as if that made any sense.
Yeah. Not cohesive.
He's gone into ChatGPT early training stage.
No, it's very easy to just kind of keep probing someone and just say, oh no, how can you prove that? How can you prove that? How can you prove that? Well, how can you prove that? And how can you prove that? Like eventually you're just going to get to some things that says some things are, some things are not. I have like axioms and like fundamental beliefs about things.
Can you tell us that easy mode? How I can do it? Can you meet? I want to do that easy mode.
Do what?
I think the best one, if anybody can do
you said we can do some test. You said that you can do some test and we can measure the curvature. Can you show me that test and I want to repeat that test?
Yeah.
Okay.
What to go for now?
I mean, you can go to like Aristophanes' measurements.
Not Aristophanes. I'm not interested about shadows. I'm interested about surface. You're speaking about horizon. Which method I can use that I can measure the curvature?
The geometry of the horizon. How can we measure that?
Measure the geometry of the horizon. What does that mean?
Yeah. How I can measure the curvature?
Yeah, because you're
using
saying
the horizon. Using the horizon. You said the boat going over the horizon. Okay, they are going over horizon. Where and which method and which distance? How I can know that?
Well, you can use Eratosthenes' method of
No,
measuring
I cannot use
the size of the Earth, and then from that you can
I
determine.
cannot use
Bro, this guy can't be
Eratosthenes.
genuine, man.
I'm not speaking about shadows.
genuine.
I'm speaking about surface of the
Yeah,
water.
dude, he heard you the first time, bro. He heard you the first time. This guy can't be genuine. He literally explained to
you
him
can use.
that we want a measurement, and he just repeats Aristophanes again. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, again,
Really?
like this is what we were talking about earlier. Like what you're asking is like impossible. The only way you could truly measure the Earth in the way that you're asking is with like a giant caliper.
Right.
No one has made a 6,000 mile long caliper.
It is impossible.
No one has made a 6,000.
Can I ask another question? Can I ask another question?
No, Sasha, don't ask another question.
He said it's impossible to measure Earth's curvature, so it's impossible to determine that it's a globe.
Welcome.
No, it's impossible to measure it in the way that you want by directly like putting a tape measure up against it.
Yeah,
That's
no one
has
said
made
tape
a fucking
measure. Why are you
50...
making that up? No one said tape measure.
Because earlier when I was talking about this, you were saying there was a difference between calculating it and measuring it, and that calculating it was not okay.
Got to do with this, dude? Why are you constantly trying so hard not to answer the question?
I know,
being reasonable. Why are you being so
you're
dishonest?
Going to bring up the same thing again.
Come on.
No, you're being dishonest because you're making this ridiculous thing where you're saying calculating the size of the Earth doesn't count.
Why are you referencing a previous conversation? Why are you doing anything but stay on topic? Why are you doing this? Stop.
I am staying on topic.
The man asked you a question. How would we measure your claim? How would we measure your claim of a geometric horizon and the curvature, therefore? You're saying it's impossible. So all you're basically saying is the same way that gravity is impossible to have a hypothesis.
I'm not saying it's impossible.
I'm not done, man. Wait. You said it's impossible to measure. Wait, it's impossible to come up with a hypothesis for gravity. It's impossible to measure the curvature of the geometric horizon. So basically, everything you believe in is impossible to measure.
No.
Can I ask my question?
No. What I'm saying is it's possible to measure the size of the Earth.
Interrupting one person.
Yes, look, someone talk to me. Okay, let me respond. No, you shut up. Let me respond. Someone said something to me. Let me respond. So, I do believe you can measure the size of the Earth using Aristotle's method. But what you're saying is that doesn't count.
Well, it doesn't.
What I'm saying is measuring the size of the Earth to your standard is not possible.
You're supposed to measure the geometric horizon, which you said exists.
I don't even know what measuring the geometric... That doesn't make sense to me.
Can I ask a question now?
For God's sake.
See, and he's just going to reverse all the time. You see, just tap and dance.
Doesn't matter. I want to ask a question if I can.
Hey, one deck, you're really low. Low and muffled. One deck.
Yeah, man.
Really quiet. No one can hear you. A little noise in the background, man. So you're not barging in.
Sorry, Joe.
Can I ask a question?
Just give the guy a minute to explain how Earth curve measured. We'll listen to him. Give him a minute.
What?
Give the Glober a minute to explain how Earth curve is measured. Let's just all listen to him.
What you do is you can have two poles sticking out the ground. If you know the height of them and you know the angle, you can know the difference between when the sun's casting a shadow on them, you can know the angle of the shadow, and then based on the difference between the angle of the shadow between those 2 points, you can determine the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
Let me just ask a quick question. When you've got the angle, what do you divide it into?
360 degrees.
Why?
Because the Earth's round.
So you've already presumed the Earth's round then?
No. This is a test to determine the size of the Earth. Yeah, there are other tests you can do to determine that the Earth is round.
Excuse me. You've measured an angle. I accept that. I accept you've measured an angle with a shadow and a stick. Where did the 360 come into it? How did that come into apparent realization?
Because we know the Earth is a sphere.
So how did you establish the Earth is a sphere when you have not?
We can determine that the Earth is a sphere through things like things disappearing over the horizon, through tests, through looking through like 3 boards. If they're at equal height, you can look through them. You'll be able to see through one to the other. You won't be able to see through the third one because of the curvature of the Earth. There are other methods of determining that the Earth is a sphere.
All of a sudden, that elusiveness has become clear once again with the boats go over curve chant.
Yeah, he was supposed to show a geometric horizon, but he's done a loop. You see?
What did I say, guys? You're just gonna loop around, back to the same
Yep.
claim, loop you back in, loop, loop, loop.
No, it's not a loop.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not
Because
a
the
loop.
last time he talked about the boats, he was supposed to,
May I ask you
tell
a
it.
quick question, Mez? I'll be polite. Can you at least acknowledge that about 4 to 5 minutes ago, you made the claim that the horizon is the geometric horizon of this 3959-mile water ball, and then you backed away from that? Will you at least acknowledge that that occurred? Since
Did I acknowledge the? What was that?
you made the claim that the boat's going over the curve, so therefore you made the claim that the horizon is indeed the geometric horizon where of this 3959
I don't think I would have said
water
geometric
ball, where
horizon because that.
listen, you made the claim and then you backpedaled from it. Will you at least acknowledge that that occurred?
Did I backpedal from that? I don't think I did. If I did, I didn't mean to. But I don't think I would have said that. I never would use the word geometric because that.
So once again, you're insisting that boats go over
doesn't make
curve
sense to me.
is the geometric horizon presenting itself.
Sure.
But didn't you also say that it's impossible to measure that? You said.
No, I said it's impossible to measure it in the way that you want to.
I asked you, can you measure it?
We can measure. We can measure the size of the Earth through through things like Aristotle's method.
Oh my God, he's looping you again! For fuck's sake!
Yeah.
This isn't a loop. We have one way of determining that the Earth is round.
I'm going to turn.
Okay?
I can't listen to it. Fuck this guy.
It's unbearable to
See, like
listen
you just coping and then you just run away.
Unbearable to listen.
It's ridiculous.
No, you're being vague.
I think it's you that's coping.
Smoke screening.
This is taking the piss.
There is 7 of you here screaming at me. Not one of you.
Relax.
Dude, please, just someone mute him.
Can get me on anything.
Well, remember that
You know what? Don't mute me. I'll just be quiet.
Hey guys, remember, he's under the belief that Aristophanes proved the globe, right? But that has been falsified. If the falsification can be presented in a certain manner, maybe he can accept that, right? Because
he can't do it, but he does not understand, and he doesn't want to. These two factors will preclude him and you from making any progress in this conversation.
We literally had a conversation with this guy for the past hour or even 2, and he's literally just been doing this.
Actually, not for the past hour, because there was someone else talking over everybody, and he was able to put some questions in, but there was someone else.
Oh my God, man! Like even you're not tracking this conversation properly. This man, for the last 2 hours, there was some people who spoke in between. Obviously, he's not monologuing, has literally looped back to the same point. Then you show him, oh, that's not correct. Then he says, then you go around another. You basically lay out all the steps, and then he loops you back. He just loops you back to Eratosthenes, and then you tell him, oh no, but how did you get the sphere? And then he says boats over the horizon, and then you say, oh, how is the geometric horizon being established? And then he says Eratosthenes. And he's done this loop 5 times so far and counting.
Yeah.
Let me speak for 30 seconds.
Let me wait, and earlier on, he was muddling, calculating something and measuring something with the foot purposefully, like just muddling it around and around just to waste
What
time.
about falsifying the claim?
Let me just speak for 30 seconds and then I'll shut up. We have one set of methods for determining that the Earth is a sphere.
I was asking for the question like for 10 minutes.
Wait, can I speak for 30 seconds? No, you cannot speak for 30 seconds because everybody in this chat interrupts everybody and everybody's a fucking prick.
No, not everybody. There's most people are muted, so not everybody.
I only want to ask one question. I don't want to interrupt.
Go.
Okay. That means you said the boat's going over the horizon and that we need to look in Eratosthenes. Now my question is, what is that what I'm reading on Google saying something about observer height, distance to the horizon, how much you can see? Who wrote that? Dempsey, me, some flat earther, or somebody who believe in heliocentric model?
I don't know.
You don't know. How about that you go to Google and see what heliocentrism saying about geometry? How about that? And then then heliocentrism will tell you where is that geometrical horizon, what are you want to claim, or blah blah blah, and then we tell you proper where it is, you know, and which height or
Sasha,
distance.
Sasha, do you think that guy's going to discover some honesty all of a sudden now, just because you said those words that you said to him? Now is going to be the time, you think? We'll see. We'll see. Maybe it was some magic
Hey,
words.
maybe Sasha can help him.
I want to know
Yeah,
who wrote all these books with these things like observer height, distance to horizon. Did Jamsey wrote that? Did you wrote that? Who write that all that things? Who made the books about that things?
Not Jamesy. You can take me out of that equation.
Yeah, that means we are using some people, and that's people who made the heliocentric. Sorry, because of math, and that math. Okay, let's use that math. Why we need to look shadows? There is saying how much you need to see. It. I am not telling you that. Your globe is telling you that. That's all.
The Earth is a Tseva shape.
It's gonna go nowhere.
Sasha. Sasha.
Yes.
The Earth is a Tseva shape.
Yeah.
That's a new
Okay,
word for me. That's a new
you can
word.
look. You can look into that, or you can say, "Oh, only shadows prove." Okay, good, great.
Guys, you've really got to be more succinct when taking people's claims apart instead of shouting through each other. No one's actually pressed the claim of Aristophanes yet. Succinctly, we didn't fucking get anywhere. Guys walked away still thinking that Aristophanes proves shit. It's quite simple to pull apart.
Bro, the guy mentioned Aristophanes. He mentioned it 8 times today, and he's just going around in circles. You see.
Did anybody bring up? Did anybody bring up the Chinese doing exactly the same thing and come up with a flat Earth? Did anybody bring that up?
Up earlier.
Awesome.
Jedi.
I didn't post anything, but I did bring it up.
I propose that when there is so many of us trying to speak one over the other, I propose that we call our names